Hello and welcome from the event center Kauer in Gelsenkirchen to the German Nationals 2025. We are back again for a third time, but this time it's very different for us and we're very happy and excited about this one because this year we are sailing the seas together with our friends from Flesh and Pot, Logan and Derek, and our stream will be on their channel. They will do the casting on this stream and we will add as much content as we can together. However, due to technical challenges, we don't know how that will work out, but we've set up everything for you guys to watch. We've got the stream cams, we have got hand cams to show the cards, and we are pretty sure this is going to be absolutely exciting, a very brilliant new experience for everybody involved, and having Logan and Derek aboard is just brilliant for us too. And we hope you enjoy the stream immensely, as much as we do producing it or the players do attending the event. You are practically in the room. Playing has just finished and everybody's waiting for the pairings for round one. And until that comes up, we've got event information for you. We want to show the event structure here. Today it's 3 rounds of Classic constructed. Then we have 2 booster drafts. That's 9 rounds in total today, so we will take a short break in between. And during the draft session, we will have an artist who's at site doing alters live on the feature table to mix it up a little bit, show something else than gameplay. Tomorrow, it's going to be 3 more rounds of Classic constructed. That ends the Swiss then. We've got a top 8 cut after that. Then we are Classic constructed, untimed for single elimination, of course. Swiss rounds are best of 1 duration. You guys probably already know this, so this is just for good measure shown here. Top 8, yeah. We have no time limits tomorrow. We expect players, however, to play at a reasonable speed. And that would be it for the event structure, I suppose. For the prizes, this is a 160 players capped event. So we've got, for the champion, $2,500 for travel reimbursement, which is very welcome and works pretty well for everybody who has had the pleasure to receive this in the past. Besides the travel reimbursements for the champion, the finalist, and up to top 8, we also have for the first place only a trophy, then the legendary black envelopes for the top 4, the World Championship invitation for the top 8, as you can see, and we've got the official LSS playmat for the top 12 contestants of today. Up to 24, it's 2 Flesh and Blood booster displays. We hope this will still be high seas in Germany as well, and as all over the world. High seas is in very high demand and short supply. So we will keep the event greased for players to have high seas on site as much as we can. For participation, we've got a Rainbow Foil Conqueror of the High Seas at an extended art promo. This card is currently pretty well priced if it comes out of the pack, so that's something everybody is looking forward to receive. That would be the pricing structure for today, and well, you've seen the events now. What's missing? Let me think. Right, we are on the Flesh and Pot YouTube channel, and now I'm very happy to hand over to Logan and Derek and to have you guys visit your hosts for today.
Logan, you said you had the intro, buddy.
Well, I guess I do have the intro now. I didn't know that we were on air yet, but here we are at the German National Championship. Well, we're not there. We are currently imbibing mass amounts of caffeine. It is 2 in the morning for me right now. It is currently, what, 3 a.m. for you, Derek?
It is indeed.
However, when our good friend and compatriot Heiner Michel says, can you possibly do the German National Championship stream? We couldn't say no. The only thing that'd be better for us is if we had plane tickets and we were in Germany right now. However, we are very happy to be here bringing this to you. As Heiner said, my name's Logan. With me, as always, is my partner in crime, my tag team partner, the man with the best elbow drop in the business, Derek Oswald. Derek, how hyped are you?
I am incredibly excited, so much so that I haven't even felt the tiredness creep in quite yet, despite it being 3 a.m. I will definitely need coffee at some point, but right now it's just adrenaline. I am very excited to see how things play out, strictly because we have a bit of a new meta, right? And I say that with the pun very much intended, because a new is no longer available, and I'm curious to see how that's going to shake some things up throughout the day. I'm also just very excited because I am a limited fiend, and the fact that we get to see not one but two booster drafts on day one is a bit of a change of pace compared to some of the other national events, and so I am again very excited about that as well. Overall, I couldn't be happier. I'm so excited and thankful, I'll say that Heiner asked us to do this, because it's going to be a blast.
Absolutely. We have 9 rounds coming at you today. The first three will be classic constructed with Guardian unbanned, is the best way to put it, with New Con. The blues can come back out to play with some cranial crushes and some Terra Sunders. I'm sure we'll see some of that today. And then, of course, we have 6 rounds of limited play, which, if you haven't watched High Seas Limited yet or got to experience it yet, we know that obviously there's been some distribution issues and such. High Seas Limited is top tier. I would put it right up there with WTR as far as the intrigue that comes out of the limited play. There's so much tension in it. And a lot of that comes down to deck life again. The 30 card hard cap unlimited comes and strikes again and really makes it a very skill intensive format. So I'm super excited to talk about limited as far as casting goes, which is odd because normally limited feels repetitive, but now it doesn't. It can go any number of ways, and I am super stoked to do that.
Yeah, I'm very excited as well. It's funny, you said welcome to Wraith, but to me, again, I'm an assassin junkie, I'll admit it. It felt a lot like Outsiders. That was the last time I had this much fun in draft. And the other thing that jumps out to me is, you know, you mentioned the deck being a source of tension, but also this set, maybe more than any other one in the history of the game, has so many low or no block cards as well. And so that's also going to, I think, mess with some of the math decision points as we navigate through that draft. I personally am really excited at the possibility that Scurv makes an appearance, because that's the other curveball that we have in this limited format, is that there is a hero that is not a token but is still playable, and we'll have to see if he makes an appearance.
Yeah, Scurv is a wild one because it can completely alter a draft table just on its own. And that is so incredible because you could be sitting there in a seat where you get past something insane. You know, you're just you're sitting in the seat to the left of somebody that opens a Scurv, and they pass you an incredible you know, a rigor mortis or a perk up or one of the signature cards for the classes that are out there, and you think you're pod racing, you think you're in the exact right spot, and then suddenly you realize you haven't seen an actual pirate card ever, and you have to realize that that's a Scurv to your right, and things just got weird. So that type of tension is also a ton of fun. Plus, the Scurv decks do some wild stuff with Treasure Island. So
Yeah.
again, love watching that.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad that you called that out, because that's another, I think, hallmark of this particular set's limited play is the macro, Treasure Island. Now, it's not the first set in Flesh and Blood to have a macro. However, this is the first one where it's, I would argue, an integral part of the game plan throughout the course of the game. It's not just kind of a one and done, say like the Aria one was. This is definitely one where it will change the course of the way that you play the game, the way that you draft for it, etc. So really, really happy that we have Treasure Island, and I'm looking forward to them doing more macros like this in the future as well.
Yeah, I don't think this is a one-off anymore. I think that we know that macros will be popping up again and again and again, and I'm here for it. It makes limited feel different than just a watered down constructed, and I think that that is such a great addition to limited gameplay and to make limited feel like its own thing. and not just bad blitz or watered down CC or whatever you want to call it. Limited is limited, and it has its own identity. And I think that that is just a perfect way to bring forth one of the more skill intensive parts of any TCG and make it an interesting experience both for player and viewer.
Well, with that in mind, since we're at the start of the day, what is it that you want to see? We know we're going to be starting these first 3 rounds with Classic constructed. We know that, again, new is not available, and we know that there are a number of decks that are either really popular or on the rise. So is there anything specific that you are looking to see in these first 3 rounds?
Well, you know that everything I want to see rhymes with Basai, but I think that watching through this, I want to see the Guardian decks. I want to see those decks that have been pushed down by new come back to the forefront and really be able to fight through. I think that also has a limiting effect on things like Prism, where Prism's been feasting lately. Like, let's be completely honest here. And I think that the Guardians being able to come back in with new no longer a problem makes it so that we see that sort of the triangles getting redrawn, as we like to talk about, where we have a competitive triangle. It's just getting completely redrawn. And I would love to see the Guardian decks pop up, and that actually gives some ground to the Warrior decks to come back. And as a Kasai person, that excites me. I want to see that. And then obviously we can't not talk about the elephant or undead in the room and our guy Gravy Bones. We know that he'll show up. We know that we'll be able to make some awful puns, and it's going to be fantastic to do so because it is such a wild deck to watch. It can operate as a boom bust deck where it can just do one insane thing and it just takes over the game from that. It can grind people out, which is also crazy when you think about how often it wants to use the graveyard to its advantage. And then it can just play sort of a nice little tempo value game with people too. And how decks adapt to that, especially things like Guardian, is going to be very important to see if Gravy or Guardian can come out on top in a lot of these cases. And I'm really intrigued to see that interplay too. And then we can't also ignore that the foot goddess herself, Verdance, is going to show up as well, kind of becoming the wizard du jour, if you will. And we know that there's some Verdance players in the room. We know that they're going to be out there trying to burn people down in one fell swoop, similar to Kano, while also playing high value attacks. So I'm also excited to see that happen.
All right. Well, I, of course, am really excited to see Assassin in any way, shape, or form.
Of course.
I know that we don't have new, but I'm a big fan of Mario, as he is affectionately called, or excuse me, they are canonically they. But that, of course, means Arachne Marionette. I'm also very excited at the possibility of seeing some Arachne slip through the cracks. I think that that has the potential to be a very aggressive deck that is also capable of some disruption. But ultimately, I'm just excited to see what people bring to the table as potentially a counter or a shift to the meta, because we have been seeing the wizards come back, right? Obviously, Verdance had a very big turnout, a very big series of results at the United States National Championship. We've also seen Kano do very well in some events recently as well. And again, that's one of those things where people forget about the wizards, then they show up, then they kind of fade out of favor. So curious to see how much of an impact they're going to have. But with that being said, I think that we are just a little bit away from round one. I'm seeing from production we're about 7 minutes away, so I think we're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, we're going to be jumping into round one of the German National Championship. However, I saw the one. You got something else you want to add, Logan, before we take a break?
No, I was just saying round one, but you know, whatever.
Okay. I thought you were saying, wait, sir, wait, I got more.
No, I will tell you when to wait, sir.
All right.
I am super excited. Let's head out to that break, and we'll be back with you shortly.
I'm really excited for this just because it's really exciting to see a rune blade. We haven't seen a lot of rune blades be very successful in Flesh and Blood. No, I'm just kidding. It is exciting to see Vincent show up though, just because this is a hero that I think a lot of people kind of thought as an afterthought, but with Aurora hitting the living legend status, we have seen a bit of a resurgence of Vincent.
We have, and also just like seeing some Levia play, because there ain't no laws when we got claws. So I'm really excited to see a Levia kind of go for it. Here we go with the normal just Vincent gameplay, choosing to be on the play, and a Spanish card. That's just what we do, is we just banish cards. Activate Grasp, pitch in efficiently, make a second rune chant, arsenal, take a blood debt, and pass. This is literally every single first turn dream for a Vincent player, full stop.
Yeah, we already have a couple of rune chants there stacked up. We got something that is relevant in the banish, and then we hand things over to Yorick, who gonna be kicking things off here as well by making some might token and an agility token, it appears, and rolling a 3 on the scabbies.
Rolling a 3, that's still an action point.
Yeah,
it's fine. And we're just gonna crash in for a very soft 6 from the Levia player. Who do you think? How does this race feel to you, Derek? When it comes to, do you think Levia can outrace Vincent? Because Vincent's idea is to usually block 9 and send 9 whenever they get online. Here we just see a nice little reduced rune chant, free little block. We still take 2 damage. It's a block 4, but it makes a rune chant. And then again, we're up to 4 rune chants. We're already cooking with gas. Ooh. And then 2 Malefics. Uh-oh. Well, okay. Then. Yorick's reaction said it all. I'm pretty sure. Lean back and hold on. Duck for cover.
Yeah, so back-to-back Malefic incantations, and then of course we are going to send the attack from the banish, which is going to make some additional rune chants. We see those dice ticking down, so we're going to go ahead and refuel, but we're also sending again a very relevant attack as well as 4 arcane damage that Yorick is going to have to decide whether or not they want to deal with that or not, but does look like that's going to connect.
Yeah, it's a widespread annihilation too. So we're looking at, they're going to banish cards from the Levia player's hand. They're not necessarily sad about that a lot of the time, but it's still a relevant thing where we're going to be banishing a card from hand from both the Levia player and the Vincent player, which Vincent is also not sad about banishing cards from their hand. Just throwing that down there.
Yeah, it is.
I see.
I was just going to say, it is a certainly interesting scenario because both of these are, I think, heroes where they are banking on the banish being more detrimental to their opponent, but it's fueling each other. We really haven't seen this kind of head-to-head, banish actually helps each person since the Monarch days, if I'm being honest.
No, not really. But here we get a might and an agility, a 3-card hand with arsenal. We can... Yorick said, "Send me the bill. I'm good."
Well,
and
it's easy to say that when you've got a blood rush into a guaranteed trigger.
That's a doomsday in hand. So we got some considerations. We're just gonna easy claw for 5 because reasons. It's free effectively. With the agility, it has go again on its own due to the blood rush bellow discarding a 6.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the might trigger there as well. Oh, this is a great use of the face purgatory here. So defending with the 2 cards and the face means that Yorick might be slowed down on this blood rush turn, and it does look like that's going to be the case.
Slowed down a little bit, but maybe not enough.
I mean, any sort of slowing down that you can get on a blood rush turn, I think, is a pretty big win. We do have the 3 cards being banished here as well. Going to be taking
one of them
look.
being the blood rush, which is very good to get that non-6 out of the graveyard now to sort of guarantee later.
Right, and so with the bonus from the Blood Rush, I believe this is coming in for 9 total. Going to be blocked for 3.
Take 6. We're pairing at 30 all. Blood Debt turned off for the for Yorick here, and kind of just a banish and send a Phantom Wraith, maybe. Yep, that's what we're seeing here. Banish, send a Phantom Wraith, and just make a couple more rune chants. A very casual turn of sending another ton of damage at the Levia player. Here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when you can kind of slow down that Blood Rush Bellow turn and then still come back with the Phantom Wraith and as well with those rune chants, because again, the double Malefic setup earlier, that means that you can threaten a lot of damage, and we're seeing that eat some cards as well as armor here. We are going to make the Might token because of the armor going in, but
we have Succumb to Temptation and giving us some go again, and then we're sending another attack. This is the sort of the Vincent dream, is to maybe go 2 or 3 wide and pressure your opponent. Succumb to Temptation is such an incredible card. Now we're threatening it on hit.
I just can't get over the fact that this is occurring after Yorick set up a Blood Rush turn, and I think that just shows the power of that Face Purgatory. Like you said, didn't slow it down completely, but it was just enough chip where it made that Blood Rush turn not, almost game threatening, and as a result, Roger's been able to just bring absolute heat. Yes, not a ton of on hits, but it doesn't matter when it's just raw damage, and we've chunked away at Yorick's hand here. We got some splash damage in as well, and we are now sitting at 31-26, but Yorick has, I believe, just the 1 card left in hand, correct?
Yeah, I'd like to just go ahead and point out that in that turn, Roger was able to eat Yorick's hand and still deal 6 damage.
And that was post Blood Rush.
Right, that's a great turn. You're not sad at all about that turn. So we're probably going to see another setup turn. That's a widespread ruin. And we're just going to naturally pitch to send a widespread destruction. So that arsenal for, unless he ABs this 1, that arsenal is now threatened. And you start, if you're in Yorick's position, you start thinking about Husk now. And normally you don't want to be thinking about Husk this early.
No, you don't. And ideally, even more so, I don't think that you want to be thinking about it before your opponent is, below 30, right? Roger sitting at 31 and you're already forced to use your Husk is not where you want to be. Now, Levia can make these games go long. This is a hero that is not necessarily out of a game if it falls behind, but Vincent here feels like everything's kind of coming up aces with the draws, because we've seen at least one of each of the different widespreads hit the table one way or another, right? We've seen both Annihilation and Destruction played. Again, we have that widespread ruin there in the banish, and Yorick here just looking to hopefully force some cards out of Roger's hand or get some damage in to maybe kind of bring things a little bit closer to even, because again, with this kind of tempo shift, yes, Yorick can stall in and play for some great late game plays, but if Roger doesn't take some chip damage soon, those big turns won't matter. They'll just be able to soak it all.
Yeah, I feel like Yorick started this game thinking about being the beatdown, as it were, and has to kind of shift now and think, I'm in the demi-hero plan now. We need to turn into one of the other versions of Levia, or this game is going to get out of hand.
Yeah, and even more so, I'm looking at the difference in the armor, right? In the equipment here as well. Apex already has a counter on it. Scabs has a counter on it. Meanwhile, on the other side, other than Face Purgatory, nothing has really been used from Roger. So sitting on, a good chunk of health. They did just take a bunch of damage that last turn, but they could afford to do so. They still have their armor.
6.
Oh, okay.
We got action points. A wise move by Yorick there just to go ahead and roll the bones. It's always wise to roll bones. We know that.
I mean, it is when you're throwing sixes. All right, so right when I'm talking about the equipment seat, we do have the oval going out to block now, but Roger wisely went lower than Yorick on the health to get this.
A very geometric block, as it were. But Roger's just content to say, send me the bill. And that is scary. I don't care what seat you're in. Whenever a Vincent player just shrugs and says, send it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a funeral moon. We're setting up.
We had a full hand plus arsenal, and the widespread ruin was already banished. And so we're going to banish
shadow puppetry.
Banish the moon and start with a shadow puppetry.
Oh,
another thing I just want to point out.
Yep.
So Yorick here does have 4 cards, but as I said before, the equipment seat not necessarily the greatest, but also no arsenal. So if Roger can eat Yorick's entire hand and then continue to do so from here on out, this will be a big win. But we're going to start with a casual attack for 10.
Sure. Casual 10. With a funeral moon, with a life loss trigger already on it. Woof.
It should be go again as well. I know we don't have the cool little token, but because of the puppetry.
Yep. And it is currently at a very hideous state as Yorick is rubbing temples and thinking very, very hard through this because, yikes. This is going to get a banish off the top of the deck. This, when the combat chain closes, this also has a funeral moon behind it with a card in arsenal, and a tunic counter up. I almost think that Yorick's in a spot where they have to consider, 6 blood debt is also a lot though. And you kind of need to be able to do something to prevent that as well. So the math is not mathing very well for Yorick right now, as Roger's been able to just present insane amounts of damage and value, over the course of the very scant few turns we've seen. He's just been able to kind of pop off and keep presenting horrible board states for Yorick to deal with.
Yeah, and Yorick's taking his time here trying to make sure that he can decide whether to block this or wait for what's worse, because while this does present the damage, there's not really an on hit here. It would just be raw blocking, right? So I think that the kind of dig through the discard pile there is saying, okay, is there something worse coming after this? Because there's, again, still the card in hand, still the funeral moon, still the arsenal. We could see a weapon attack in there as well, just for giggles, because why not? It's hard for me to see from this angle, but I believe we also have 3 counters on tunic, so I think that's live as far as resources go.
It's kind of all the things.
Yeah. Roger went from like 30 down to 15 for a reason, and it was because I believe Roger said, hey, I'm going to send even more your way.
Yeah, it's not a bluff. It's just right in front of you. Now, there is a consideration here for Yorick of... oof.
Yorick's face just says it all.
Yeah, the consideration here has to be, okay, can I set this turn up so that I tick down... What's the math say for ticking down blood debt to hit 13 exactly to transform? And how do I make that math work? I think that has to be the thought right now.
I don't know if that's going to be doable, though. If your opponent's already sending 10 and you're at 22, like you've got your 4-card hand, does look like we're going to see at least a 2-card block, and looks like Yorick was thinking about equipment but decided not to send the scabs over.
Is it a succumb? Oh, no. It's a call. Okay. So banish another card, sir, please.
But the call is a pretty big deal here, just because if
and a widespread destruction goes to the banish.
So if we have another attack that follows this up in any way, shape, or form, it could mess up that math of trying to end right at 13. But instead, we see resolution there on the banish. I was gonna say that that call doesn't belong there. It belongs in the discard pile.
No. That goes in the discard pile. We're not seeing this come again. Oof. We still have an action point over on Roger's side, kind of getting to think of, is there something else horrible I can do? Probably. Let's just do something else horrible and just play a Revel. Yorick is now making considering their life choices, and that is definitely going to be I think that's a Deathly Whale coming in as well.
Yes, you are correct. So that is a Deathly Whale.
Because Creepersing a Revel, feels pretty good. Now you have to find a way to block this, though, and the problem is you probably just don't have enough to do it.
Well, and that's
being at 14 is great.
That's what I was trying to say earlier with the blocks that was going out, and then with the call to remove the extra card. Even if you wanted to cover this in a certain way, you couldn't.
Moon, destruction, fist bump. We're done here.
Yeah.
That was brutally efficient by Roger Brown, just to throw it, throwing mass amounts of damage at Levia. Just wasn't able to ever get the corner, and a quick just blast. And I still had all of these, that kind of thing. That was an incredible 3-wide mass damage turn out of Roger that just sort of ended it in one fell swoop. And seeing the level of play there, I feel like we're going to see Roger again sometime in this tournament.
I was going to say, I want to first congratulate Roger on a very deserving win, because that was also sequenced incredibly. One of the hardest things about piloting Vincent, especially with the Rune Gate portion, is getting you to the point where you can weave these big Rune Gate attacks in and out, and sequencing this in such a way where the rune chants were occurring when they needed to occur. Because obviously once you play the thing with Rune Gate, your rune chants essentially reset, right? They're going to go with the attack. So being able to play the attack, and then, as you pointed out, you use the creepers to play the Revel, sets up the next one, continue on. It was just incredibly well navigated. Roger did a phenomenal job of presenting upwards of 30 damage in one turn with Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, 30 damage is a lot, and that was as ruthlessly efficient as I've seen a Vincent game in quite a long time, even having been on the receiving end of a couple of those at Pro Tour London. But congratulations to Roger on a really well-played game. We're going to work on getting a meta breakdown for everybody as well, and we'll be able to go over that as soon as we have it and sort of see what's in the room. But right now, it looks like we'll be seeing some Vincent, and seeing a lot of Vincent sooner rather than later. I think we'll transition here to a short break, potentially, and hopefully get some more action here soon for you, one way or the other. Derek, what do you want to see next? What do you think?
I don't know. That was such a fantastic sequence there from Roger. I never thought I'd say this, but I kind of want to see if, whether we see Roger again or somebody else, I want to see if we can get some more Vincent action kicking in. But
I'm pretty sure we will.
Yeah. With that in mind, I guess it will just be us taking a short break. We will be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
You go with that, Derek?
Yes, I am. I'm very good with that. Great. Because we are back. Turns out that we have just been told that we have a metagame breakdown for the field today. I'm very excited to see what kind of hero representation we have. My name is Derek, aka Charmer, once again back here with none other than Logan Peterson, my friendly compatriot from Flesh and Pod, and we are casting the German National Championship for Flesh and Blood. We've just watched round 1, and while we wait for round 2 to get started, we are very excited to be taking a look at the metagame breakdown. So I think we are going to be jumping over to that right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at this because I'm seeing it right now, and this is fascinating.
Well, we will be doing that just as soon as I hit the button.
Figure out what your buttons do? Okay, well, that happened. That helps
Ha-ha!
too. Huzzah, we did it. So let's start with the top of the list here. It's a gravy train. That's a lot of bones, sir. Make no bones about it. Gravy Bones is at the top of the metagame for the 2025 German National Championship, followed by the Gravy Bones Predator in Syndra, and then Verdance and Prism. So those are our top 4, and then 8 Acilio. Yeah, Derek, help me out here, buddy.
I got to be honest. This is a very shocking metagame for me, but this is also very cool because it does kind of highlight what I refer to as like local metagames. Like, yes, this is a very global game. Flesh and Blood is played all over the world. However, depending on the region you're from, there are certain things that people kind of latch onto. Gravy Bones is new, is fun, is flashy. The Necromancer class was highly hyped up long before we ever got it. And then it also turns out it was a really good deck. It was performing well. So I'm not surprised that that is the most represented. Syndra being a natural predator as well. Not surprised there. Verdance just, again, had some pretty big wins. Not surprised there. After that is where the real surprises lie for me. So Acilio, I have a feeling that this might just be players that really liked Aurora, or perhaps it's people that are trying to, again, capitalize on that idea of people have forgot about wizards, right? And so if Verdance just found some success, perhaps they can, replicate that with Acilio. But the other thing that really jumps out to me that I am just blown away by is only 4 Florian total in the field. This is a deck that I've personally been very high on, and so I am shocked.
There are 7 Vinsets to 4 Florian. And
there are more Jarls than Florians.
There are more Puffins than Florians. And that's another one I want to point out. There's 3 things right in the middle here that have me kind of scratching my head, not necessarily that they're bad decisions, but thinking, what's the tech here? So those 3 are the 6 Dorinthia, the 6 Fang, and the 6 Puffin. Now, I have seen some of the Puffin decks, and they're terrifying. Quite frankly, they can go wide, they can go tall, they can provide relevant on hits. They slice, they dice, they make julienne fries. It's crazy. And so that being the top of the mechanologist food chain for this meta isn't super surprising to me, but the number is. I didn't think that we'd have 6 as a representation here, above things like Azalea and Florian. And then having the 12 warriors. So if you just take warrior agnostically here and throw them as a 12, that's a lot of warrior. Well, 15 because there's some Kasai too.
I was gonna say, don't you forget about your lady.
I'm not forgetting about my lady. You watch your mouth. But so the Dorinthia is sort of a kind of a callback to a grindy value deck again. And Fang, and maybe people read Mara Ferris's article on the Mothership talking about Fang, she has put so much effort into making that deck hum that I wouldn't be surprised if kind of people picked it up, read what she wrote, kind of read her guide, and went, "Oh yeah, this is ridiculous." Because when Fang is online with the 3 fealty, it's potentially the best numbers deck that we've ever seen in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I'm personally less surprised by the warrior representation because we, in many ways, almost have a bit of a perfect storm. With new leaving the field, we did expect some guardians to return, not in massive numbers, but we do see that kind of represented with the Jarl, with the victors there. And I think that warriors can have really good matchups into guardian because of the equipment seat. So sweet. So if you're trying to cover up, dominate, for example, or overpower, or whatever the case may be, you've got the tools to do so pretty well in warrior. But also, when you've got a card like Dynamo, you can do really well into ninjas. And as we see here, Syndra is the second most represented. I think a lot of people were expecting ninjas in one way, shape, or form to make a bit of a comeback, especially with Gravy Bones being there. So the warriors are less a surprise to me. It's, again, for me, just, what happened to Florian. It's still, I think, a really good deck, but also that Acilio number is just kind of blowing my mind. I really hope that we get to see that in action, whatever shape that deck takes. I want to see it. I want to see what the sauce is.
Yeah, Acilio is a nuclear reactor, and it's really pretty good into warrior in general, from my experiences, because it is split damage, but it's split into the direction that warrior doesn't want to see it, versus a Florian, where the majority of Florian's damage is really coming from attacking, especially now that stack Florian sort of has gone away. So I'm not that surprised by the Acilio, by Acilio being the second most represented wizard. I am shocked that it's only one less than Verdance. That has me sent a little bit. But you haven't talked about Arachne Marionette being right there.
Yeah, it's not a ton of a surprise. That's the only reason I kind of glossed over it. I'm obviously a huge Assassin fan. I will say I'm a little surprised that there aren't 0 or no Slip Through the Cracks, Uzuri, any of the other choices. But
what about Huntsman?
Well, so you know what's interesting? Hey,
you're not surprised by that. Okay, I get you.
I am not surprised by it. I love Huntsman, but the biggest problem with Huntsman, I think, in the current meta is that you have a really bad matchup into Florian and you have a really bad matchup into Verdance, and arguable, it goes one way or the other, but you could potentially have a bad matchup into Vincent. Basically, what Huntsman wants to do is play a fatigue game and utilize those on-hit banishes to chip away at their deck, because your damage numbers are never going to outpace somebody. But if you're doing 1 damage but still somehow eating 2 cards, right, 1 block from hand and then you take 1 from the top, for example, you can fatigue decks. The problem is when you help heroes out, like a Florian, like a Verdance, like a Vincent, well, then you can't play the defensive side very well. So I would have said, it would be, bad, because I would expect more Florians. But when I'm looking at this field, maybe it wouldn't have been terrible. But no, I'm not surprised that there's no Huntsman whatsoever. I will also say that I think that, if I'm being honest, that Marionette might have a hard time with this field, just because I don't think that it's as fast as some of the pure numbers decks, and I don't think that the disruption is going to matter as much because of what I was just talking about, right? When I'm looking at Verdance and Vincent up there with high numbers, and Florian does only have the 4 but is still there, I don't know what your good matchups are for Marionette in this current field, unfortunately.
No, it's a very difficult field, especially seeing as you have a very good numbers deck that disrupting is difficult in Gravy Bones, but then also having again, those, you said it, those warrior decks in the top tier. There's also that Jarl lurking down there, which is painful. Victor is, I wonder if that, again, my brain switches to, I wonder if that Victor number is depressed because of how difficult it is to obtain a Rich as a Tropoldani, because The Victor is so good in some cases, especially if they see that riches early. And so I'm wondering if that number is depressed because of how much of a linchpin that card is for the Victor deck now.
So
But
I have good news.
you
For
do.
me, chat is saying that there must be a gem mistake because they are saying that there are some slip through the cracks in the field. So I have hope.
Interesting.
I
You
have
have
hope.
hope. You have hope. You just want to see some neon cyberpunk art being thrown on a playmat. I get it.
Honestly, what I
Uh,
want to see is like a slip through the cracks versus an Acilio. I really want to see this Acilio list in action because I think you hit the nail on the head earlier when you said that the split damage is in the wrong direction. One of the things that Acilio has over, say, a Verdance is that Verdance and, to some extent the Rune Blades as well, a lot of their arcane damage is still easily covered up if you go, arcane barrier 1, maybe even AB2 or something. But you don't necessarily need that tall deflection a ton in those matchups. Verdance to some degree does, but not the same way. But Acilio, what I see is the potential to go, 2 or 3 lightning attacks into like a comet storm, which has the
4,
potential
4, 8 arcane.
yeah,
right.
which has the potential to just be way over the top of any sort of AB or prevention. And I think that's actually pretty intriguing given what we're seeing with this field.
Yeah, that is a big thing that I noticed playing against Acilios is when the deck draws it is a very draw the right half of your deck type of thing. But when the deck hits the hands where they can go 2 or even 3 wide on 0 for 4 attacks and then present 6 to 10 arcane on top of it, that pivots matchup so quickly. And being on that side of the damage spectrum where it's almost like the physical attacks are window dressing to what's coming. And you kind of have to start picking and choosing as the blocking deck. Do I save my cards, to AB and try to, block small amounts of these 0 for 4s? And then what happens when they're like 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, Arsenal pass, and then you didn't block as much as you thought you could, and you're kind of sitting on a dead hand, and you took damage anyway. It becomes a guessing game that's very difficult to win at times. And so I think that Acilio is going to be especially in this specific metagame, is interestingly positioned to make a deep run.
Giving me some additional hope. I know earlier that we got word from production that there was 130 players in the field. As I'm looking at this graphic, I did some math. We're at 126. So if slip through the cracks is the hero that's missing, we might be seeing as many as 4, which also would be wild. If you would have told me going into the event that there would be as many slipped through the cracks as there were Florians, I would not have believed you.
No, I wouldn't either. I mean, not even close to close. If you looking at this graphic, if somebody were to say it's a 130 player event and Azalea is more represented than Florian, my thought would have been, man, there are 14 Azaleas.
Dorinthia, right?
Right. And that Florian number being so small is interesting to me. It's the same representation as KO, Victor, and Dash IO. One of the things, unless there is one lurking in those extra 4, one of the things that has me sad is I was looking forward to a Dash and Venture Extraordinaire, because a Dash and Venture Extraordinaire win on one of these second tier, size-wise national championships equals we say goodbye to Dash and Venture Extraordinaire. And I think that would have been so much fun to talk about, but alas, Adventure Extraordinaire is on the bench. The 10 mechanologists we have are 6 Puffin and 6 Dash IO, or 4 Dash IO. So sadly, no IE, but that's okay. Looks like we're potentially getting word from production. We'll be ready for round 2 shortly.
I believe that should be the case.
There are 4 Arachne slip through the cracks. We just got word. Uh-oh.
That makes me so happy.
There are 4 Slippies, buddy.
Makes me so happy. Especially because as I look at this field, right, there's only the 7 marionettes and then nothing else. So if you are somebody who wants to play Slip Through the Cracks, you are at your best when you don't run into many other assassins. And if you run into a mirror, it's not a big deal because you're both getting it anyway. This would almost be like an ideal field where a Slip Through the Cracks could really make a run.
No, 100%. And I feel like that gives us the potential for the marionette Slippy pseudo mirror. And I honestly feel like that's one of the more fun pseudo mirrors to watch, because you have several different pseudo mirrors, right? You have Fi and Syndra. You have Katsu and Ira. To a degree, you have Kasai, and I would actually say Fang are closer to pseudo mirrors. But the Slippy marionette one, the interplay and guesswork that goes into that matchup on both sides, it's a bunch of soul reading your opponent, and I love that type of thing. So we have a chance to potentially get one of those. Does that make you excited?
I mean, it definitely makes me excited. I love assassin gameplay, just period. So knowing that we just got the update from production, we are still a little ways out from round 2 starting. So with that in mind, before we jump to a break, looking at this field and then knowing that there's also 4 Slip Through the Cracks, do you have a hero, not necessarily a player, but just like a hero that you would say is either a dark horse or, you know, maybe low on representation that would have a chance to make a run with what you're seeing in front of you?
Puffin. I think it's Puffin. And the reason behind that is, if you look at things like Palantir Aeronaut and Jolly Bludger and a lot of these big attacks, it plays different than a lot of the other decks out there. Now, seeing that there is a big representation of Verdance and Acilio does give me a little bit of pause, because and also Vincent for that matter, because they can just pop the bird. They can take out the Polycranka to sort of take some of the card advantage away from Puffin. But left alone, the deck just presents a ton of damage in both cycles, going wide and going tall, and blocks surprisingly well. So I can see in this field sort of in that mid tier of representation, a Puffin being my dark horse, followed by an Azalea. Azalea did get some extra tools and is still scary. Those big go tall arrows with relevant on hits into some of these decks that just don't block at all is very scary. So those would be the 2 that I'm looking at and going, okay, I can see both of these. What's your take?
Azalea is one of my picks as well, largely because when I look at this field, the Prisms would scare me as an Azalea player, but the Syndras, as long as you can get those red in the ledgers rolling, I think that you would be pretty well equipped to deal with a go wide list of that nature. Similarly, Gravy Bones doesn't have the best ways to block, as you were pointing out, a lot of great on hits. I also think that Azalea, just when the players are very, very good and they know how to set up those dominate arrows, even when you're against decks that can block well, the ability to kind of go over top or through them with dominate is super relevant. So I would say that I'm gonna maybe, you know, this might be a bit of a hot take, but I actually think that Dash IO, this is one of those decks where if all things come up, and we just saw that happen in round 1 with Vincent, right? Everything came up Vincent's way and just threw insane numbers at their opponent. And when everything goes well for Dash IO, that is a deck that is capable of producing some very crazy numbers. And when I look at this field, again, there's a lot of heroes that don't, you know, necessarily block very well that are high on the representation list. So you do need some help from Gem, But if things were to go Dash.io's way, I think that would be another hero that could perform really well.
Yeah, I can see that as well. It's funny that we're both our dark horses are, Ranger, in this case, Azalea, and then Mechanologist. We just went different directions with it.
Yeah.
But the 2 Riptide in the room, I kind of feel bad for because there are 15 Gravies, and that's not good.
Not only that, sir, but there are 19 wizards.
There are also 19 wizards.
That is not what you want to see if you're a Riptide. Your traps do not work against Arcane. Granted, all of these except for Kano will still have to have some sort of attacks, but it's just not what you want to see overall when you're on Riptide.
No, that's 34 real rough ones sitting in the room. So that's a little painful, and also Prism can just also be painful. And there are 9 of those. So I still hate Prism, by the way. Still hate Prism. But that's another conversation for another day. Let's run over to a short break. We should have the round timer turning over relatively soon. So let's hit a short break here, and then we'll be back with round 2 coming up in just a few minutes. So stick around. Hi, Derek. This is going to be fun.
Yay, I'm so proud of you. You did it this time.
You know why it's going to be fun?
I'm looking at it and I see that production has just let us know that for round 2 we are going to be seeing none other than a Syndra versus Slippy matchup, slipped through the cracks. So I am very excited to see this.
This is wildly amusing because this is a hero that I am intimately familiar with, having played it in Pro Tour London, and a hero that you're intimately familiar with because it says assassin on it.
Yes, it does in fact say assassin on it, and I'm very excited to see this in action. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what the deck list looks like, because as much as Slip Through the Cracks I think has some, you know, pretty staple cards, there's still a lot of ways that you can build Slip Through the Cracks. There's a lot of wiggle room within the deck list itself, and so I want to see, you know, just for example, whether or not this is going to be a list that decided to include stuff like Prowl to kind of give you that pseudo 0 for 4, whether or not they've decided to bring options like Infiltrate, etc. But with that being said, we're getting ready to go to the players. The game is getting ready to get started, so I'm going to go ahead and send us over there now.
It looks like we have Bino Nolting on Syndra and Marius Krebs on Arachne slipped through the cracks. So, Derek, we say this a lot, but math is for blockers, right?
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a very fast matchup, at least in the early goings, until usually for these aggressive matchups, the sub 20, sub 15 health totals is where things really start to slow down. And I would expect this to be a barn burner out of the start. Sorry, I'm a little thrown off by the disrespect I see here. Why is this Syndra so beautifully animated, and then poor Chaos Incarnate Arachne Slip Through the Cracks is just static?
We know why. Because one of these is a real hero and the other one's Arachne Slip Through the Cracks.
Yeah, that's fair. I would like to say that the animation for him slipped through the cracks.
I'm going to laugh at that because I'm tired enough to laugh at that. Otherwise, I would be really giving you the side eye right now.
Yeah.
But I'm interested as well. The tension in the Syndra list is always how many blues. And because, again, I believe that math is for blockers. I am not a huge fan of the lists that run 9 to 12 blues. I prefer to be in the 6 range. But let's see what Bino has decided here for their list. And is there a similar tension with Arachne Slip Through the Cracks?
Yeah, traditionally you're not going to be very blue heavy. The only time that you typically want to play a blue is when you are looking to activate one of your daggers and then use the one floating resource as kind of a floater for something else. Does actually look like we're not going to have double Hunter's Clave here to start, which is interesting as well. But
okay.
Speaking of the tension, though, I would say that, you know, traditionally Slip Through the Cracks doesn't want more than 15 blues, and even that might be on the high end. One of the better plays that you can do with it, though, is if you're running like up sticks and run, for example, that can give you a nice clean situation where you're paying for the one on the up sticks to re-equip something and then also swing with a dagger. But a lot of times you're just kind of playing with the spring tunic as your resource generator. You know, I just realized something. Is that equipment suite is really comfy. Look at the mask.
Yeah, that's Mask of Perdition.
I'm baffled. My flappers
okay, we're pouncing Linksing in this matchup, which is also very interesting on the Syndra side. And also we're wearing our chest on our arms and our arms on our chest, which is, you know, a decision, I guess. We wish we had a counter for the number of knives that got flicked in this matchup, because I'm pretty sure it's a lot of knives getting flicked in this matchup. Just gonna go ahead and throw that out there. But This is a very, I agree with you. This is an interesting equipment setup on both ends. Pouncing Links were obviously just trying to pump through one giant turn versus, man, what? Give me a reasoning to run this mask, Derek.
If you're talking about Mask of Perdition, I don't know. I'm trying to think through any situation where the banish would be relevant for what you're trying to do. It's entirely possible that some of the stealth options that they are running would be things like the Art of Bodies, Art of Mind, potentially, if they're also running that as a blue, where they're just looking for an additional banish to draw a card, kind of serving as almost like a second snatch in a way. But I usually, when I see Slip Through the Cracks, they're running the new mask where you can still transform, even though you're not marionette, because it's a targeted one, or they're just running a more traditional headpiece that provides you a lot of value. I will say this also tells me, because I see the black text there as well, I would not be surprised if this is a list where they're starting with a stealth attack. So there is one of the arts. So that's kind of telling. I would also expect this to be the kind of list where they start with something with stealth and maybe end with contract stuff. Leave No Witnesses, I think, is the obvious one, but I'm curious to see if they're also running many of the other 0-for-4s in this list.
I think it's highly possible. And right now, also, like, of note, Bino Nolting is the reigning German national champion. So I'm pretty sure that they only know what they're doing coming into this matchup and coming into the matchups in general. And also in response to Jacob Maxwell, no, please no. Puns are not acceptable ever. And also Bino corrected the equipment suite and put his arms back on his arms and his chest back on his chest. So no, he is not currently wearing his heart on his sleeve. But so, yep, I'm marked. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hi, Mark.
So Marius beginning things with double red pitch to swing with a dagger. Obviously not ideal. And then going with the arsenal, but leaving the marked
5-card hand for a Syndra. Not how you draw it up. That's not how you draw it up. So here, we're just going to first tenant. So our next Draconics can get +1. This is just a very standard 3-go again. Nothing to see here.
This is kind of the Syndra version of Prowl. You know, I was just talking about how Prowl can be used in Slip Through the Cracks as like a pseudo 0-for-4 because of the buff on the next one, and that's kind of what this one does here as well. But does look like we're gonna get the mask triggered.
Well, it's triggered.
Now.
It's just a consideration for Bino right now. So I was a little. Oh, we're not going to do it. I was a little thrown off because we just get to Blaze Hedgehog for 5. I was a little thrown off when in this match I'm not presenting a Mask of Momentum just to start eating cards out of their hand on mandatory blocks and trying to force mass triggers through. But we already got our Acne down to 28, so we can just kind of come in now. So here's another 3. Now this does have a relevant on hit. I believe this is Burning Blade Dance, where I'll be able to fling. Yep, we're just gonna flick some knives here, throw a dagger. We're gonna get an on hit.
Also going to use our blood spattered vest here to make a resource.
CR vest made of real gorilla chest. Little Montgomery Burns for that. Take the 3. Moving on.
I wonder
what else do you want to do here?
Just kind of thinking through that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. I wonder if the thought process is that Mask of Momentum's not worth it because the game won't last more than a couple turns anyway.
Potentially, yeah. And I could see that. And if you think that there's going to be a pure race, that makes sense.
I mean,
so
Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, it doesn't start with the full health to begin with, and it's not something that wants to block. It's not like, you know, more of the mid-range style assassins that we've seen in Uzuri, Huntsman, etc. I will say this one, is running Sink Below. That's the second one we've seen. One was pitched, and now we're seeing one played from hand here. So we could be in for
an active breaking point, so it does make sense.
Yeah, we are in for at least a little bit of a deviation, but a lot of times Slip Through the Cracks really does feel like another aggro deck. And so, yeah, the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx would make sense if you just say, hey, the game's only going to be, 2 or 3 turns anyway, so I might as well get one really big turn as opposed to, the card draw is nice, but, if you get 1 or 2 per game, is that better than getting exactly what I want in the right moment?
Right. And so we have a judge call here with the damage with a miss trigger, it looks like. So we will get that sorted out here with I believe the miss trigger is on, I didn't see which card it was though. It looks like Burning Blade Dance, which would be a ability to fling another dagger, and then we have a breaking point. So the breaking point was covered up by the mask for 1 block and then a Sink Below. That's not Burning Blade Dance, though. I can't tell what that card is off the top of my head. Oh, it's Spreading Flames, I'm pretty sure. So would have an extra on hit available to it that would pump the damage by the breaking point. So if it covered up exactly 5, it would have gone 1 over. Not sure how to adjudicate that, but the judges will get this taken care of and we'll get moved on here shortly. Okay, that's an on-hit mark. All right, so they missed an on-hit mark, and totally reasonable. That does happen. So opponent is now marked. The breaking point was covered up entirely. Moving back over to the Arachne player's turn. And
hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark. Both opponents are experiencing the room as intended.
All right.
Hot on their heels. Yep. So
we are going to be kicking things off. We saw the tunic go up, so we are officially in the Marius Krebs turn, and I believe that is an Infect kicking us off. It looks like a red Infect threatening 3 and an on hit of a Blood Rot because
it's threatening 5. Like, it's threatening 5.
Yeah.
Just call it what it is.
I mean, there's a chance that we could see this get a block.
Okay. I love that you think. Well, that's a maybe. I'll give you a maybe.
Yeah. I don't expect
it.
And
there we go.
It's one of those things where, depending on the card, right? If you were going to get subpar value with it, if covering 3 would get you 5 worth of value, then that's not bad. But we are actually going to have some activations. Mask of Perdition is live, and we used our attack reaction to turn this into that Art of Desire body.
Sometimes you just have 2 tea and crumpets and to go that route. And so
Marius, I love you. So this is one of the cards I was so excited to see if anybody else was going to bring them. I'm really high on Infiltrate in Arachne Slip Through the Cracks because I think that there is a number of cards that you can very effectively steal. And okay, kind of doesn't matter when you're stealing shelter, but
so we went up to full D React Suite, it looks like, in the Syndra list, and I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing on either side of the coin, to be honest. Here, you can play that if you want to.
Yeah, and I suspect it will.
I suspect they will, yeah.
I suspect it will see some play. This was such a wild turn of events. I can't remember the last time I got lucky enough to get a defense reaction with my Infiltrate trigger. That's why I laughed. It just almost never happens. But
on the bright side, can't discard it.
No, it has to essentially be that block for 4.
That fealty token is going to mean a lot come later in the game.
You mean that second one as well? Because we do.
Yeah, they both matter, honestly.
Just create one. Now, this is an interesting spot for Marius here because... Oh, interesting. Unless they're just resolving the one from the Flick Knives. Yeah, I was going to say, I would expect this shelter to come in here. It's not full value, but you don't ever want to risk a situation where your opponent just wants to arsenal that last card and end the turn, and then you got nothing where
so
you could have got something.
The question here, okay, so they drew the card off the throw dagger, dealt the damage. Doesn't look like they ticked up Vest. A lot of times you'll tick that up as a spec target for just in case you drew something that costs 1. But he's already ticked up his Vest once. So it may have been a I want to save this for later type of thing. But a lot of times you'll do that just on spec in case the card you draw off throw daggers is going to be, or the card you draw costs 1. But I think you can make that decision. You can order those triggers however you want to. I do see that we do have some Dragonfire in hand, I believe, and a Wrath of Retribution. This is probably, unless it's a very rough on hit, this might just be an instance of send me what you got.
All right, well, we're starting things off with a pretty decent on hit here.
No, that's a real good on hit. So that's Art of Desire Body, correct?
Yes, that is correct. So if you're watching at home and and it looks like we're going to spike that with Blood Rot. Now, interesting that it's a blue pitch here does mean 2 floating resources. That could have been something that Tunic paid for, but this signals that 2 resources is either also going to be a dagger at some point in this chain, or you've got something else in your hand. But this is potentially a disastrous turn of events here, depending on what comes up. So definitely a red card. So we're going to see Blood Rot given out. We also should see a card drawn from Marius. There it goes. And this just has natural go again from the Arachne Slip Through the Cracks hero ability. First stealth card played has go again.
Yep. And so they're just kind of trading big turns at this point. So here's the Hunter's Clave with 3 cards left in hand. And the question now is, does this mark matter? We're going to say no.
Oh, I think it does.
I think it does too. And this may have been a slight misjudgment.
Oh, perhaps I'm wrong, or perhaps I'm wrong, or we could have another bait and switch situation. I would have expected this to be, say, like one of the Widow attacks where you maybe threaten a banish of a card. I don't know that I would have weaved in my dagger attack there at that point, but
spike it again.
They're just going to spike it again. Syndra is extra sick.
Yes, very, very sick. And
card off the top. That's the second infiltrate to hit a shelter.
Sometimes you just find shelter where you least expect it, and that's the top of your opponent's deck.
What a play. What a dream.
Especially with a Wrath of Retribution turn incoming, and a Art of Dragonfire sitting in there. This is okay. I wonder what's in Arsenal for Bino now, because it can still present an absolute ton of damage. So we're going to cash in a fealty.
Okay, well, that answers the question, and that's,
all right.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. This might eat the shelter right now. I would imagine that we're about to see a very big turn. That shelter is pretty incredible, though, being where it's at. But we're going to reduce the cost of our next Draconic by 1. We have a mass trigger to think about. You might actually use it here, oddly enough. Of note, you cannot discard that shelter for the prevention effect. So you can't use your opponent's shelter out of the banish zone to prevent damage from, say, flick knives or anything else that would do it. Here, the consideration is, I think that they just have to get a 0 for 3 that could be a Blood Runs Deep. It could be, which isn't a 0, which is a 0 for 2 right now, but it flicks both daggers. There we go. We'll go get Blood Runs Deep. We can play it for free because of the cost reduction from the Art of Dragon on the field, and then we can the Art of Dragon Blood. So we can play this for free for 2, flick both daggers, grab the resource off of our vest, and sort of go to town. But we'll see what we decide to do with this turn from here. If this is the next chain, next part of the chain or not.
I mean, the interesting thing here is it doesn't even have to be this next, right? So if you've got something else in your hand that also costs 1 and you want to reduce that, you could still do that and then send the Blood Runs Deep, right? So the sequencing here is still working in Beano's favor. And it does look like we're going to save that Blood Runs Deep for later.
Well, ideally, we want to save it for after attacking with Wrath of Retribution. So right now, we can play Wrath of Retribution by pitching a card.
I was going to say, that's another one that gets reduced by, chain links, though. So you don't have to leave it here. It's going to be the same, either way. So here is the Wrath of Retribution coming in.
Yep. So we're able to reduce it. So we want a Wrath of Retribution first so that we can swing with our daggers for free. And then we can play the Blood Runs Deep and fling both of our daggers and then rebuy them and attack with them again. So this is going to be as wide of a chain as you can possibly imagine with a Syndra deck. This is kind of how you draw it up. So another one for 2. And we know that, it's face-up information for Marius that Blood Runs Deep is there to flick both of these and then rebuy and attack with them again. So this is going to be presenting an incredible amount of damage. So dagger hit, go ahead and make the resource because we're going to use it later for that Art of Dragon. Or the Art of Dragon Fire.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm very surprised that Marius has blocked in this fashion, just because, again, you do have that shelter there.
You do. Looking to cover up a free 4, which that probably was, I probably would have played that early.
I was going to say, I think I would have just covered up the first one because, again, this is a deck where there's not a lot of relevant on hits. And if I know I'm in a situation where I can get the full 4, I would care, I think, more about getting that. Or is this a situation where, look, I'm not going to lie. I've been guilty of this. Sometimes I have banished things with Infiltrate and forgot that I could play it. So is this a situation where the shelter on that side has just slipped Marius's mind? Because I don't know what else.
Unlikely to me.
I don't know what else you'd be waiting for here, but we shall see.
Here comes another 3. And we're cashing in our flight path. Going down to 4. So we can attack with a dagger again. And then we're going to attack for 3. This is where, if you go down to 2, you just die. Flick Knives, or go down to 3, you just die because Flick Knives is active. Yep. And then cash it in for the art off the fealty. You take the 2. You go to 1. And now you're deterministically dead to a Flick Knives. Not good. Not good at all. So, Assassin guy.
Yeah.
A 2-card hand, 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. Can that deal 24 damage in Slippy?
Not likely.
I'm sorry, there's 2 blood rots, only 20. Can you deal 20?
Still not likely. And certainly not now.
uh, I mean, that is a persuasive prognosis.
It is a persuasive, but it's unfortunately one of those situations where the only reason I said not likely is you could hit a very weird, a very strange, sequence of events with card draw. I wouldn't expect that here, but we've already seen 2 of the Art of Desire bodies, so it could have been like a third, and then if they're also running the mind as their blues and they magically hit a blue and everything goes correct, you could draw into stuff where you would at least threaten enough damage to maybe get cards from hand, but the reality is no, you are not going to get there.
Nope, because this is just going to be a attack, and then an attack, and then an attack. And then an ignite? Which does reduce the cost of Syndra.
Yeah, we're just going to reduce to get the daggers back, and then from there.
And then we're just going to go ahead and flick a dagger, and we're done here. So that giant Wrath of Retribution turn. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, that's plenty of damage off of Wrath of Retribution to close a game out, alongside an Art of Dragon Fire, an Art of Dragon Body that was Draconic. So yeah, go again. You know what? That entire turn was disgusting.
Yeah, the turn was absolutely disgusting. That being said, Beano Nolting really performed well there. We saw very phenomenal sequencing, in my opinion. Again, very patient, a lot of opportunities for just extending the damage over and over and over again, which I'm a huge fan of. One of the other things that I want to point out is early on, there was that very first turn from Marius, which was incredibly lackluster, right? I think we kind of passed over it quickly because it was early in the game, but we did see a situation where there was a double pitch to send a dagger.
Yep.
That's not what you want, especially in those early turns when your opponent has already thrown a bunch of damage at you and you kind of fall behind. In a race like this, you really need to stay in the game in terms of tempo, and Marius really struggled after that.
Yeah, and that's a hard thing, right? Like when you have those types of turns that you have to try to weather the storm of, especially out of a deck like Syndra, that can just extract a ton of value, and being able to fetch the blood runs deep and turning that, that blood runs, that the Mask of Pouncing Links was effectively 6 extra damage, right? And that's a ton to weather through. Also, let's not forget that Marius had a really good turn very early on that looked like he was going to be able to turn the corner, peel cards, deal damage, do all of the different things that the deck wants to do, and got stuffed by double Sink Below.
Yeah.
And that's rough too. There are max probably 6 defense reacts in at that point in time. 9 is possible, but it's most likely just shelters and sinks. But having your opponent having 2 of them, 1 in hand and 1 in arsenal, to still also be able to come back with a relevant hand is backbreaking when you're going to slam in a bunch, when they're you're looking to slam in a bunch of damage with relevant on hits. That's really rough for Marius there. I do think we'll see that still later. Again, well played on both sides, but congratulations to Beano Nolting. Our 2024 German national champion is currently 2-0, so we may be looking at a repeat. Who knows?
I mean, if that performance was any indicator, I would not be surprised to see Beano going deep into the event. Now, there is always the draft portion, right? The limited portion of these events, which Beano will have to navigate. The constructed deck here looked incredibly strong. We do still have one more round of Swiss, and then after that, we are going to be coming into a situation where we have a draft, 3 rounds, and then another draft and 3 rounds, and that closes out day 1. Then day 2 will kick things off with 3 more rounds of Swiss, and then they do their cut to the top 8. So we're going to see one more round of constructed, and then we get to the draft portion where, yeah, you could have a great game plan for, you know, what to bring in constructed into the field, but what do you do? What do you do when you're at a draft table and suddenly your opponent drafted Scurv and you weren't expecting it? I don't know. I'm just so excited to see where this takes us.
Yeah, it's pretty it's a big advantage to start off 3-0, knowing that a 2-1 in both drafts is still very good. But even then, this draft format is incredibly skill intensive, and it really rewards preparation. And that's vitally important. So we're going to take at least a little bit of a break, and there's still quite a bit of time left in the round, but we are going to come back and have a discussion on where we are, you know, wins, losses, who's up, who's down, and try to kind of piece together what's kind of showing out and what's showing up and what we can expect to going into draft. So please stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes. So and then if you're used to listening to our inane chatter, it should be everything that you've ever wanted. So please stick around.
Logan.
Well, 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 well. So far, Derek, we have seen I believe my count was 29 damage turn out of a Vincent, and then a 33 damage turn out of a Syndra, because not to be outdone. Do you think we'll get over 33?
It's possible.
There's Kanos. There are Kanos.
Yeah, there are Kanos. And honestly, I don't even think we've seen the final form of Syndra yet. It was absolutely an explosive turn, don't get me wrong, but I think that we are capable of seeing more. I do expect this last round to maybe not be as explosive, but I don't know. Time will tell.
We could slow it down maybe a little bit. You never know. But right now, it's been a casting, speculating, and then somebody's face gets incinerated.
Yeah, pretty much. It's saying like, hey, we think that and the game's over. Okay, well, that was fun. Both teams played hard. No, like, jokes aside, it actually has been some pretty fun gameplay, at least for me. I like explosive turns. I like aggressive decks. I really like aggressive mirrors. I think the only thing that was missing this time around for me is that a lot of times aggressive mirrors, if they're at parity, when they get to that end state, then things go in the reverse. They kind of grind to a halt where both players are trying to find that little bit, right? Just get that edge. We just didn't really see that in the last round, largely because the Arachne Slip Through the Cracks player had a bit of a slow start due to having to pitch 2 red cards for a dagger activation, kind of subpar, just fell behind on tempo, but we can't have that happen every game. So I'm really looking forward to what we have coming up here in the future. Speaking about what we have coming up, production has let me know that we have a Dorinthia player that will be going up against Gravy Bones. Now, these are 2 heroes we have not yet seen on the broadcast, and one of them is a warrior. So how excited are you?
I'm pretty excited. We do get the fridge in full effect against a Gravy Bones, as well as if this is Dawnblade Dory and not Hatchet Dory, that Dawnblade can get very, very big against a Gravy Bones, and we could see a monstrous Dawnblade. We'll have to see what. So it's Niels Clapper on Dory and Christopher Bizow on Gravy Bones. Now, if we end up seeing a traditional Gravy Bones list, this is something that Warriors really do enjoy playing into, mainly because if you're a Kasai, you get to stack up coppers for free. If you're a Dory, you get to stack up counters on your Dawnblade for free. If you're a Fang, you get to get your on-hit fealties for free. So a lot of times, this is kind of those matchups where Warriors want to see it, but there's a lot of things a Gravy Bones can do to have explosive turns that even test the Warriors' ability to block out and have a fridge. So let's send it down to the tables. We have 2 2-0 players, Christopher B.
Yeah, I say let's do it, because I already did it when you said let's send it down, because I'm a professional. Jokes aside, I am really excited to see this because I think you hit the nail on the head. If you're watching and you're not familiar with this particular matchup, or just kind of Dawnblade Dorinthia and why it's so good into allies, because this was also an option when Dromai was floating around. The Dawnblade only requires you to not hit an enemy player to stack up those counters. So if a Gravy Bones starts giving too many targets to Dorinthia, they can just clean up the allies while making that sword get absolutely massive. Now, the tricky part here is that you could try to play a measured game plan where maybe you only have one ally so that they have to come at you as the player with that second attack if they want to get the counters. But the problem with that strategy often is that there's a lot of cards that do not block in Gravy Bones as well. So we're going to have to wait and see how Christopher navigates this against Dorinthia. Yeah, it's very apt too, because it looks like the sunlight is starting to come in there in Germany on site, and it's actually cascading down on the Dawnblade. It looks like it might be one of those. Yeah, I was gonna say one of the old CNCs, if you will, of the high seas as an option, but it doesn't look like that's the card they're selecting. Yeah.
Play this from the Dory player. We're also now just going to look at doing an okay. We're looking at singing steel blading. We're going to get in on this right away. No waiting around. Says the Dory player. Sawbones is only 2 health, so attack with the Dawnblade into him, run it through. Uh, Watery Grave trigger that goes face down. Dorinthia trigger, Singing Steelblade. Yeah, this is the entire thing, right?
Yes.
We're just gonna do all of it right now.
We're gonna do all of the things, and again, just really punish Christopher right out of the gate. Christopher does, I believe, have that boat still in the arsenal, so would like to get that up and going at some point, but
oof. And then here just comes a Dawnblade.
Just a Dawnblade.
Just a Dawnblade. There's nothing to see here. It's fine. It's just a Dawnblade. All these tipples in hand. And looks like we have a sunken treasure.
I think
what's on top of my deck?
I was gonna say, I think that obviously the big issue here, right, is that this first one is easier to block, and you know that you want to block at least one of these out so that you can try to prevent the counter going on. But as we all know,
yes,
with these warriors, right, reprise is often something you have to worry about. There's still cards in Clapper's hand.
Also important to note that we went ahead and we're just gonna block all of it. Yeah, just the warrior way. Block it all. Yep, that's best we got. Smart move on the part of Christopher there to just say, yep, it's either none of my hand or all of my hand. That's how we play against Dorinthia. Draw pass. But here's that tempo swing we talked about. I see a Blade Flurry. We have a Vigor Pop, so our Dawnblade doesn't cost a pitch. We just have another Singing Steelblade for our trouble. Spoils. Oh boy. This is funny.
All right, so another relatively large Dawnblade attack incoming.
Yep. What do you want to do with this one? Do you want to keep blocking with your entire hand? Do you want to, knowing that this already has go again? The coppers are fairly irrelevant in Dorinthia for the most part. But even here, if you allow the hit, you're allowing another Grains activation. We have a pitch into a Brave Forge available to swing again. There's a Chart the High Seas in Christopher's hand, so maybe thinking maybe we can get a Rigor online and try to like leverage a little bit. But ultimately, this is going to get rough. We have Blade Flurry, so yep, knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Just going to go ahead and take this casual 9. And then decision making, you get 2 coppers, draw a card, and then your next decision is, are we paying for Grains or no? My guess is looking at the hand, it might be a no.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think right now, just based on what that draw was, that dictates that. Yeah, I was going to say, it does look like
That's
we're just
unsheath.
going to unsheath the Dawnblade to swing another time.
With go again.
And it's, yeah, with go again, but also it's still large because, you know, some of those buffs last for the turn.
Steel Blade, Blade Flurry, and the unsheath buff. I believe this is just another 9.
Just another 9 with still one card left in hand, mind you.
With a card left in hand. Yeah. Thank you very much for playing.
So far, we are in round 3, and it feels like if you're not presenting more than 20 damage at least once, then like, what are you even doing? These
why are you even trying?
Crazy. And we do have a twinning as well.
It's a twinning blade. This is fine. Draw a card off singing, make 2 more coppers. You know, you take a casual 10 damage on that one. You might as well just swing with a Dawnblade again. There's no reason not to at this point. You don't get the pump anymore. You don't get the pump anymore from the Blade Flurry. Yep, so we're just take another 5. Everything is fine. Another card draw. Off of singing. So yeah, let's just go ahead and pitch into grains.
So the second one hit, and unless I'm missing something, should that not have received the +1 counter? I thought it's when it hits the second time and not at the end of the turn that it gets the counter.
I believe it's end of turn.
I thought end of turn was when it checked if you remove the counters. I just pulled it up.
So Dawnblade, yep, is yep. Missed the counter on Dawnblade, it looks like. So oops. There's a miss. I mean, you still just casually knocked your opponent down, you know, 15 health on that turn or whatever, or no, more 24 health on that turn.
24. Like I said, if you're not doing more than 20, then what are you even doing at this point? But yeah, there should have been, I believe, the Dawnblade counter there, and I'm not seeing a die placed on the Dawnblade at the moment either, so perhaps that
might have just been a miss. Yep.
Yeah, just an afterthought. We'll have to, I guess, keep track of that, but nonetheless, incredible turn.
Yeah, but now Whaler Humperdinck is sitting in the graveyard ready to be deployed. Do we have the blues for it right now is the question.
It doesn't look like it's a super blue heavy hand at the moment, and it is also worth noting that because Nils went so deep into the turn last turn, there's no arsenal left over, just expended every card available. And I think that kind of threw Christopher for a loop, because remember, that's a Conqueror of the High Seas in the arsenal, and that's not necessarily, like, it's still a solid attack, don't get me wrong, but it's not something that I think that you want to use when your opponent is not sitting on an arsenal like this.
So flying high into Rigor Mortis with a gold-baited hook activation. We're going to come in for 6 on hit gold. We're thinking on this Crown of Providence block. This does have go again from the flying high. So on hit, make a gold. Block 3, take 3. Choosing to not sync any cards with the crown, which makes me wonder why we just didn't block with Grains or Brave Forge there. But regardless, either way, gold creation, and Christopher's like, well, I guess that was fun. What do we do next?
I think sometimes you just have to establish dominance. You look your opponent in the eye and you say, look, I've hit you 3 times with this Dawnblade. I'm not even going to put a counter on it. By the way, I'm going to crown and not sink. What do you got, right? You just intimidate through game actions. And it does look like the Humperdinck is there along with the Rigor Mortis. So now the real question is, what do we see with this Dawnblade? Are they going to go at some of the allies for the free hits? But also, Humperdinck is another thing where I think we have to start thinking about that missing counter on the Dawnblade, because that's an ally where you would want that extra
health.
power, to potentially clear it very economically.
Yeah, that extra point of damage could be relevant. Sorry, 7 health. So this could be very, very, very important. And we're just going to take out Rigger for free. We do have our on hits to consider now. And you do get the ability to hit the Whaler. If you can hit it for 7, you can take out the Whaler and then maybe this time remember the counter. We're going to pay for a Brave Forge activation with an Iron Song response. Oops. Maybe not what they intended. Now, key here is Iron Song response would not be able to buff being sent into Whaler.
Correct.
So, because Reprise would never trigger. But now kind of have to look at your hand, because you can still go at Whaler and not deal lethal damage to get the counter on your Dawnblade. You do then run the risk of just getting smacked for 11. And it's not going to be just 11, because there is that CNC in Conqueror of the High Seas sitting in the arsenal. So switch it up, and I think we're coming upstairs, it looks like. And tip the hand with the Reprise on it. And this does not have the Brave Forge activation. So this is just a naked Dawnblade for 3.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to harp on it too much, but you really are kind of missing that +1 counter here, because the first one is so important because it's a natural break point, right? If your opponent, with you having tipped your hand accidentally here, expects you to plan to arsenal the other card, they know you've got the +3 of the 3, and they want to throw 6 block in front of it, that's fine. But there's a big difference between 6 block and 7 block, right? That 1 point up over the threshold is really a big deal as well. I mean, we were talking about it for clearing allies, but it also really matters when you're assigning those blocks. I think...
Don't forget your counter.
I was going to say, I think that we just saw another hit.
Hey,
we got a counter this time.
The crowd goes mild.
And he's laughing and smiling, so I think that he has also realized the mistake from the turn prior.
The anguish on the faces of both players has been pretty great, as Niels with the anguish of, I wish I would have forgot that counter, and Christopher with the anguish of, I wish I didn't get paired into Warrior. Ooh, and is that a Marvel Anka that I see?
It is.
Art by our good friend Iswardi Theriento. Our friend Iswardi never misses, by the way. Not once.
His friends get to call him Ijur, which is why I call him Iswardi.
If he's watching right now, he's going to be very offended at that statement.
No, I think I saw on the break, I think I saw him in chat, and so if you are still there, Ijur, I do in fact love you. But I also do not love Christopher's position right now, and you can kind of see the anguish here, right? Because you'd love nothing more, I think, to be able to throw that Conqueror of the High Seas into a Whaler, but that just requires so many resources that you do not have access to with this hand.
This is correct. So your decision points are what have I got here?
Oh,
we can just crack a gold.
We can crack a gold. We can keep doing this, and
that's a blue.
That's a way to ramp into them.
Mm-hmm. You can do it again if you want to. It's like toast. It's cook bread and then cook it again. And Nils is staring at his hand going, 11?
If you crack one more gold, so if this is 3 blues and you crack one more gold and find another blue, then you would hit enough to be able to do it.
Yep, he's doing the math right now. The math is mathing, if you do get it.
Oh, is that, wait, I think that's the give no quarter there, though, as well, right?
It is a give no quarter, correct.
So there's also the potential where if you wanted to get Anka on the board, we could do something with that as well and diversify.
Reducing
like you could do
cost,
a Conqueror into an Anka and then just save the Whaler for a later turn, potentially.
there are options here, and we'll see what Christopher decides. You could also pitch into another gold. We're going to just look at what's on top and get some free information. The Anka was discarded this turn, I believe. So Dead Threads should be online. We'll just have to see what the decision point is.
It is also worth noting the gold baited hook is sideways, which means at some point that was activated to, you know, threaten getting the gold token when we finally make a pirate attack. We know it's coming. All right, Dead Threads activation, so we're going to get the resource here as well. Again, that's available from the Anka. Actually, yeah, I like
Tipple,
where we're going with this.
Sea legs. Yep, Tipple, discard a sea legs. Get a Gold Kiss Rum. So it gives us a go again source. Draw our card. Looks like we drew another ally potentially. Can't quite see the hand well enough.
It's another Anka, it's just not a Marvel.
Oh, how dare they? So now we pop a gold. Draw. Ditch the other Anka. We're trying to establish some dominance here. We also, again, still have a Gold Kiss Rum. We still have the ability to do quite a bit.
Yeah, this is a Gravy Bones turn that's honestly kind of starting to feel like a Kano turn, just with the cycling and trying to go deeper, right? It's so interesting the way that you can use these gold tokens to continue to dig.
Those are swabbies down there. That actually changes quite a bit. Because if those are swabbies, then we can pitch to get another 7 POW in play. Oh, now we have to count the resources here. So, yep, did not need to pitch. And so now we have that's actually 2 swabbies down there.
Yep, that was my mistake. The art looks so similar to the Anka.
Yeah, it's just a big hulking thing. This turn out of Gravy Bones is actually quite fascinating because they have so much gas with all the gold tokens and everything else that they could do several different things, and a Gold Kiss Rum for that matter. We're going to start with a Conqueror of the High Seas, though. How do you feel about this?
I like this as the game plan. I still feel like this is ultimately what Christopher was trying to get to, just because right now you've got this massive attack with Go Again, and that's the real key, right? Like the allies were an interesting
thing.
Go
Again.
But we have 8 Go Again that's also threatening to make a gold from the gold baited hook. It's also threatening to create a gold if they destroy the card in the arsenal. So we saw Christopher go through a bunch of gold tokens, but has the potential to replenish them. Still 2 cards in hand. So even if it's not the game plan of Christopher, I think Nils has to respect the possibility of a Humperdinck attack following this as well.
There's also another Singing Steel Blade in Nils' hand.
Yeah. So
we're going to take it on the chin.
I think what really the decision here for Nils is just whether or not you want to protect that card in your arsenal, because you have the health to just eat this. Like, this could be a big turn from Christopher, and Nils could still come out ahead on life at the end of it. Does look like we're going to get at least a 1 card block, though, but still will ultimately lose the card in the arsenal.
What do we lose? Show me potato salad.
It was the Iron Song.
It was the Iron Song. Yep. And we get an agility, so our Dawn Blade is going to have Go Again.
Yep, and that Vigor token as well, which is...
Yep, so it's free real estate. So here do we have 2 blues to pitch to swing with Whaler? Nope, we're going to play out a Swabby and call it a day. Sounds good. Arsenal a card. A decent turn for Christopher. But I think Niels looks at that and goes, okay,
Yeah.
my turn. Resource, agility, singing, swinging. Are we just to clear the Swabby with a singing? Sure. Sounds great.
If you're Christopher, I think you're just sick of this card at this point.
You've seen it a lot. Let's put it that way.
You've seen it a lot.
And
Dawnblade doing work. Could be even more dangerous. Again, could have one more counter on it.
Steelblade Supremacy, not singing, but same story where we're drawing cards forever.
Yes. I mean, ultimately, that's the concern here, right? Is that you don't want your opponent to draw cards and continue to kind of run this through. It also doesn't help that this was essentially free because of the Vigor token that blew up at the beginning of the turn, and now we're going to have another pitch for the, Brave Forge into another swing. Just doing some math here on Nil's side.
Yep, 4, 6, Brave Forge is 7. Dawnblade is 4, +2 from Supremacy. That's 6. Brave Forge is 7. Can just send it into Whaler and clean it up. Get a counter. We also just go upstairs with it. It's your choice, really. It's fine. Whatever you have decided. Looks like we're not even going to think about Whaler. We're just going to go straight upstairs.
And I like this because, honestly, when you're looking at the game state, your opponent's at 13 health, and you could clean up the Whaler, but when are they going to have the resources kept back in their hand where they'll be able to activate it reliably? And even if they do, it's a lot of damage, but there's no on-hit associated with the Whaler, and you have such a health lead that if you're Nils, I think you just say, I want you to spend cards from your hand, but more importantly, what happens if your opponent just doesn't have the blocks, right? Again, we've talked about these allies. They don't have a block value. Sometimes you can catch Gravy Bones in these situations where even if they wanted to block it all, they can't. So why not just reach for the stars if you're Nils here? I love this.
Yeah, there's no reason not to just go upstairs at this point. We're probably going to get a clean 7 block out of here because we just... If you're Christopher, you pretty much have gotten to a point where you can't afford to continually take damage.
All right, I think that's a Blood in the Water that came from the arsenal.
Yep.
And so that does get you to the clean 7 block that you were talking about. So if you're watching at home, not familiar with Blood in the Water, it's a defense reaction. It is a 0 for 4, but when it defends, you can discard a card or destroy the top card of your deck. And if that card has Watery Grave, then it gets +2 defense, right? So it's a 1 card 6, and then with the other card, it would have been the 7.
Doesn't have a good way to activate Tipple here, or for a good Tipple here. We do have ability for a Dead Threads activation. We can also just swing Whaler, which 11 might be the best thing to do. Yeah,
it looks like that one of those cards is another Blood in the Water, so it very well could be a situation of trying to see if you can still save that to Arsenal. So cracking a gold here, I think trying to find another blue.
Well, he knows there's a blue on top.
Okay.
Or no, yellow on top, sorry.
Or a yellow, but we all have the floating one, right? So.
Yep, Chum for Tipple. Tipple for a gold. And a card draw. Oh, we're going to ripple away.
Ripple away. So back when this card was first released, I had posted, rather jokingly, mind you, that was going to be one of the most important generics out of that set, but it has
that was
showed up.
Brutal.
If you are not familiar with Ripple Away, it has an ability where you can discard it, and then action cards, if they would make a token, they make 1 less of them. So when your opponent is trying to make gold, you can deny the gold tokens.
Oh, that's funny. We just decided to activate Dead Threads, pitch one of the Blood in the Water in our hands to make a Sawbones, it looks like, and then pass the or that's a Sawbones, yeah. And then pass the turnip. Oof. That's harsh. That gold token I think meant a lot.
I think it definitely was intended to help extend the turn a bit, but what a fantastic use of Ripple Away there by Nils.
We have a Tip the Bar, keep a Give No Quarter, a Sunken Treasure, and a Chum in hand on that side. We're just going to blow a copper. That's what they're there for. There's no blood on our hands in this deck.
No, sometimes if your hand is not very good, you can cycle. It does look like it was just a rather blue heavy hand. So why not cycle through the copper? I mean, we saw the Ripple Away discarded as well. We got 2 blues there in that pitch zone on top of it.
You might as well just go ahead and blow up the Sawbones while we can. And then swing back at your face for 4.
Christopher here has to respect the fact that Nils has not only 2 cards still in hand, but also that arsenal and the floating resource. So kind of the worst nightmare when you're trying to defend this first weapon attack. If you overcommit, then they could just say, okay, not play anything other than, you know, a go again activator of some sort and then send it again. If you don't attack, then they can just pile on this, or excuse me, if you don't block the attack, they can pile on the second one. This is really a pick your poison moment.
Yeah, and you almost have to block with a card and then watch for their reaction. You do have at least one. You have a no block in hand with Chum. You do have, I believe, have a Blood in the Water and Arsenal. We passed, and we're jagged edging. Can't be prevented. Okay. That's now brutal. We're going to activate Dead Threads to quick dodge, which is something you can do. We did have a discarded Chum, I believe, this turn. And react, discard again. That is going to blow the quick dodge, but it's a pretty good use of quick dodge. If we have reprise, we can always get over the top, but not in this case. We're just going to go ahead and leave well enough alone.
Oh.
And that does leave Chris with a pretty good hand. 3 blues, give no quarter, tip the barkeep, sunken treasure.
Now, unless I'm missing something, that was fully blocked out, correct?
Correct.
So maybe this is karma catching up, because I believe that Dawnblade should lose the counter then.
The Dawnblade did hit once because it did clean up an ally.
Oh, that's correct. It cleaned up the Swabby. Gotcha.
Yep. So it did actually, in fact, hit once.
I was so excited staring at the life totals that I forgot about poor Swabby.
Yeah. Poor guy. Never stood a chance. Sawbones, but still never stood a chance. The Swabbies have not come out to play yet. Could now. Here's a give no quarter. There's our blue in the yard. Here's a free Swabby. You can play a free Swabby. Gold Kiss to attack with Swabby, play a Swabby? Yep, it's cheap from that. Yep. We're going to Gold Kiss to attack with a Swabby. Gold. We're going to tip. We're use our gold baited hook, and then we're going to attack for 7.
All right, took us a bit, but we got there.
We got there. We did it.
So we have an attack for 7. Gold-baited hook is online, so threatening to create a gold token. None to steal on the side of Nils, just has that 5 copper. No, there is no currency exchange. Be kind of wild if instead of stealing just 1 gold, you could take like 3 copper or something.
If you could just take any denomination. Nope. We're just going to take 7. Send me the bill. That's fine. And then I just tip. Always tip your barkeep.
And then we get a first mate as well.
Yep. We now have a board. And I'm pretty sure Nils just sees a bunch of Dawnblade counters. Step 1, go ahead and play a Warrior's Valor. So that's always good. That's always a good start. Because all you have to do is hit for go again.
Right. It's just a question of what do you want to clean up here, I think.
You probably just go at the Swabby is my guess.
Or do you just full send?
Or just full send?
All right, we're gonna clean up
the chum. All right.
Our first mate is first to go.
Yep. And now determination. So now we have dominate.
Oh, okay. So with dominate, I feel like this one has to be
go
targeting
upstairs.
Christopher. Yeah.
Now, Christopher does still have a reasonable amount of block on his equipment as well. I just don't know that there is a spot for Christopher to prevent all of this that's going to be coming in.
Well, especially when you've got Nils with 2 cards still in hand, I would be hard-pressed to think that they have any ability to stop all of it. No card in arsenal.
Where it's just like, okay, I guess we take it. And we have Nils probably thinking on Grain's activation right now. Now we are still there's 18 damage on board right now for Christopher. So we are banking on the reprise a little bit. We are going to make a
remembered the Dawnblade counter.
We made it our Dawnblade counter. And we're going to Arsenal and pass. Now again, there is 18 damage on board for Christopher with doing nothing at all.
Well,
just blowing a Gold Kiss Rum and pitching some cards.
I was going to say, pitching a lot of cards is not nothing, though. And the thing is
That's
again,
true.
It's not really on hits that you worry about. So Nils could still just soak this. You have a Dawnblade that now has 2 counters on it. Should be 3, but it has 2 on it. You've got the Vigor token, and you've got a fistful of cards and a card in arsenal. If you draw the right suite, it might be worth it to just take as much as possible and then full send back. Because, again, all it takes is one of those hands where Christopher doesn't have, a healthy number of cards with block in hand. I also think it will depend on how Christopher's turn goes here, because if he ends without another card in arsenal, that could also be a tip to Nils. Hey, I don't have to worry about those defense reactions that have been plaguing me.
Well, and right now it's like we have a flying high, it looks like, and a couple of blues. So we're doing okay. We can still attack with go again, even though we tapped our hero, so we don't have access to the Gold Kiss Rum. So we can still have go again. And we have a Rigor Mortis in the bin. So if this is a blue flying high, then you could just get your Rigor back. We're just doing some quick math. This is the hard part of the Gravy Bones deck, is figuring out how to make the math.
That's why I was equating it almost to piloting Kano earlier. I know it's not the same. It's not trying to make one single number as large as possible, but The sequencing, the outs, the ability to dig deeper into your deck. With Gravy Bones, it's more with gold as opposed to, with a hero power, but there is some similarities when you're kind of looking at the play patterns here.
So you play out a Sea Salt Swell. 2 cards in hand. And it's like, okay, this is why we play Brave Forge Bracers. This is going to be most likely close the chain so we can get Rigor Mortis on board. Yeah. But that also gives me 1 block back with my equipment.
There's also still the ability to block with Grains as well.
Avast Ye has been played.
Avast Ye!
That's exactly what I was trying not to do, but thank you for that.
What's the point of having a pirate set if you're not going to talk like a pirate?
It's fair, I guess. So our Swabby has go again. And it's gold on hit. 2 gold on hit.
Correct.
And then from there, we can Dead Threads out our Rigor Mortis, and that's our turn. Okay, take 5. You get 2 gold for your trouble. Only 1? Okay. So we're going to Dead Threads for a resource. And we still had a card for pitch. So we're just going to play out a Chum and attack with it. So of note, Chum is 4 damage.
It is 4 damage.
You can force the first attack to come at Chum. That didn't sound good at all. And that might be the better play here.
I think it's going to depend on what the turn order for Nils is, because if you've got something that you can play in the reaction step and you don't have to play a non-attack up front, you can just swing with Dawnblade first.
Correct. As long as you don't pass priority. Grains of Blood still... Oh, no longer blocking. I think it was still blocking for so long. I think it blocked for 6 at some point.
I think it's missing that die that's over there in the pitch. It's supposed to be on the Grains, as that should also have a counter on it.
Yeah, it should also have a counter on it.
But they will get there. They are deep in thought at the moment. Nils trying to calculate how. Yeah, and we have Christopher pointing. Oh yeah, hey, by the way, that should have a counter.
Yeah. How did this all go wrong?
Stop forgetting counters, positive and negative.
Yeah, just any at all, really.
All right. Nils really thinking through this here. We see again the full grip plus the card in Arsenal, and it is a swing of Dawnblade right out of the gate.
And it's going upstairs, it looks like.
Yeah, I believe that's
going to
be
running it through.
Love this start for Nils.
That's 5 upstairs. Oh no, we sent it at Chum. Interesting. So we sent 5 at Chum. Looks like there was an unsheathed in hand.
And now Nils was shaking the head there. I don't know if maybe it was a not thinking about Chum surviving or just cursing that this should be a 6 power Dawnblade or what.
That might be it. It might be that the thought process was to unsheath first, not thinking, or to go upstairs first. With the run through pumping the second Dawnblade swing, not the first.
Right, because
Dawnblade swing.
At that point, even if Christopher makes you target the Chum, you at least clear it, right? So I think Nils leading off with that might have wanted to go toward Christopher, right? Target Christopher first. That does make a lot of sense. Maybe that was why there was the shaking. It's just so interesting because there is a lot of cards still available to Nils, but with the kind of looming, yeah, and there's another head shake. I think that there was a declaration mistake that was just made here. And the timing could not be any worse for Nils. This was a game that looked firmly in his grasp after an explosive start, but it's been, you know, a clunky hand here, a misstep there, and suddenly Christopher finds themselves in a very competitive board state.
Yeah, when your board state has a bunch of damage on it, you have a Conqueror of the High Seas in hand. The world's your oyster at this point. If you can just weather this turn, and that attack not taking out the chum is vital as soon as priority is passed. You just get to keep your entire hand.
And if there's no other reactions here that help you defeat the chum, you have to assume you're stuck targeting it the second time. I think they're trying to call a judge now.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get clarification on something. And there's 2 allies in Christopher's hand, so if you just sent it upstairs to start with, you could have caught him.
This third round has not been disappointing whatsoever because it is full of the what ifs. It's also been captivating in terms of interesting play lines. We've seen Christopher navigate, you know, turns where, yeah, he's had a 4-card hand, but has seen like 10 or 11 cards between digging and filtering and things of that nature. Nils ends up...
Had to send 2 cards at chum.
Yeah. Does end up with the 3rd counter on the Dawnblade. So that's at least getting a bonus for the future. You still have the 5-card hand essentially at the moment at your disposal, but you're going to have to weather yet another onslaught of attacks from Christopher now. And it's looking like it might just kick things off with the Conqueror. Yeah, I was going to say that's a pitch, so that's signaling to me that this is going to be a big attack with Go Again. Nils has that arsenal card, so you want to target it, threaten to destroy it, and get that gold.
Yeah, but Nils' life total is also 12. Like, that's not to be, you know, trifled. An 8-power attack is not to be trifled with, especially with a 7 and an 11 sitting on board still.
You know, I was kind of this. I was going to say, I was kind of jokingly harping on that Dawnblade counter, but after that chum interaction, it really did come back.
It did come back to bite. Now we get to see if Nils can dig out of it. It's like, I got 2 block here. There's to be 2 cards and 2 block. If I want to keep this arsenal, nope, we're just going to take 8. We're going to lose this Warrior's Valor, give up the gold token, and then in comes probably a Swabby for 7 here.
It does look like that's likely the play. I think that's a yellow, unless...
It's a yellow in hand. Yep.
I was going to say, unless we crack the gold. Oh, okay. So not what you wanted to see if you're Nils. Going to 1.
Not at all.
Now this almost has to be the Swabby, which... Well, maybe not.
We can play a Rigger and swing for 6, which is going to automatically... Or are we going to swing for 7?
Yeah, we're going to do still the Swabby. Okay.
2 cards. It should take 2 cards and your equipment. And you're still alive. And so we have Unsheathed and a Steelblade Shunt, which not specifically useful right now.
Yeah, not really a great way to use the shunt the last time, though.
So this is going to turn into a unsheathed Dawnblade for 9.
And then that's probably just a...
I think you have to send it upstairs.
Yeah, I think you have to send it upstairs just to pull cards out. But then as far as the other card left in your hand, right? I think you're just almost kind of feigning this.
Like if he doesn't block with all 9, or if he doesn't block 9, he takes 1, and then if you take if you block 6, take 3, go to 5, they get another attack. It's not for near as much, but it's with potentially with a Brave Forge activation on top of it. So it ends up being 7 at minimum.
I mean, if your opponent full blocks this out, so your attack has go again, but the full block out means that Dorinthia wouldn't get to trigger, allowing you to do it a second time. Oh, interesting.
Nope, decided to attack the Whaler. And then we're going to make a Vigor, or activate a Brave Forge, make a Vigor, and then attack again for 7.
Yeah, but is this going at Christopher, or is this also just going to clean up an ally?
It looks like it's going at Christopher.
Yep, if we're seeing blocks, it's got to be at Christopher. Okay.
I think that you had to send the first one upstairs.
It's either that, or if I'm being honest, I still feel like maybe cleaning up the Swabby over the Whaler might have been worth it. And I only say that just because the Swabby is again a very economical attack, but we're gonna start things off with a Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, we have to block this out.
Yeah, there's
there
nothing
it is.
You can do.
Oof. Nothing you can do. Oh no, that Dawnblade counter did wind up being a major factor. Oof, that's brutal. Well, congratulations to Christopher for navigating that matchup. That was a well-weathered storm after a very explosive start from Nils, but Christopher able to maintain composure and build a board state of undead marauders to pilfer the coffers of Dorinthia Ironsong. Man, that game was intense. Compared to what we'd seen the first two, that was as back and forth as it gets.
Oh, absolutely. And it was looking like it had the potential to be incredibly one-sided after the start that Nils had, but we saw the thumbs down, the double thumbs down from Nils when the game ended.
Double thumbs down.
Very clearly, he wants that one back. Hopefully he can shake things off as we're getting ready to head into the draft rounds and just clear the headspace, think about the next game, not the last game, but there were, obviously some missteps, not even just the missed Dawnblade counter, but also, with the targeting there, the first one that I think was meant to attack Christopher that instead went toward the chum.
Listen, folks, Flesh and Blood is hard, and playing on stream is hard. So, people make mistakes and sometimes they'll come back to bite you. I think that's what happened here. I have no doubt that Nils is going to bounce back and we'll see him again. That was not the end of Nils' tournament by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, it turns out Flesh and Blood is hard. Who knew, right?
I think we all knew deep down.
I think we all knew. We've all been there. We've all gone, oh, that was wrong. Okay. Well, let's hope it doesn't kill me. But in this case, it was bad news for Nils. Fortunate for Christopher, but Christopher also, to his credit, played that obscenely well. Saw the line, saw the ability to take control of the game, seized the opportunity. Great work by Christopher. Moves to 3-0 in a great position heading into the draft rounds. So again, congratulations. We're going to be moving into drafts. We're going to have kind of a longish break here. As there's going to be a break for lunch in Germany, and a break for Derek and I to regain our sanity, because it's 5 a.m. here, it's 6 a.m. for him. But we will be back with our draft rounds probably in. I would say it's going to be a little bit still. So please stick around and continue hanging out with us. We will be back in probably, I don't know. I'm trying to get our producer to kind of give me a heads up here.
Well,
there are still 5 matches ongoing for this round. Then there will be a 45-minute lunch break, I believe, before heading into the draft. We will still have some content for you on the channel. And then we'll be back to cast the draft rounds because I really want to cast the draft rounds.
I was just about to remind you that, yes, we will still have content. There's going to be some artists actively working on alters, so you'll be able to watch them make some cool changes to cards on the screen as well. We are not going anywhere. I mean, we're going to be taking a break, but the stream will not be going anywhere. So if you want to leave it up, we appreciate it. If you want to come back, we appreciate that too. Overall, we just appreciate you all enjoying Flesh and Blood as much as we do. And I believe
we'll be back.
We'll be back.
All right, stick around, folks. Thanks. to the 2025 German National Championship stream. I am Logan Peterson. Next to me, that way, I think,
the other way, but
Derek
that's okay.
Oswald. Is it the other way? Son of a... All right,
it
fine.
is.
So I'm surprised that I don't have the bags under my eyes yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. We're still living large over here. The sun is up in North America, and we've lasted this long, so why don't we just do some more? How about that?
Yeah,
Sound good to you?
I looked out my window. It is not necessarily up here yet. It should be up, but the problem is there is just clouds and actually a fair amount of wind as I'm looking now. So let's just pray that that's not one of the massive storms that has been going across the United States. And instead, let's just focus on the positives, which is Germany in the German National Championship. Wow, I do need the coffee. Okay, so
you do need the coffee. Yeah.
Scratch this. Let's just go ahead and transition back over to the standings after 3 rounds of Swiss, because we do have that information. And this is, again, after 3 rounds of constructed Swiss. We have a lot of hero representation. I mean, as I look at this top 8, granted, we have a lot of folks with, the 3 points with 3 wins, right? But as I look at this top 8, theoretically, as is, that would be 1 hero per slot in terms of representation. No duplicates. You'll love to see it.
Absolutely. So we saw Bino Nolting on camera with Syndra. Absolutely nuke a Slippy from orbit. Looking in this, we've also seen Christopher Bizau, who's currently in 14th place in that last round with a come from behind victory over Dorinthia. So that puts at the 3-pointers, it looks like we have 4 Gravy Bones, 3 Syndras, a Partridge in a Pear Tree, a couple of Jarls, just the 1 Vincent, it looks like, and it's looking pretty diverse out there. What do you think?
Yeah, I love the diversity. I'm not surprised to see the Jarls, because we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast how New has hit living legend status, and that has kind of renewed the ability for Guardians to enter the meta because they rely so much on those impactful blues. But I would be remiss if I didn't also point out that, yes, we have a Florian there, but we had a very small representation of Florians, only 4 in the total field of 130 players. So happy to see that the conversion rate is still there for a hero that I think is incredibly strong. But also want to point out Robin Wagner on Acilio going 3-0 as well during the first 3 rounds of Swiss. So if Robin can get some good draft wins, we could be seeing some high-level Acilio gameplay day 2.
And I'm in for that. I think that all of chat is in for that. We just want to see Acilio do the thing. A lot of us saw that hero when Rosetta was being spoiled, and looked at it and went, this is maybe good. And it's just taken time for the metagame to open up to allow Acilio a spot in it. And I'm excited that Acilio has a spot. There is a Prism sitting in second. We all know my opinion on Prism. We also have a Dorinthia up there too. So those Gravy Bones still have some predators lurking. And in 19th place, there is a Kasai. So we have that going for us too. Sadly, no Puffins towards the top. You were right on the Dash IOs. I was wrong on the Puffins. That makes us sad. But no Azaleas, so we were both wrong there. Towards the top of the list here. That doesn't mean to say that there won't be some Azaleas. But right now, Azalea is looking to be faded a little bit from the pack. But draft can change everything.
Yes.
6 rounds of draft later, we may be looking at a completely different top end. Granted, we have a former national champion in this setup here with Nulting. Lots of people that have seen quite, a lot of success within the Flesh and Blood sphere. So it's still anybody's tournament at this point in time. We've only gone through 3 rounds, and then we enter draft. And we're currently still drafting. It looks like it will be about another half hour before we're ready to start casting draft matches. But I look at this and I happen, looking at the way this is structured, my first thought, and this could be completely wrong, but my first thought is that the people who are currently playing High Seas Heroes have at least a small advantage in draft. What do you think?
I think that's a fair assessment with Gravy Bones, because that's already a pretty complicated deck to play. But that being said, as I'm looking at the heroes that are already performing well, there are 2 Dash IOs in this top 24, for example. I don't think that those players will have that hard of a time transitioning over to, say, a Puffin if that's kind of in their wheelhouse or their comfort. It's also worth noting that if you are a top tier limited player, you're also not just going to auto lock. You're going to draft what is available to you, right? So we're looking at a number of Gravy Bone players here who might just opt to not even pilot that. So I would say just overall, anytime you have more experience on one of the heroes that you could potentially play, you're going to have a leg up, but it does also depend on exactly how much practice these players have put in. And we do also know that there is the kind of elephant in the room, which is that High Seas has been very sought after. And so traditionally before an event like this, I think a lot of players would have played a lot of draft in person. Whereas for this particular event, I feel like it's going to have been a bit more theoretical, right? I've seen some testing groups, for example, that were saving some of their pack openings so that they could kind of redistribute them later, relive that draft pod experience just to get the practice.
Yep, I think that was pretty common even going into US Nats a couple weeks ago, where people were scrambling for product early leading up to it, and even to the point that in the sports book of the Westgate Casino, in the back area there were about 12 draft pods going the night before Nats started, as that was the first time a lot of people had gotten a hold of the product to actually draft with. And so I got to witness a lot of that as I was gambling on sports in the sports book of the Westgate Casino. We'll just say that my priorities were not exactly the best placed, or they were, depending on your point of view, really. And so it's a very different animal right now for people. It kind of was the same way with the Hunted. And so experience is going to play a vital role, not just experience with High Seas, but experience in Flesh and Blood limited play as a whole, and the ability to draft your seat. Because even if you look at, like, as if the pods shake down as the standings are right now, there are 3 Gravy Bones players in draft pod 2, which all 3 of them probably can't force Gravy. And there are 2 Syndra players looking to be aggressive. And if they wind up fighting over cards as well, you could wind up with a really weird pod. And as pointed out before, a lurking Scurv can just throw a wrench into everything.
Yeah, Scurv is, of course, the wild card in the High Seas Limited format because it is a hero that you have to draft to play, which means it is face down. Opponents don't know if you are actively trying to draft Scurv. There is also those situations where you might take the Scurv just to prevent a Scurv from popping up in your pod as well. If you have a situation where in, say, Pack 2 or even Pack 3 really, but Pack 2 especially, if you're a player who opens a Scurv and passes it, now you have to be wondering, are they going to transition to Scurv? And what should I look out for in that scenario as well? But I'm excited to see what pops up in this High Seas Limited play. I'm also just really excited about tomorrow in general because, again, we have such great diversity so far after the 3 rounds of Swiss classic constructed format. I'm looking at the top 17 are the undefeated players thus far, and out of that top 17 we have 10 different heroes. So again, not a lot of not a lot of clustering, right? I think Gravy Bones is the most clustered here. We have 4 in that top 17, but again, as we saw at the start of the broadcast, 15 total in the field, most represented hero. Outside of that, though, we really do have great hero diversity.
Yeah, because even if you start factoring in, you add a Kasai and a Vinset to that for the top 24, that's a healthy representation. So if you're looking at the top 3 draft tables, you have a lot of CC heroes that are, across the wide across the board. Because if you look at draft pod, look at what would be draft pod 3, right? There are also no repeat heroes in draft pod 3.
Not only
so draft pod.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step over you, but not only are there no repeat heroes, but there's also no high seas heroes, which is also rather interesting. And as you're looking at it, there's not a lot that have, I think, a direct correlation. I pointed out Dash.io can probably make that transition over to playing Puffin if that's a comfort pick, but the rest of these heroes kind of don't play anything like your traditional high seas heroes.
No, they don't. And the closest you're going to have is you can play a Guardian style Marlin to a degree. And that's about it. So we're looking at high level diversity, a lot of interesting hero choices, and you pointed out there are 4 Gravy Bones in the top 17. There are 4 Syndras in the top 24 as the second most represented hero. So we still have a lot to go here, and we may see some just real hard battles. But again, limited can change everything. A player that is currently at 1 point, they 6-0 limited, they're sitting at 7-2. And that is a great spot to be in heading into day 2. So where you're going to get 3 more rounds of CC to kind of solidify your spot before we cut to top 8. So it's still anybody's game, anybody's tournament. I'm just excited to see what people come up with. And I really do hope there's a Scurv that pops up, honestly, because it's so interesting to watch Scurv play.
I am personally very excited at the possibility of Scurv, just because it's a hero that we know we're not going to see in Classic Constructed. It's obviously just a young hero, but that being said, we can say the same thing about Marlin. Perhaps maybe the thing that you and I need to talk about is that Marlin was absent from the Classic Constructed pool of decks that were brought to this event. How many players do you think are going to shy away from Marlin because of the perceived kind of underpowered Classic Constructed nature of the hero as opposed to limited? Do you think that is maybe a weak spot, or what are your thoughts on Marlin in general?
I think that the problem with Marlin right now is an issue of just not being solved. It turned out that the hero, again, has 2 very distinct builds, and there is no real consensus on which one's right or which one's better. So you wind up in a spot where I can either play a pretty untested build of Marlin with not a lot of data backing it up, or I can take one of these other heroes that has a ton of data backing it up and try to just play that to the best of my ability. And especially in the case of Azalea, so because if you're playing like a Harpoon build of Marlin, right, you're in a lot of ways, or in a significant number of ways, kind of a worse Azalea, because the best you can do is overpower, not dominate. And the other end of it, like the payoff, is what people I think miss, because the ability to play Kraken Harpoon, King Shark Harpoon, Big Game Trophy Shot, and Conqueror of the High Seas cannot be missed because all of those are high-powered cards. Then there's the Death Dealer version of Marlin, which is looking to go ultra wide with a bunch of attacks utilizing the combination of New Horizons with 3 of a kind and Marlin's ability to load multiple arrows with rapid fire and a couple other tools to just sort of keep going wide throughout an entire turn. Your issue there is against some of these more aggressive decks, which are still towards the top of the meta. It's a bit of a glass cannon. So you don't have a lot of ability to be stable. You just have to hope that your burst is better than their burst. And when decks like Syndra exist, decks like even Fang exist, that present a super consistent output of damage turn over turn that aren't looking to necessarily burst you. They're just looking to say, here's 15 every single turn. You start to lose the ability to play their game, especially if you draw the wrong half of your deck. So consistency becomes an issue with Marlin in the aggressive side, and you kind of don't have as good of a toolkit as Azalea on the more go tall side. So right now, I think Marlin's not in a good spot unless somebody has a solved build of Marlin that sort of just breaks her ability with the harpoons. I don't know that we'll be seeing a Marlin until Azalea's gone, or see a lot of Marlin until Azalea's gone.
So looping back on the idea of playing Marlin in Limited, the thing that really excites me about High Seas Limited is the presence of the macro of Treasure Island. Do you think that because Treasure Island gives you a relatively easy gold outlet, that also makes Marlin perhaps more attractive and limited than, say, Classic Constructed, at least right now, because you have more consistent gold generation?
Yes, I think that is completely accurate, because you have easy access, or easier access, to Marlin's ability of loading arrows on draw with the harpoon cannon. And because you have better access to gold, you have more consistency to create those turns of giant damage without having to play a longer game. And it cannot be missed here that the draw cards off the gold isn't necessarily the most important part of Marlin. It's the Marlin's ability basically lets you turns every single gold you have into an attack. And those golden harpoons that Marlin's ability makes are harpoons for the harpoon cannon. So every one of them is 5 overpower. So when you hit those low deck states and there's a bunch of gold on the Marlin side, Marlin can have a level of inevitability that stifles other decks. So that's what makes Marlin attractive and limited, is that her end game is more consistent and largely due to Treasure Island.
I do have a correction to make, sir. It is 6 overpower, not 5.
Oh,
that's
sorry,
right.
6
the cannon provides +4 with the activation, and then
and the harpoons are 2.
Gold fin harpoons are 2. So 6 overpower, better than 5. More bang for your buck.
Or your gold, for that matter. Pocket change, really. So it looks like we have about 20 minutes until we'll have the draft rounds starting for you. So the way this is going to work is we'll have 3 rounds of draft, and there'll be another break while the players gather for the second draft of the day. Then we'll have 3 more rounds of draft matches today before we sign off. Tomorrow will be 3 rounds of CC, then a cut to top 8. So let's go ahead and get you over to a small break, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes with our draft matches. So stick around.
Welcome back, everybody, to the German National Championship for Flesh and Blood. I am still Derek Oswalt, aka Charmer. This is still Logan Peterson here with me.
For the most part. I mean,
yeah,
I'm still here.
We are surviving. So if you are just joining the broadcast, the things that you need to know are I am in the Eastern time zone in the United States. Logan is even further away than that. And we have been casting the German National Championship. So we started early in the AM, but we're going to push through because we're very excited for what's up next. And that is, of course, going to be the draft rounds of this particular event. And it looks like we have the pod seating available. So I'm actually going to transition us over so that we can see that now. And
yeah, we're looking at pod 1 here, and this is going to be pretty fascinating. We've got 4 gravy bones, and then 2 puffin and 2 marlin. So we're going to see if the gravy bones sort of ate each other up a little bit, or if there was enough to go around. It is usually like this in draft tables I have found, and it's also very surprising how close the 2 marlins are to each other.
Yeah, the thing that jumped out to me immediately were the placement of both the marlins as well as 2 of those gravy bones. I was going to point out that Maximilian Schmidt, who is one of the players that we're going to be watching here in just a moment, was kind of getting perhaps cherry-picked by Kim with this seating, but we do also have 2 marlins, this same setup where one is following the other one immediately. We are going to be seeing Maximilian versus Robin, and so that does mean that Robin was in the better position of the marlins to perhaps grab some of those high-profile arrows. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how this plays out in terms of deck quality.
It looks like both puffins understood the assignment, though, as they are in the exact spot that they want to be in, except for playing each other in round 1 of draft. So there is that too. But looks like we're about ready to go into the match here with Robin Wagner on Marlin versus Maximilian Schmidt on Gravy Bones. Robin is our Acilio player. So everybody that is loving the Acilio play, root for Robin.
Yeah, really excited to see Marlin just on the broadcast period, because as we were talking about, none in the field as far as the classic constructed version of the deck, but being in limited, we are going to get to see Marlin on display here. I'm actually very excited to see whether or not Robin follows a similar game plan to what you would expect from an Acilio player, where perhaps they're focused on a bit more go again. Again, Marlin is one of the heroes that you can build a number of different ways, especially here in Limited. You can go with the harpoon cannon, but you can also use the other bow in an attempt to go a bit wider, utilize go again a little bit better. So we're going to have to wait and see how that comes into play.
Let's see which bow gets presented. That'll tell us a lot. So it looks like Maximilian is mostly dressed. 3 pieces of equipment. And
I thought this was a comment on the attire.
Uh-oh.
That is not a harpoon cannon.
Nope. That is the red line. And then we only have 2 pieces of equipment on Robin's side. So this will be interesting. That is, I believe, the Nimblism gauntlet too. And I think that's quick clicks. So that is nimblism.deck. I think we might be looking at, which, let's see how many NIMBY we see.
Yeah,
I don't see any yet.
That is an interesting call out, because it absolutely is not the Glidewell fins. As you pointed out, though, it is the Red Spine Manta that we have on Marlin. And we have some thinking here. I believe we're going to be starting with Robin as the turn 0 player, and that is the case.
Treasure Island's going to get a counter here. Just gonna go ahead and let you know on that one. Because we're being attacked. And we get our first like look at Treasure Island today and what Treasure Island can mean to players. It can mean a lot. So this is an expedition to Blackwater Strait, a simple 1 for 5. Gonna need a 2-card block.
Yeah, this is interesting because, as you pointed out, Treasure Island gets the counter. That happens the first time a hero is attacked each turn. And then whenever you or an ally you control deals damage to an opposing hero, you remove that many gold counters to create an equal amount of gold tokens. Now, the reason I call that out is because sometimes, unless you also just really didn't like your own hand, it might be worth it to, as the turn 0 player, kind of take that arsenal and pass so that you're not putting too many counters on Treasure Island if you want your opponent to potentially deal damage to you. You wouldn't want to give them 2 gold tokens if you could help it. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not Robin's hand improved by getting rid of some of those cards.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, the gold means a lot to both of these players in this matchup. We're just going to chuck a boat at them, though. So that's a battalion bark coming in. That looks to be a yellow bark.
Yeah, it's either yellow or blue. It's a little hard to tell with the camera at the moment, but it is kind of funny that, you know, we have one hero that is wanting to throw allies at people, another that wants to throw arrows and harpoons, and instead we're just chucking boats.
Well, we're throwing boats. Bodie McBoatface coming in. We're just blocking with a Sikkim shot, so blocking 3. So that was a blue boat, taking 2. Getting 2 gold tokens off of Treasure Island and passing it up. Battalion barks are usually kind of hard to come by in draft because it's a boat that everyone loves.
Yeah, you are certainly correct about that. There's actually quite a few very good boats, but you were talking about the Nimblism
1, Nimblism 1, Nimblism 2, Nimblism 3. We need the bigger dice. So 12? 12 okay?
Yeah.
It's 12. We're going to send 12.
That is a very impressive play here.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, for limited, I was just trying to think through, like, it's very easy to say, okay, you know, in Classic Constructed, we were seeing turns that were, you know, 29 damage, 33 damage even earlier in the broadcast. But when you're in these crunched health totals and when you're in a kind of a lower power game mode, being able to get this much value, and it's not even a full hand, right? We still have that other card in the arsenal there as well.
It's also 12 go again with the ability to steal golds on hit. So, because I believe that's a Jack Be Nimble or a Jack Be Quick, one of the two. Regardless, it's some Candlestick. That looks to be a Jack Be Quick. So, no allies on board. So the on hit for the Jack Be Quick is not there. However, for stealing an ally, but still a bunch of go again. Gonna have to block with equipment and 2 cards and take 5. We're gonna activate Marlin, make a harpoon, which will close the chain up. We're gonna shoot this arrow from our arsenal. That's not that's not a harpoon out of the arsenal. We're gonna go ahead and load the harpoon into the arsenal and shoot it up. So coming in for another 5. That's a big turn. Presenting 17.
Yeah, in limited for certain, that is a very big turn. I'm also just very impressed with the ability to still find value out of these goldfin harpoons like this. Again, you and I were kind of talking about when you play the cannon version, it's very easy to get a lot of value from these goldfin harpoons because you are pumping them up and giving them overpower. But here, turns out if you start with a 12 attack go again, sending one just for 5 is still threatening enough.
Yeah, drop the anchor doing a little bit of work here just to get it in there, and well, that'll +3. There's also the on-hit of tapping hero and allies, but we've already tapped. But the Gravy Bones is already tapped for an activation. So, yep, those stay tapped. No effects there. Nice little 10 damage, take 2 cards plus a piece of equipment turn out of Robin there. We're gonna crack a gold. See what we
Maximilian
find.
wants to find anything that is better than what was there, and hey, we find
Boat.
another boat. It's another battalion.
That's a yellow boat.
Yeah, and it's
That's
funny.
a boat for 6.
You were saying, hey, these are usually very hard to pick up, and now we're already seeing 2 of them.
Yeah, 2 boats. So coming in with a slightly bigger boat this time.
Robin thinking through whether or not they want to let this through. They do have a bit of a health lead. Looks like we might get at least a 1 card block, but up 18 to 10. If you liked your hand, you could maybe take this and then send it all back. But if we see this 1 card block, it would not surprise me if we get perhaps like a single attack and then arsenal and then kind of like reset for another big turn.
Yeah, I see another drop the anchor in Robin's hand. So have an easy load of the bow without having to activate your bow. So we'll have to see from there.
That's the hardest part about limited, is that if you have some of the pieces of the puzzle, it doesn't guarantee that you're in a good spot for the rest of the puzzle, right? So does look like, yeah, we are going to see a block.
Blocking with a salvage shot.
Yep, appears to be a blue salvage, which if you've already got blue or already have ways to pay for the rest of your stuff in your hand, this makes sense. Just get that 3 value out of this.
Yeah, looks like we had overpower on that one. So the 1 card block is the best we could do. Still taking 5 damage. So big boat.
Yeah, the battalion bark is barking mad, barking like dogs. Actually, I want an altar that is just a battalion of dogs barking at somebody, I think.
See, I want my altar to be Battalion Baroque and have it look like it's done in the Baroque period. But
fair enough. So we do have a peek with the compass here. Maximilian wants to know what's on the top of the deck at the moment.
Well, this is an entangling shot, so this is an on-hit tap hero. And we called in the big guns to get it down there. So we're already giving, a little bit of plus on it as well. So looks like we'll be +2. And so that'd be a 6 power entangling shot coming in.
And
still not the
is.
easiest block. Yep, just still not the easiest block, and very, and we've tapped our Gravy Bones, so the on hit is going to matter right now. I mean, outside of the fact that you're at 10, that, Maximilian's at 10.
Yeah, I mean, there is also, again, that gold, right? The treasure island is always looming. It does look like we're going to see a 2 card block, but some damage, I believe, still did connect because the counter came off of Treasure Island, and we have 2 gold tokens on the side of Robin now.
Yeah, I think Maximilian might have been a Magic player at some point in time because they are untapping at the beginning of their turn.
It is a hard habit to break. You are not
I agree.
wrong.
It is difficult, but we're going to steal a gold. And now we can play our allies. So we're going to Chowder in there.
And it looks like Chowda is attacking, coming right into Robin. saying, hey, I would like to deal 3 damage.
Yeah. And then untap and gain a life. So basically a 4 damage, a 4 damage, 4 value, I should say, ally. Don't want to necessarily leave that around. Now, here's the thought process, as I think I see a scar for a scar in Robin's hand, and the thought process has to be, how do I bait Maximilian into using Chowder to give me the scar for a scar? I'm going to block with a life for a life, it looks like.
Yeah, you could just let it through.
Right? You would get 10, though.
You'd be at 10 even, and so if they do have that activation to gain a life, that would get it done. If they have something else as a follow-up or an on top of, perhaps that's there. But we also could just see a situation where you play it safe and maybe you end your turn with a scar for a scar in your arsenal.
Probably also fine. But we'll have to see how this ends up playing out. There is still, I believe, a quick clicks down there.
All right, so Chowder did connect for 1. So Maximilian up to 3 gold now, taking a counter off of Treasure Island.
So now I would like a gold from my mutiny.
Mutiny?
We have achieved gold parity. That would be mutiny on the battalion bark. Steal a gold. Next attack gets +2. We're going to call in the big guns. Put in the entangling shot. So we're +4 on the entangling shot. This is an entangling shot for 8. With a scar for the arsenal like you talked about.
Yeah, I think that this is probably the right way to have navigated this. Yes, you could have tried to bait Maximilian into taking you low enough to activate the scar, but really when these games are so tight and so down to the wire, if you don't have to waste that health as a resource, I don't think it's necessarily worth it unless you have an absolute like gangbusters follow-up turn. But just turning on scar for a scar on its own, it isn't something that I would kind of like overcommit to as well, because at the end of the day, it's still a 0 for 4. It's definitely something that you could use as a chain ender if you're still up on life. It's not something that I think is worth sacrificing that health for. So I think that this was a really heads up play by Robin to take this route, and finally the shot is on its way. 8 damage, threatening on hit, get a gold, and then the rest kind of doesn't matter because everything's already activated.
Yep. And so we're going to block with a swell. Might be rethinking this. Looks like we have a tipple in hand. And maybe another boat? How many boats does this person have?
All of them?
Maximilian Schmidt might be a one-man yacht club. Who knows? Looks like we're blocking with the swell. We're just going to say, yep. Block and...
I'm a fan of that block. I'd say that block was swell.
Okay, I'm done with you. Like, that's enough.
All right. That being said, there is some concern on the side of Maximilian because you are all the way down to 4 health at this point. We would expect a lot of pressure to come back now. We do still have the ally available. We also had 3 cards plus an arsenal, so plenty of options if we're going to try to do that. We're going to, looks like, start with the tipple. That's going to put the ally in the discard pile as well.
And just a yellow tipple, it looks like. So 2 go again. The damage is already done when tipple attacks. Oh, is there a King Kraken harpoon in hand? There might be. But golden tipple. is just an easy going, doesn't have to hit when it attacks. It just does the thing and creates a gold if you discard a yellow card, and then you also get to draw a card. It's one of the most efficient cards in this entire set, if not the most efficient, at making your heroes relevant. There's no such thing as too many tipples. Gonna just take the 2. Fine by me. You can have your gold. It's fine. I love how Robin has just put their hand down and said, okay, whatever it is, go right ahead.
So this is a bit of a potentially awkward spot, because I feel like Robin has a lot of gas in the hand, but now because that Scar for a Scar is in the arsenal, it has the potential to be a little bit awkward if we want to get some additional arrows. And we have another tipple.
Just tipple away, digging for a blue, most likely here. Just to get the allies online. This is for 3. I don't know if this is another send me the bill type of instance. But if so, it's the math on Robin's side is 3 and 3 puts me to 4. Yep, send me the bill. Go right ahead. Would you like to attack with your Chaldea?
Well, it's that, or is there more cards from hand potentially as well? And we are going to crack a gold on the side of Maximilian. I think the previous turn, Robin wasn't trying to turn on the Scar for a Scar, but now might actually be considering, how do I go down to exactly 3 so that I can lead off with that? And then
that'd be, yeah, perfect.
Play what else is in my hand, because I do see the nimblism there as well.
For the quick clicks.
Yeah, there is also, I think, at least 1 arrow in there. So we could have a very explosive turn coming out of Robin next turn, but they have to kind of play around that clunky Scar for a Scar that is in the arsenal. So we'll have to wait and see.
Like I said, the quick clicks can give go again, since there is a nimblism involved. So regardless, on the Scar for a Scar, you can still clear it. And so we're just tipple, tipple, tipple. Looks like we can take 3 here. Go to 4. I mean, we haven't taken it yet, so might as well. With a call in the Coast Guard. Now it turns on our Scar for a Scar.
Yeah, going all the way to 1. So the reason that I was thinking that the Scar for a Scar might want to be turned on is that, again, depending on how you sequence this turn, there might be a situation where you want the natural go again on the Scar and then use your equipment here more to your advantage. But we're going to begin by, I believe that's a chart.
It's a chart, of course. And then a Scar for a Scar with go again, mind you. So, yep, here's 7 with go again. How do you feel about 7 go again? I would like 2 cards, please. We're going to draw. Discard.
Robin knows that even if this doesn't land completely, it will strip cards from Maximilian, and that is the one thing that is kind of working in Robin's favor. The downside, though, is because of the presence of the ally, Maximilian could just block out and then still be able to throw damage back.
Correct. But if you present enough, then the Maximilian may have to tap the ally, in which case cannot send it back. All right. Cover up 7. Looks good to me.
And Robin again off of the go again.
Can pop this gold token to load bow.
Yeah, I was just supposed to say, now we'll likely be breaking this combat chain one way or another. Whether it's for the gold, again, we have that nimblism in hand as well. Whatever the case may be.
That is a Sikkim shot in hand. So 1 float, crack of gold. What do we find? Marlin trigger. Looks like we're going to probably load that Sikkim shot. And then we can Nimblism ahead of it.
Nimblism ahead of it.
Which would make quick clicks active.
And you still have the activation from Red Spine. What is, it's going a little fast. What's the last card?
I couldn't see for sure. So we elected not to Nimblism this because it already has Go Again. So this is just 3 Go Again, 2 cards. Sorry, 2 Go Again. This is a blue Sikkim shot, 2 cards.
I think just trying to see if I can get the incidental damage in, right? I think that's Robin's thought. If I can just have them say, hey, I'm not going to block this and get them to 2, then they'll have to commit on the follow-up. And it does look like that is the case. Maximilian down to 2. Robin Wagner now at 1. Excuse me, Wagner, as the correct pronunciation is.
We have Marlin's ability online to make a harpoon. For an attack on stack, we're going to Red Spine and shoot.
And this also has Go Again.
3 Go Again off of the quick clicks. Demanding a card. And then we're just going to send 4 more damage.
And hope that it's a 2 block or a no block or something. But yeah, it looks
Gain
like
a life, and there it is.
Looks like it was enough. The 1 life still will not save Maximilian.
Scuba does not block, turns out. And so with the puppy in hand, Maximilian goes down. What a great turn by Robin Wagner to just turn the corner, say, yeah, send the bill, put me to 1. And just present enough damage to come back through and just take the game. Didn't activate Red Spine Manta once. Not a single time.
Did the final turn.
Oh, did they the final turn? Okay.
Yeah, Robin.
But, that's right. For the harpoon. Yep.
Yeah.
So exactly once.
Exactly once.
Once was enough. Yeah, once was enough. So fantastic play by Robin Wagner there. Going to 4-0. The Acilio player going to 4-0. So everybody in chat, continue to cheer that on. That was a lot of golden tipples out of Maximilian Schmidt, though. So we're going to actually be leaving Maximilian on the feature table for all of the draft games from Pod 1, it looks like. So we'll see Maximilian again here shortly, but congratulations to Robin on a well-played game, moving to 4-0, and a great spot going into the last 2 rounds of draft, which looks like a pretty good deck, too. So we're going to go ahead and just hop over to break really quick. These are draft rounds, so they will go fairly fast. So we are not going to be gone long, so please stick around.
Welcome back, everybody. We are once again here with the German National Championship for Flesh and Blood. I am still Charmer, once again joined by Logan Peterson, and we are getting ready for round number 5 of the German National Championships. This will be our second round of the first iteration of the draft portion. If you're just joining us, today's schedule is 3 rounds of Classic Constructed that we have already completed, and then we do 3 rounds of draft, and then another draft, and 3 more rounds of draft. So 9 total rounds on day 1. And with that in mind, what'd you think of the first round of action, Logan?
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We saw a gravy deck that was getting into ally parity, but the Marlin just didn't give them any time to set up. Foot down on the gas. Math is for blockers. Let's just go straight upstairs the entire time. And extremely well played to eke out every little point of damage. And yeah, just sent Gravy back to the depths where they belong. But it looks like we're getting a Gravy mirror this time.
Yeah, it does appear that that's going to be the case. We are going to be seeing Mikey Dwyer on Gravy, and they're going to be running it back against Maximilian Schmidt. Again, Maximilian's going to be our player to watch for this first draft, so we will be staying with them, and they are at the table now, so we're going to go ahead and switch over to them. And as they prepare for this, Maximilian did start 3-0, but then dropped that first game against Robin on the Marlin. And you know, you were saying, hey, they were starting to get the allies up and running, but one of the things that really jumped out to me about that game, and I'm curious to see if Maximilian has similar luck this time around, was there was a lot of non-allies early on. In fact, it felt like the entire deck was made of boats and tipples.
Boats, tipples, and not enough blues is what ended up being the killer for Maximilian there. Drew, I want to say three or 4 cards in one turn and never found a blue. That's harsh. And so here we are in round 5, getting ready to play it out again. The nice part about Gravy Bones, there's no options for your weapons. It's just the one thing, and it's an offhand. It's not even really a weapon.
So far,
but
I'm still waiting for us to get our Broken Blade version of Gravy Bones someday. You Shiana players know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the Talishar Gravy. As a Shiana player, our options are limited when it comes to weaponry, but it also makes it so that I believe that the good folks at LSS have to take a look at every single weapon they ever print and say, is this when we ban Shiana? Is this when we ban Shiana? Because if you ever hit the wrong one, you're in trouble. We have one piece of clothing on the side of Mikey Dwyer there in just the Necromancer arms.
Yes, that's the washed up wave, and we know that that will not be the case on Maximilian's side because we saw the other pair of gloves in game 1 of this draft pod.
Now remember, there were 4 Gravy Bones in this draft pod. So it's not going to be too shocking to see a lack of equipment potentially on the side of any of these Gravy Bones decks.
Yeah, you're certainly correct. I suppose if you are going to have some of these limited pieces of equipment, both these players kind of snagged what I think are kind of the marquee ones. Washed up wave, potentially worth a 2 block from the arms, and also can activate some of your other things, right? Because it destroys the top card of your deck potentially. The headpiece on the other side for Maximilian is also very nice because it allows you to block and then still save it for the activation when you need it. But it does look like we're going to start with an ally here from Mikey Dwyer, and that is, unless the glare is lying to me, none other than Shelly, Hardened Traveler.
We're just playing a Shelly. Yeah, Headstone is definitely one that if you see it, you want it. One, it's battle worn. Two, it also gives you the ability to destroy the top card of your deck, which a lot of times it gives you exactly the gas you need, one way or another, to get one of those good turns going. In the hands of Maximilian, we have a Scuba, we have a Shelly, so we have plenty going on there. We also know that he has 1.75 million tipples in his deck, so every opportunity to give him just the tip when it comes to that. Um, what are we going to do here? We're going to play our own Shelly.
We're gonna play a Shelly. So the Scuba, the bestest boy, is going to be pitched there. But we're gonna start with Shelly's. I was just about to say, you know, Mikey's off to a great start with Shelly, because I feel like in limited it's kind of an unsung hero. The 5 health on Shelly is kind of awkward because many times it's, you know, 3 or 4 powered attacks unless you're sending one of the big ones. And if Shelly eats that, then that's just more health for you. But also the activated ability being able to provide additional defense is really nice and limited. The attack is, you know, clearly below rate, but there had to be something bad on the card, so I'm fine with that part being there. But it does look like we might be seeing a tipple headed toward Shelly, and that does have go again, so likely will be a follow-up. And this is kind of what I was talking about with the health, right? This 5 health does make it a little bit awkward for clearing these out.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get 2 attacks into Shelly to clear Shelly out.
It might just be 1 attack and then Shelly kind of being mean to itself, perhaps. Like we might have a little Shelly on Shelly violence.
We can swabby. And then, yep, Shelly on Shelly violence it is. So you don't get a Shelly, I get a Shelly.
Yeah, and I believe that was not Swabby. I think that's Barnacle, unless the art is lying to me.
Nope, that's Barney. He just taps to attack for 4.
Yeah, and so that is also rather telling to me, because that says Mikey really wanted to get rid of whatever that extra blue was, because there was kind of no need to do it if you have the option for the Barnacle to have cleared up the opposing Shelly.
That's right. Pitch a boat, send a Siren into Barney. So when this resolves, Barney will hit the bin, and we will gain a life from the Siren sitting the bin. Okay. This is the type of game that I kind of expect to see from a Gravy Mirror, where we're just going to trade off a little bit, and it really doesn't get into that grindy, you know, sort of era until the very end. I have played 2 Gravy Mirrors in limited so far that went to honest to God draws.
Yeah, I was just about to say, without the presence of an actual weapon, I think there is the emphasis on trying to clear your opponent's allies, because you can win the attrition game. If you can end the game with an ally when your opponent doesn't have one, it is a one-sided victory, because there are no natural weapons, and so the allies serve that purpose. However, as you were just pointing out, when both players are on that same strategy of just clearing out every ally they see, well, if nobody has an ally and nobody has a way to deal damage, you end in a draw. That's just a game state that you cannot avoid in those circumstances. But I would expect a lot of this back and forth. This also kind of reminds me of Dromai mirrors when you would play during the Uprising meta. Again, it was very much, you know, clear out the opposing dragons and get chip damage in when you could. And we're seeing a very similar pattern right now from both of our Gravy players.
Yep, it's very similar. Sometimes the last person to block winds up in a spot where they have to block with all their cards. They cannot activate an ally because the ally requires resources to attack, depending on which ally you have. And then the other person who still has cards doesn't have any allies, but also doesn't have any attacks, and there's no weapon. And yep, that's when you hit into those states. So that is a thing. Looks like we have... Who is that just went down
I think
there?
that's a Murray Le Fay.
I think that is a Murray Le Fay. So that could get interesting here shortly too, when we can just put counters on our allies.
Yeah, if you're trying to break parity in a mirror, Murray Le Fay, if unchecked, is kind of a bunker buster, because you can make it so that your allies get to a point where they auto defeat the opposing ones, again, if left unchecked. Now, the one thing that is kind of hurting Murray Le Fay is that she does only have 3 health, so when she does eventually hit the board, she's pretty easy to clear, but she is also kind of a must clear. So in limited, that's a +3 health, right? It's as good as a Sigil of Solace, if you will.
Yeah, it's roughly that. So another attack with the Morella, or with, not with Murray Le Fay. She still hasn't done anything yet.
With
But
Shelly.
with Shelly, it just makes me think of South Park whenever I hear that.
Oh, I think of man, now I'm drawing a blank. Like, I can picture it. It's one of the Jim Henson movies. Dark Crystal, maybe?
Dark Crystal? Yeah, Dark Crystal?
Yeah.
Maybe. But
yeah, me bad, no Shelly bad.
No Shelly bad, yeah. Do you have the ability to block with a clear rally the Coast Guard? Probably not a super value unless you have an ally to discard to it. But is a consideration at this point. We do have the Murray Le Fay sitting down there already, but also Murray Le Fay is not good to run out on her own. You definitely want an ally alongside her. So let's see what's going on here.
So another thing that's really deviated from that first game that we saw from this draft pod is Treasure Island is now very much stacked. We are up to 3 counters on Treasure Island because both players have been clearing allies and then blocking out. We could also see kind of a windfall of riches, pun very intended on the gold token side, if a player were able to connect. Both players we're still at 20 and 21 health respectively, so we're not in any danger of the game ending. And if you can stack up some of those gold tokens, that also might be one way that you can kind of break this stalemate.
Yeah, in this matchup, deck health is as important as anything else, and so trying to preserve that is vitally important. We're just going to go ahead and block with our headstone. At a 2 block, we're going to wind up taking 1 and a counter off Treasure Island. Go ahead and kick up this this gold token to 2.
I'm glad you mentioned the deck health, right? Because the gold tokens are something that you want to activate, but you have to be in many ways kind of cautious about doing it, because if you're not then just using those activations to turn around and pitch more cards, you will also kind of burn through it. It's kind of akin to whenever you're playing Mechanologist, you have to worry about boosting too much. If you draw too many cards in a match like this, you could find yourself running out of resources rather quickly.
This is just a casual 3 for 7.
3 for 7s are great in limited. They are kind of the bread and butter. In fact, even in constructed, sometimes just blocking a ton and throwing a very cost effective 3 for 7 is enough.
And we're coming upstairs with it. 2 card 7s are above rate. We're getting the Shelly activation to block 1 extra on a attack action card, and then we're just going to give 7, it looks like. So blocking with a 3 that becomes a 4, and then another 3. Shelly does not untap. This is not, we've experienced this already. This is not magic. You don't get to untap at the beginning of your turn. You untap at the end of your turn. Swabby off, or sorry, that's not Swabby. That's Chowder off the top of the deck. And we're coming in for big number go Burr.
It is, I think, interesting that Maximilian has so far left the opposing Shelly kind of uncontested. I wonder if knowing that this is going to be such a grindy game, Maximilian is waiting very specifically for like exactly 5 power and doesn't want to waste the additional points, knowing that 3 for 7 is that break point and it's going to require something. Could be one of the reasons why that last attack still decided to go directly at Mikey as opposed to clearing up the ally.
Well, Maximilian just decided to take the 7. So that is a thing that has happened. The only ally sitting down there for Maximilian right now is the Mireille Lefay, which on her own, not the best. So we're going to mutiny, steal a gold. That gives us the blue necessary. We're going to cash in that gold. Discard, draw. Hey, a tipple. What do you know?
Now they're starting to show up.
Now we're getting tipples. And tipples do make golds.
I mean, we know that Maximilian is sitting on, what, at least 4 tipples based on what we saw from...
At minimum,
game 1.
4 tipples. Mm-hmm.
As well as boats, right? I mean, we've got the one in hand there as well, but we saw 2 different battalion barks in that first game.
We sure did. So it looks like we have another ally into the bin. Looks like a chowder down there as well. So now there's a Mireille Lefay and a chowder.
Does look like both players now have a chowder in the discard pile. I will say this Shelly has been getting a decent amount of value. We've got the attack early on from it, but now 2 blocks as well. The big thing with her is that because you can just tap her, it is just kind of free value, right? Like it's not as impactful as, say, like, you know, you tap an ally and you get to swing for 3 or 4 or whatever, but sometimes covering these breakpoints again in these grindy games, that really adds up.
We're just going to go ahead and clear the Shelly up here. We
Finally.
have the tipple go to the Shelly, send the chowder at the Shelly. Shelly goes bye-bye. And that'll end the turn. Draw back up. Now, some people, like, in a lot of cases, you know, we look at a turn where you didn't use your whole hand as, you know, an IP, you know, your self turn. But when it comes to these decks that like to draw cards, burn through their deck to get things into the bin, you know, that's sometimes the best way to do it is to just hold cards. Oh, so we're pitching the blue off the Saltwater Swell. And that blue is a chart the high seas. So if that comes up again, that'll feel pretty good.
And
4 resources.
I was going to say, as close to true ramp as you can get in this game, just ripping that blue.
Now we're going to send a tipple into it. We're discard this ally.
Discard the ally so that we get a gold, but also now able to do what we need
Clear
to
the chowder. And now we can just have some chowder on chowder violence.
Well, the other chowder is gone, so I think we're just potentially looking at
a double chowder. Out of Mikey Dwyer over here. There's chowder. And would you like more chowder? Or would you like to attack?
Oh, yeah, I like attacking more here.
I like attacking. Big fan of attacking.
You have 1 chowder. You don't need to go super all in, and you can just threaten a large amount of damage here. Again, most of the game has been a relative stalemate, but Mikey was able to get some damage on Maximilian earlier, so health totals are correct here at this 20 and 13, but this would be a big chunk of that 13 gone if this was allowed.
Yeah, it cuts it up pretty hard. Yeah. This is big number go burr, and you can only let that happen so many times before the numbers add up and it's unpleasant. So we'll see what we want to do here, but it's starting to get a little on the grim side for Maximilian again. Again, big number on a crash down the gates. So this is This is for 8, I believe.
Yeah, I
So
believe
6
this
or
is
8.
a red that got the trigger, right? So it should be 8 total.
Yeah, and this is an on-hit destroy the top card of your deck, which can be both good and bad. Maximilian can take a look and see if it's something he wants destroyed.
You are correct. Compass is still available, but even if it's something that would be beneficial, it is still something you kind of would prefer to do on your own terms, because very limited resources as far as what each player has in their deck. Honestly, as I'm kind of looking at the piles here, both of these players have decks that are already pretty whittled away. We might be about halfway through each of them already.
Taking a look here, looks like we gained a life on Mikey's side with our Chowdaya.
Saying, in response to you taking all this time to think, I'll gain a life.
Yeah, in response to your thought process, I'm going to gain 1. Is there a priority window in thinking? How many game actions can you take every minute that your opponent takes to think? Is it 1 per minute, 1 per 30 seconds? Like, what is it?
It's like the NFL draft. If you don't act, it goes to the next team. And in this case, it was Chowder.
And we know there's a limpet on top of the deck, so that's going to go away. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
So limpet and Morella Fey is actually a pretty good combo. But as limpet has go again and can do, limpet's own thing. I know that you love the puns in this set, so I'm pretty sure limpet hop along makes you pretty happy.
It does make me happy. I hope that at some point we get another ally that's like a ghost monkey, and it should be named like Biscuit for fun, so that we can have the limpet biscuit combo. But limpet is getting played.
Yep, we're gonna hop along now. Played a blue charter course just for the ability to play limpet. Probably not getting 3 attacks this turn.
No, I don't suspect that's going to be the case. And it does appear that there's another charter course in hand. Yep. Now pitched. I think this was targeting Chowder, so we'll likely see Mikey, I was going to say, gain 1 more health again before Chowder meets the untimely demise.
Gets fish fingers for the +1, and limpet with go again just to come at. We'll play the Morella Fey as an instant, probably put a counter with this extra resource on our limpet. Might decide to put it on herself, honestly. I believe that is legal. Yep. So going to put the counter on Morella Fey. Mainly because try to spread your sources of damage the best you can.
Yeah, I think this makes sense, because you're spreading the damage, but also you're saying, hey, you have to clear both of these if you want to prevent any damage at all. Morella Fey doesn't have any base attack, so without putting at least 1 counter on herself, she won't ever be able to swing anyway.
Right, she doesn't do much. But here, we're just going to play, I believe that's money or your life. So a 3 for 6 with 1 floating.
And I feel like this is just designed to eat even more cards. Mikey has a health lead, also was able to get a lot of value from the allies played earlier, but also still has more ready to go in the discard pile. And so if you're thinking about that long-term attrition game plan, Mikey just kind of wants Maximilian to put as many cards in front of his attacks as possible.
Yep. I think we are on that attrition plan for sure. Turns out 22 health is a pretty robust amount.
All right, counter 6 down on the Treasure Island.
Play a Cuddy. And I think that the thought process here from Mikey is just going to keep sending damage at Maximilian's face.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that that is probably fine if you're just wanting to get rid of as many cards in the hand of Maximilian as possible. But at some point you are going to want to clean those allies up, because you want to be in a position where you've got your chowder, and if you can clear the rest of what Maximilian has, then that's kind of game over, right? You have the inevitability where you empty the deck and then you play the final ally. That's really what these longer, grindy Gravy Bones mirrors are looking to do, is just be the last person to play an ally, and it's kind of an auto win at that point.
Yeah, that's a lot of times how this is going to go. However, if you can send some of these boats with overpower into hands that don't block well, you can deal, you send 2 of those overpower boats, you may actually just close the game on those. So we're going to send a Saltwater into Cuddy.
Yeah, I like that. Cuddy is a very cost effective pair with the Limpet, and looks like the Limpet also is going to clear it up. But anytime where you've got a deck that likely has a bunch of yellows, and you can pitch a yellow and send 5, and that's not ticking away at any of the cards in your deck, it's just what you're doing with the allies. Again, in this, it's really relevant. I hate to constantly harp on the idea of the attrition game plan, but it really is what so many of these Gravy Bone mirrors come down to.
Yep, and we're drawing cards. I can't imagine Mikey having any incentive to block this. It's unless you're trying to keep the gold portion of this on your side, but otherwise it's just 3 damage. It's not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, at some point Mikey will have to transition and take advantage of the health lead, and I think wanting to do so where there's no super relevant on hits and things like that would make a large amount of sense. I'm kind of just wondering if maybe there's a worry about what's being followed up.
There's only 7 cards, it looks like, in Maximilian's deck, and about the same in Mikey's.
Yeah, earlier I was saying it looked like we were already past the halfway point as far as cards left in the deck. So we really are hitting that down to the wire moment where every block matters, every card matters, and that's why, again, I think Mikey wants to start using that health lead that he had created cushion as a buffer. Exactly. And so does take the 3, goes down to 19, still plenty of room to work.
Just a bunch of tipples. But that's going to keep drawing cards. And that deck's getting small. And if your pitch deck is set up on Mikey's side to just be boat into boat, I mean, again, we could probably close the game pretty quick.
Really thinking this one through, and it is just another tipple.
Yep. We're going to block and gain the life.
Yeah, I guess it turns out that you can take a little bit damage if you're just going to turn around and then gain health once again. I guess that's fair.
And we're going to pitch a boat to draw a card. And then we're going to pitch to draw a card. Hunting for a blue again. Seems to be a recurring theme here, is trying to find a blue.
I'm wondering if Maximilian...
There's a blue.
I was going to say knew where they were in the second pitch stack and just wanted to get to a position where they could also reposition some of these, because at this point, Maximilian will be putting roughly half of the deck back on the bottom. So the cycles as far as the pitch stack and what you're trying to set up are also at the point where they're very relevant in the game.
Looks like we're going to play the goodest boy.
Scuba. So this Scuba, if you're just joining us, actually cost Maximilian the first game of this draft pod just because it was a non-block in the hand and the opponent was able to send lethal damage because of Scuba. Perhaps this is where Scuba can get some redemption.
We're going to send the good boy in. Now again, you're at 20. This is just damage.
I fully expect this to go unblocked.
Yep, we put the Cuddy that was in the graveyard back on the bottom of Mikey's deck. Scuba out here trying to be the goodest boy. And it's going to come, this is just going to come down to it. So we put that on the bottom, created a gold. We're going to take the damage, get another gold off Treasure Island, go up to 4 gold, turning on mutinies.
All right, quick gold math there. They resolved the Treasure Island stuff. Math.
Treasure Island can be complicated. Now, I do wonder if potentially Maximilian did Mikey a little bit of a favor by putting that Cuddy back on the bottom of the deck. All right, we're boating. Here's 9 overpower.
I was gonna say that looks like the red,
that's
right?
Red boat. That's red boat.
That is a big boat, sir.
I guess it's not 9 overpower, it's just 9, but no overpower. It's not as good as Conqueror of the High Seas, sadly. But 9 is still a big number.
It turns out 9 is in fact a big number, especially when your opponent is at 10 and they have very limited cards in their deck. So leaking some damage while also chewing through these 2 cards, not just from hand, reducing the potential crackback on the following turn, but also just reducing the total cards in the deck is a very big deal.
Yeah, Mikey's got to be a little cautious because his deck is also pretty thin. There's that chart, the High Seas we saw earlier. Looks like we've got probably 6 cards. So that costs... Yep, so we have 10 cards total counting hand.
11 with the Arsenal.
11 with Arsenal. And we're cracking golds. It is starting to get a bit on the thin side for Max Schmidt here. Trying to do the math, crack another gold.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing working against Maximilian is that Mikey still has ways to clear out the allies. If Maximilian was able to chew through just a few more cards, you'd almost be in the situation you want to be, where you've got Morgan and a Scuba, because Morgan could continue to buff these allies. And then even if you were in like a mirror thing with you being down some health, you might be able to outrace them. But we have a boat coming, hoping to get some chip damage in here. We are also, I think, coming very close on the round timer.
Yeah, we're over, well, on our timer, we're over 30 minutes. So we're getting real close.
Yeah, I just don't know if the timer that is shown on screen is for all of the players or for these two in particular, because very often the streamed games get started a little bit later. So we'll have to wait and see. I did see the judge walk in there a moment ago.
So we're going to block, take 1. Sorry, take 2. And then say, okay, what else? Get a resource. We've been informed by production that the timer on stream is their timer. So there's only 3.5 minutes left in the round.
All right.
Attack with Scuba. Put the bark back on the bottom, which is fitting. The goodest boy putting the bark back on the bottom. This is pretty well played by Maximilian at this point.
I was just going to say, I would expect this to just go through. Maximilian is really doing his absolute best to hang in there and turn this around. So I'm going to follow this up with the activations.
A Murray Lefay activation.
Now the question becomes, can Mikey send enough to eat even more cards here? We have the 4 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, and I think it's just like 1 or 2 left at total in the deck for Maximilian.
Yeah, he did put a card back on bottom with Scuba.
Yeah, that is fair. That is not irrelevant whatsoever. Scuba able to put any yellow card from a graveyard on the bottom. And again, when you're in these matchups, that's a pretty big deal. I would not be surprised if Mikey tries to clean up the Scuba.
Right now, Mikey's trying to just do some math to figure out, okay, where is my ally? Crack 1 more gold. That wasn't it.
Yeah, I think it's 1 more card because it went to the bottom, and based on when we saw the 7 before, I think that it's after this.
Yep, knowing that we have to kill
there
Scuba.
It is.
Yep, we counted it correctly. Destroy the top card. Send this at Scuba. Was not enough to kill off Scuba.
Not so on its own, but
the Chowder should polish it off.
And there it is. You have to get rid of that. Again, you cannot have those cards going back into the decks of Maximilian.
Nope, that is unacceptable in this case. 1 minute left in the round over here, though, so this might not see a conclusion. That's the grindiness of the gravy mirror.
I mean, maybe and maybe not. I see a pretty big boat in the hand of Maximilian. I actually think there might be 2 boats in there. Likely pitch stacked so that they would come up when he needed them for a finisher. Due to the round timer, though, I feel like this would be the time.
That boat does not finish the job, though.
It doesn't finish the job on its own. If, depending on how you work this, you can at least get to where you're threatening lethal. I think maybe all you could do is hope that your opponent has a hand where blocking isn't great. I mean, we did see Maximilian lose game 1 of this draft pod on exactly that, where the opponent just sent so much damage and the blocks were not available. I think right now they're conversing with the judge, obviously, because the timer was running to expire.
Timer has expired.
All right, that's a tipple, and he pointed at Mikey, so I do think this might be one of those situations where just going to send it all.
Might as well send it all and see what happens. We're going to send... We're going to go get this Cuddy, or this Rigger. Is that a Rigger?
I believe that is a Rigger. So that would be an attack for 6, but that's apparently just cleaning up
the swabby.
The swabby, yeah.
And then how much can you send back? That becomes the real question.
That is the question. 4 cards in the hand of Maximilian, +1 in Arsenal.
Plus a gold.
Plus a gold.
You can compass to look at the top. Just have to do some quick napkin math.
Yeah, carry the 1, walk the plank, army matey.
Sleep with the fishes. Yo ho ho, and a bottle of word.
Okay. We're making gold. Kraken gold.
Cracking gold.
Seeing if we can release the Kraken. I don't think Mikey found what was necessary to scally the wags here, and so I think that head shake there was the acknowledgement of like, yeah, there's no way I can find enough. We're at the end and we're scraping bottoms.
That's what it looks like. So we're sending. There's block with 1 card.
Yep, and there's the fist bump.
There's the fist bump. So it looks like we're at a draw.
We are going to end on a draw, which is sometimes the fate of the Gravy Bones mirrors, especially in limited like this because of the limited resources.
Yep, exactly. So here we are, with both players going to move to looks like to 3-1-1 as they drew this match. Again, Gravy Bones mirrors, very difficult, very deck intensive, because there was that deck health that came up as part of the problem, having to think through it, and then all the game actions that you take as a Gravy Bones player with the allies and everything else. It just takes time off the clock, and so that makes it a little bit on the difficult side. But here we are. That's a draw in round 5 for Mikey Dwyer and Maximilian Schmidt. Both moving to 3-1-1. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have round 6 really fast, so please stick around. We'll be back shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the German National Championship for Flesh and Blood. I am once again still Charmer, still here with Logan, and
I'm still pumping caffeine into my body, like it's the only thing that is sustaining me right now, because it kind of is.
Yeah, we are still hopping along here, pun very intended after that last round, because we started in the very early AM for our time, but right on time for our folks there on site in Germany, and we're getting ready to see round 6. If you're just joining us, we had 3 rounds of Classic Constructed, and then we moved to Draft Pods. We are about to see the 3rd game of the first Draft Pod, and it looks like the players are ready. We are going to be seeing Bino Nolting taking on Lauren Nyhughes, I believe is how that is pronounced, and if it is not, I apologize, Lauren, but we have the players at the table, so we're going to go ahead and transition over to them now so that we don't miss any of the action.
Yes, a Marlin versus a Puffin, so we're off the gravy train for now. I'm sure we'll be back on it sooner rather than later, because there is still a lot of gravy bones in CC, and we have another draft to go. So Bino off to a hot start. We watched Bino in, I believe, round 2.
Yes.
On Syndra, nuke a Slippy from orbit.
33 damage in one turn.
Yep, a really good Wrath of Retribution turn that ignited without the use of that card even. His Slippy opponent. And then we have not seen Lauren yet this today. So this is kind of exciting to get a new player on stream. I believe they are playing -IO in Classic Constructed. So
yeah, and that I was just about to say that would make sense, because you and I had kind of talked about how I think some of the Mechanologist players might transition better to playing Puffin. So that would make sense. I'm very excited. This is going to be our first time seeing Puffin since we went to the draft round. Also very exciting to see Marlin coming back once again on the broadcast. There are none in the Classic Constructed setting, so getting a look at the hero in action in this limited format is very nice. Want to see what bow is presented here by Bino, because as you and I have also mentioned, this is a hero that can be built a number of different ways, just in general, but also in the limited format.
I also want to see what gun is presented from Puffin, because that also is telling. So we get a little bit from both sides. I would like to point out again, when we looked at the draft seedings, the 2 Puffins were as far from each other as possible, 3 in between. So both of those decks probably look pretty good. I'm curious how many of the overcards that both of them saw in your Majestics, and then also Perk Up, which is just such a great card in the limited Puffin deck. It is an alpha first pick windmill slam for that deck. So let's see how strong this Puffin came out, as they won the Puffin Mirror already. And into a Marlin deck. Now there's 2 Puffins and 2 Marlins at the table and 4 gravies. The first Marlin we saw was a Red Spine Manta Marlin deck. I'm going to guess we're not going to see Red Spine Manta this time, and we're going to see a Harpoon Cannon. There it is.
Yeah, there we go. I love the big cannon. That's my favorite way to play Marlin, both in Constructed, but also in Limited. Because of the presence of Treasure Island, you can make those Goldfin Harpoons a little bit easier, and as such, we get to load those harpoons and fire them with overpower, which is super relevant, because if you're trying to chip away damage and you can do something that provides a way for damage to leak through your opponent because of their inability to block, that's helpful. Another thing that I want to point out, this is our first time in this draft pod where we have a player that is fully clothed. That's right, Bino has 4 pieces of equipment.
Yeah, that's impressive, because we have not seen a fully clothed hero yet. Oh no,
we have
a sideways deck.
Wait. We have a fully clothed hero, and unless those cards are still the equipment waiting to go down, we might also have a naked hero. I feel like that's got to be the equipment, because we haven't seen the gun. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
There we go.
All right,
2 fully dressed heroes.
And
there
then,
we go.
As far
There's
as
a unicycle, so we got it all.
Yep, has the unicycle. As far as guns go, because you pointed it out, that is the Spitfire that's out there, so I expect a lot of cogs.
Interesting. Yeah, usually it's a blunderbuss, so seeing a Spitfire is pretty interesting. I do expect to see a lot of cogs here. Oh, we're pitching a Majestic. Okay.
Trying to set that up
Okay.
for the second cycle.
Doing stuff like this, you might not see a second cycle. We're just kind of go big number, go burr immediately.
Yeah. I mean, that is a Majestic pitch, but it is also worth noting that that is one that is typically meant to be defended with for the galvanized trigger. So
yes. So we draw back the hammer for +4, and then we slam in with a Cloud Skiff and demand 3 cards. And all right, we're just gonna Arsenal and set up. And Bino has to go like, okay, if they're willing to do that, woof, this might get aggressive real fast. Nothing to galvanize on the on Lauren's side right now either, though. So no cogs as of yet.
Yeah, and that would make sense why, you know, once again, the Majestic was pitched. You want to send that for later. Worst case scenario, it still swings for 7, but you really do want to get that value with the galvanize. On the other side, we're going to see this Nimblism pitched, and then we're going to go ahead and use the arm piece here for loading
load a
headshot. I believe that's a red headshot too, so this could already be a lot of damage. You won't get the overpower, but with the harpoon activation, you do still get the +4 on this.
Yep, so we're just going to say 10? Just 10?
10, and with a card still left in hand that will likely make its way to the arsenal, so both players just coming out swinging, and we can see exactly why they are undefeated in this draft pod at this moment in time. Like, that is an impressive start.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, and you know, it's pretty impressive. We're going to demand some cards. Oh, okay. You're just okay. You're just going to take damage? Okay. It's like, yeah, don't want to give you my whole hand.
Yeah, and that's fair.
Treasures. Yeah.
So the Glidewell fins do have Battle Worn, but because they were activated there, they are destroyed. And I think Bino's okay with that. It was one of those kind of like weird things where blocking with it on turn 0 didn't make sense because it wasn't covering any sort of break points. Also, obviously, if you're blocking with like 3 of the cards from your hand, you don't know what you're going to draw into. But saw the opening and just wanted to ship as much as possible here and then arsenal that card.
It's also just the nature when you play the harpoon cannon. Sometimes you have to load however you can load. You know, you don't have the gun itself or the bow itself doesn't actually, you know, load off of its ability. So you either need to draw a card to be able to load, have a card in arsenal, or use an ability to load. So that's what happened with the harpoon cannon.
What we also saw there is because the first attack was blocked out, there was 2 counters on Treasure Island. So when Bino does that damage, gets to take all of the counters off Treasure Island, which does provide those gold tokens for loading in the future. So Bino is going to be well positioned going forward. Again, you know, it's what those Glidewell fins are for. I just was saying, you know, hey, that's 1 point lost, and we've seen these games go down to the wire, so it will be something I'll keep an eye on as the game stretches.
Well, we like to trade big damage here, so this is just a Gold Hunter catch for 7. So
just, he says.
Yeah, just. It only costs 2 due to Lauren having less gold than Bino, so a 2 for 7, you know, casual. Yeah, I mean, send me the bill, I guess. We're just going to do this. Sure.
So this is one of those situations where if I'm Lauren, I'm happy that I got the damage in, but I'm also terrified.
I'm terrified.
My opponent just ate all of it, has a full 4-card hand plus the card starting in arsenal and the 2 gold tokens. And this is after when they started the game off on what was essentially their first turn, they already sent 10 at me once. Again, you're happy that you got the damage in, but sometimes it's like that double-edged sword where I'm going, okay, now I'm terrified.
It's the Ralph Wiggum meme of I'm in danger. And we are certainly in danger.
All right, so we've got some guns.
We called in the big guns. And then we're hitting a salvage shot. Salvage shot is another one of those really high value arrows just because the on hit is important. It goes in the bottom of the deck.
We've already seen, one game go pretty much down to the wire and then ultimately into a draw between the two Gravy Bones. But again, honestly, with all of these heroes that we've seen so far, the weapons themselves don't just attack. Outside of the blunderbuss, but that's not one that Lauren is running, all of these will require some sort of setup, whether it's loading an arrow, or in the case of Gravy Bones, just the allies are the weapons. So this is a very relevant on hit, but also it's just a lot of damage this early on.
So we're going to block with our unicycle because there's no use pedaling at this point in time. Unicycle is battle worn, so it won't go away. What else? Are we just going to say block one and take the rest? The rest is not a small number.
No, it's not a small number. I would expect at least a three block here if this is going in front.
I would imagine we want to take block 4 here at minimum.
Yeah, I really like the thematic, like on the nose inclusion of salvage shot, just because here you are using it against a mechanologist in the set. And so yes, the salvage shot is meant to represent you salvaging your arrow after you've launched it, but also I kind of like the mental headcanon of, hey, I shot this arrow into a hunk of junk that the mechanologist had on their side, and I'm bringing it back from the salvage yard.
That's right. And so there was a block and still took 8.
And still took 8. A block and an equipment that was thrown in front and still took 8.
All right. Well, we're turning it up already. We got a cog in the machine. We're going to make 2 cogs. Double, at least 2 majestics in this puffin deck. That's a thing.
Yeah, and look at that beautiful cog token.
Are we cranking them both or just cranking the one? That is a beautiful cog token. Looks like we're cranking like both.
And I guess that makes sense if you are looking to, get one additional attack in, and then again, Spitfire is there. That doesn't naturally have go again as well, and you have these cogs. So if you're already planning on utilizing them, then you might as well ensure that you get that swing with the Spitfire.
You also get the draw off Puffin for cranking both, which is not to be missed. For cranking twice in a turn. So we have 2 action points. Deciding on whether or not to tap to put this on the bottom. Looks like we have a judge call here.
Yeah, they've called the judge because they wanted to check on him. They say, Judge, how's your day going? Are you doing okay?
I think it's going pretty well for them. Maybe some tea. I think they might, maybe some tea.
I was going to say, I think more judges just need people to check in on them. So every now and then, raise your hand, say judge, and then just ask them how they are, right? Judges are people too.
They are. I typically do that with a lot of the judges I know. Kirby, Maddie, John Smith, Howard, Eric. Check on Eric a lot. Hope Eric's doing good.
I remember that time when Eric forgot that I was on a cruise with him.
He forgot your name entirely. It was pretty impressive. Yeah, he just the charmer mystique got him, and still one of the funniest things I've ever been a party to is a man that you spent 4 days on a cruise ship with utterly forgot who you were, and it wasn't even like a year, had passed. It was like no time had passed, so that was pretty impressive.
Yeah,
I think we're just trying to order the resolution of the cogs and the ability to put the cog in the machine on the bottom.
It does look like that is the question, because they were pointing at the cogs and then to the cog in the machine.
Yes, we do not have audio on the table, so we don't know the conversation that's happening, but the mannerisms suggest they are discussing the resolution on cog in the machine, since we've already drawn for Puffin.
And this,
if we have the ability to put the cog back on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, this should still be fine, because the Puffin trigger would essentially kind of go on the stack, and the active player should still be able to choose order of resolution.
But you need to resolve the entire card, right? And if you drew off Puffin, that would signal that the card has resolved.
I see what you're saying.
But we'll see how they rule this. I could be very wrong on that. We do have Joshua Scott every now and again that can tell me what's going on. So yeah, maybe if he's around.
Yeah, I actually think that you are correct now, because they are still talking it through, but I saw Lauren point to Puffin specifically there, which would indicate that they're asking whether or not the trigger from Puffin and the drawn card factors into it. So again, kind of waiting to see what that resolution is, but you are correct. You would have to resolve the entire card. I'd forgot that they had already drawn from the Puffin before they went to place that down below. And that does matter, because, you know, whether or not you're placing that down below could have, you know, been impacted by knowing what that card is, for example, right? So this, I think, was the right call. Call the judge, just make sure everything's there, and it does look like that is going into the discard pile, likely because Puffin had already drawn.
It also, you know, it's 13-7 in the second turn of the game. So probably not going to see that second cycle anyway.
I mean, probably not, but it is one of those things where I know myself as a player, I still want to get things right. I
agreed.
You know, not this year's, but the previous year's US Nats, I had a situation where I called a judge on myself, and the game was like 30-7 in the CC rounds, but I had made a mistake, and so I was self-reporting, and my opponent even said, like, I applaud you for, you know, taking the time to do this right when it clearly doesn't matter, and we kind of laughed about it, but it is important to do, especially at these high-level events.
Agreed. So it's like we're going to crack our gold using our 2 floating resources and just draw a card. You've got 2 cogs, no reason to really cash in for another one with Marlin with that gold right now. 2 action points still a lot to do. Might be digging for an attack or digging for pumps, either way.
Yeah, I suspect that Lauren might be trying to get whatever the most high value attack is that they can, with the understanding that that second action point, unless it's just 2 outstanding attacks back to back, is still probably intended for the Spitfire. You have the cogs, you might as well make sure you're getting that value from them. You have multiple cogs, so your Spitfire can, you know, attack for 3.
Yeah, they're talking about, you know, sorry, I'm taking some time here. No worries. I don't think that this is going that long.
Plus, with the judge call, I would imagine that they got at least some marginal time extension, so they're not against the clock at all at this point.
No, not at all. And looks like we're trying to get the hand cam a little bit here. So, okay. We're just going to go ahead and pull back the hammer, I think.
Yep, that's a drawback the hammer. Again, one of those cards, you know, you mentioned perk up earlier, but I think drawback the hammer is also right there. I think that might have been why the turn was taking a bit of time for Lauren, because there was also that opportunity with 2 action points to maybe attack with the gun and then draw back the hammer. But if you don't have enough action points to follow it up with another attack, there's kind of no point. But it might have been why the thought process was taking that length of time, seeing if...
But we are drawing back the hammer with a Cogworks Zeppelin.
Yeah.
And that's a red one, so that's 10. And so we're just trading giant haymakers.
Yeah. Both
10
players.
with an action point. Block 4 can tap a cog here to give it plus, or can tap 2 cogs to give it +2.
Yes, that is something that is certainly possible with the Zeppelin, and it does appear that that's going to be the case. Just might as well get the guaranteed damage in now with them.
Got anything else? No? You're just going to take 8?
Right. I mean, sometimes you can't stop the Hindenburg.
I think most of the time you can't stop the Hindenburg. So now we're going to unicycle to untap a cog.
And that is great because that still means that that cog will be available if the gun is the final option here, but
looks like we tapped a cog to make a cog. Off the gold token. And then...
Yep. Now that's cog coming Spitfire for 3 because the other cog got tapped.
Three's a good number.
I mean, it's a really impressive number when your opponent's at 5, and at this point has to be saying, do I really want to go all the way down to 2?
Okay, it's only coming in for 2.
Actually, just has 2. Okay.
We had that second cog that was made, so we had to tap a cog to make a cog. So right now, going to 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, opponent at 7. We have 3 gold tokens, so we can peel through our deck a bit. This might be one you say loud and proud, no blocks. Okay.
Yeah, I think if Bino had a slightly better hand, that would be the case, but I don't think that Bino has a way to either give this next attack overpower or send one with go again and then follow it up with overpower. I think ultimately that's what you would really hope for, is to leak a little bit of damage and then go through with kind of unblockable on the back end. Those 3 gold tokens are also probably weighing heavy on his mind, because if the hand is just not great right now, you could draw into stuff, and that still might be worth going for it. Even if you don't get the full victory, if you can strip enough cards from Lauren where you maintain the tempo, you'll be in a good position. So Bino does ultimately decide to take the damage. I think kind of coming to the same conclusion I was, which is you would have to have some really bad luck, whether it's off of these gold, or even if he has a different path in mind, you'd have to have some really bad luck for you to not at least strip some cards from Lauren's hand here.
Yeah, 100%. So we are going to start by cracking a gold token.
Okay, a swell.
Yep, we're going to swell.
Oh, not what you want to see off of the swell.
We don't get to pitch it for free. So this is just for 3.
We were talking about the Majestics on Lauren's side, but that is a King Kraken Harpoon that just got revealed on Bino's side. And that's exactly the card I think Bino was hoping to find, because if you're trying to close out a game, sending that with the cannon for 10 overpower is definitely a way to get it done.
Of all the ways to do it, that is one of them. Now, and then the problem here is that you can crack a gold to get to it potentially. All right, that's still damage.
Yep, just gonna sacrifice the chest piece for the resource and then send 7.
3 for 7. Yeah, just a 3 for 7. That is your life total. But here's the problem. If you can total up, Lauren's hand, and say, off of these 4 cards, I can present 15. That's just dead on Bino's side. So here, if you have the ability to just soak up 1 with a piece of equipment, so say your light finger's down there, Use block 1, take 6. And it doesn't have go again. No, we are going to decide to block and galvanize because we have a free galvanize.
I do think that one of the concerns about doing that is that if you don't have absolute certainty in your mind that you can close this out, going down to 1 risks any overpower closing out the game, and you're staring at your opponent who just revealed a King Kraken Harpoon. So that would be something I would be a little bit worried about. I would have to 100% know, and I think that this is correct by Lauren. I think you block, you don't go all the way down to 1. Still have a card in arsenal, 2 cards in hand.
Yep. Have a gold, 2 cogs. Opponent at 3. Yep, we're starting off hot. We're just throwing a Goldwing Turbine to give a +3 Mechanologist attack. We're sacking a gold, making a cog, cranking the cog,
to drawing a card. And again, that's Mechanologist attack. So even if this does end up just being the Spitfire, for example, that would still get the bonus.
Yes, and can +1 it, so you can Spitfire for 7, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I think Lauren was hoping to find something slightly better with the dig. Does have a Cloud Skiff. I think that's a yellow.
It does look to be either a yellow or a blue Cloud Skiff. So this does allow for go again. And if it happens to be a yellow, that is 7 go again, or 7 with the ability to be go again. And so we did give it go again, it looks like. We took 1.
Yep, does look like that is... It's taking 1 is still enough to get that gold token on the side of Lauren from Treasure Island.
I wonder if we have a blue in hand to pitch. To see what you find.
Going to break the chain, which does tell me up. I was going to say, it does tell me we're going to be pitching to that gold because there's not really any other activations there that you would break the chain for.
So worst case scenario here is we send a gun for 3.
You know, best case would be if you found something that was like a solid 1 for 5. Oh,
a perk up.
Or
sure.
A perk up.
That seems fine,
yeah.
I guess. Like, I guess that does the job.
So this...
So +4, untap your hero, smash in, take both the cards.
Yeah, it takes 2 of the cards. We'll likely leave Beano in a position where this is just going to be an arsenal pass moment, and then pray that Lauren doesn't have enough gas this next time around. We did see...
We can crack golds.
Yeah, we're going to crack golds. Okay, just kept the 1 blue to see if we can just chain them together and find something. I like this game plan.
Again. Yeah, do it again. Just keep digging. That is an arrow.
That is an arrow.
But it's a blue. But it's a blue one.
Yeah, but that's fine. You've got 3 more gold. I love this.
Yeah, just go for it. It's another headshot. Those headshots are not worthless.
I think trying to decide if I want to load this. That's what's going through Beano's mind, right? Because you still have that trigger that you can resolve from drawing a card.
You still have 2 gold though.
Well, exactly. So it's the question of whether or not you want to keep going.
So I know we're gonna make a harpoon and overpower it.
Yeah, I like this game plan a lot. So as a response to the draw, essentially, right? Marlin is going to be activating. Actually, it's not a response to the draw. This is just straight up the action, right? It's not an instant speed. It's an action with go again. So doing this and then going to crack more gold, and then in response to those draw, if needed, we'll be able to put the harpoon down.
Activate
cannon. Try to send 6
harpoon
overpower.
6. Now we do have block on equipment.
Yeah, but this was still a very well navigated hand from Bino, because at the end of the day, if this gets rid of the rest of the equipment, allows Bino to still put one more card into arsenal, it's still better off than I think Bino could have been in a different situation, right?
No, I agree. I agree completely. I mean, you might as well dig, right, at that point, and just find what you can find. Getting to a spot where you can overpower a harpoon is pretty good.
Bino probably saying, I really wish this wasn't a mechanologist, because they have a lot of 3 blocks at their disposal.
Yep. And so they can cover it up with 1 card and the equipment.
Covered it.
Lose all your cogs.
Covered it completely, though, which is maybe not what I would want to see if I was Bino, because that's perhaps a tell that they think that they also have it here. So this is another Goldwing turbine, I believe.
Yep, it's a Goldwing turbine. So we cranked the cog off the Goldwing turbine for a +3. And then we're coming back in. Looks like that is a red.
Yeah, I think based on the dots,
it's a sky skimmer.
Yeah, it's a sky skimmer for sure. I just was trying to tell if it's a red or a yellow there. I believe
7. That's a red. So a sky skimmer for 7, and it's 8. It's functionally 8.
Yeah, functionally 8, because it does have the text where you can tap a cog to give it +1. Although theoretically, that's another one where you could give it go again and then send the gun.
You would need another cog.
Oh,
the gun requires a cog.
Gun does require a cog. You are correct. I keep forgetting that it is Spitfire and not the Blunder.
So it looks like we're blocking 8, and look at the top. Bear in mind that there is a 3-minute extension, so there's still 7.5 minutes left in their round.
Now, the one plus side for Bino is that Lauren did have to use the entire hand there. So that means no...
So this is just a Sikkim shot for 4. A 3 block is still good here.
Yeah, no arsenal left on the side of Lauren, but 3 block would be good enough to stay alive.
But you really don't want the gold token. So unless you feel like you can take all the cards out of their hand, it's probably advisable to try to block this entirely out. If you can.
And if you're going to use, 2 cards to block this out, on the off chance you have a couple of 2 blocks, it might be the best time to utilize them in this situation. Again, Mechanologist has so many 3 blocks in this set. That's, I think, one of the strengths of the class in Limited, but...
Yeah, right here. I also think that there's a Galvanize in hand as well. So
oh, yeah, because...
you'll be able to reset your cog.
The Golden Skywarden, I believe, should have made it back by now.
It would be close. But if you had a Golden Skywarden, you wouldn't have to block with 2 cards. You would just have to block with 1. Well, I guess you'd have to still block with 2. But we did have Galvanize. We remake a cog. The Skywarden should be close to the next cycle.
It might even be in the next draw. It has been a bit. We have to be approaching that point. So we are at that nitty-gritty part of these limited matches. Both players just a hair away from losing the game, which means every little bit of math matters.
Or winning the game.
Or
this
winning
is a
the
2
game.
for 6. So going to require 2 cards. There's a Nimblism in hand over there, though.
Yeah, I see that.
However, that Nimblism doesn't do anything unless you can load an arrow.
I do believe that Nimblism, because we're getting so close to that second cycle for both these players, I think that Nimblism is the blue one that was pitched earlier.
We got a gold token because of the sink to the bottom, the blue card that blocks, and you can bury a yellow card to make a gold.
So that is the blue Nimblism, which is going to get pitched to this gold. Finds a salvage shot. Yeah, so that's, again, we're circling back now because that Nimblism was pitched, and then this is the salvage shot that hit earlier and actually went to the bottom. So this should be a red one.
I believe that's a yellow salvage shot for 4.
Yes, you are correct. Oh, that's right. It was buffed the last time we saw it, which is why it was so much bigger. Forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
But also, again, still very annoying as both players are low on health, but also kind of starting to get low on cards. This isn't something I think that you want your opponent to get back. I think Bino doing that math there, I counted out, I think I saw 6 cards plus the ones in hand on the side of Lauren.
Looks like we have a question away from the table. So, might be asking for a clarification on how Skywarden works. You destroy an item you control to get +1. If it's a cog, you create a gold and repeat this process. Might be asking if gold is an item, but gold is not an item, I believe. Looking at gold tokens.
Yep, so there is the Skywarden. We have definitely come back around on those second cycle moments.
So gold is an item, and you are able to blow it up with Skywarden to block for 4. Here we go.
All right, this is a pretty good start from Lauren when you're trying to close the game out.
Yep, absolutely. This is kind of how you draw it up. So
it's going to eat the entire hand.
Screws. Yeah, right. Tightening the screws for a +4. And that's a 4. I mean, you have to block it.
Yep.
Well, you have to leave yourself enough damage to try to win the game. So you can't throw your entire hand in front of it.
Will require some blocks. So the one thing that is weirdly working in Bino's favor is that at some point I think Lauren is going to want to 1-block one of these and take one, but that will give Bino a gold. And when that happens,
Marlon's ability comes into play,
as well as that threat of it being a harpoon specifically with overpower, and there's no equipment left on the side of Lauren. So I think he's got to properly identify that perhaps 2 is just the same as 1, because 1 damage is like 1 turn away from inevitability.
But if you're on Lauren's side, you can't give up 2 cards. Like, that's the problem. You have to try to make them play to defending a gigantic attack.
I think I just question whether or not there are any gigantic attacks left. We are, in that second cycle period. And I think that's kind of the beauty of the late game Marlin, is that you don't necessarily need, there's going to be the 2 cards. You don't necessarily need to have great cards late, because you could still have access to the overpower, right? Yes, it's going to be a bunch of stuff that you pitched earlier, but if you get a window, it might be good enough.
We're just going to come in again.
Yeah, have to demand cards from Bino. Both players.
At least 2.
Yeah, just really, really down as far as deck size goes. 2-card block from Bino.
2-card block. There's the irrelevant counter on Treasure Island at this point. We're just arsenaling and passing, drawing up our hand. There's a Nimblism. That's a 2 block.
Yeah, that
What do you have
nimblism
left in the tank?
is that blue one that we've seen a couple of times already. Back for a third time.
Oh, we're just going to come in again.
Yeah, both players kind of just playing with the entire deck, but I think this might work in Beano's favor.
I think this is working in Beano's favor.
Just because from a sheer numbers standpoint, there should be, I was going to say, there should be enough here to pitch and send the arrow with the buff. And even if Lauren can survive this, it would require, yeah, I was going to say two cards. And oh no. Oh no. I think we might be looking at a draw.
Another one. A deterministic draw. It looks like we hit another deterministic draw.
Unless, I mean, I only saw the one card go out, so maybe not wanting to take a draw, you know, just decides to no block, or was that attack fully covered by the 3? It's hard for me to see what color that is.
I can't see if it's a red or a yellow.
Yeah.
So yep, we have a draw, another draw. We've seen 2, and this one a Gravy Bones wasn't even involved. What an incredible run up in a matchup to a draw again. So that takes both of these players to still 5-0-1, still undefeated, but man, what a close game. And very well played out of both players, very patient. No one tanked for a ton of time. It was,
yeah, I think the most time that we saw was really just with the judge call. And I will say, you know, if you could go back in time, I know that Lauren would want potentially that sequence back, simply because getting the Coggin machine in the deck would have provided a little more oomph here in the end, right? It's an extra card, but it's also an extra source of the golden cog tokens, which might have meant the difference between even just a single Spitfire fire additionally, right? So this is absolutely the kind of game where inches decided it. Still, I think well played by both players. Again, we said it earlier, this game is hard, and it's one of those things that is very easy to miss something in the heat of it. With that being said,
so yeah, that judge call mattered. You know, the resolving the card absolutely mattered, and yeah, great game, fun to watch. But now it's time to set up draft process 2, and we're going to be taking a break, and we'll be back in it'll be a little bit still, but we'll go ahead and make sure you know before we're coming back. So stick around, please.
Hello and welcome back to the German National Championships for Flesh and Blood. I am still Charmer, still joined by Logan. We have recaffeinated during the break. It is now almost noon where I am, which is a far cry from the 2 a.m. start that I had my time, but that's okay because we have the caffeine and the adrenaline, and we also have some very exciting news because we're going to be going into our final draft pod of day one. Logan, what do you think of the day so far? We've had 3 rounds of CC, 3 rounds of draft. We're now going into our second draft of the day.
Spectacular. It's been a great time. I know, much to the chagrin of a lot of our viewership, I have yet to drop a single F-bomb on stream. Hoping that we can continue that streak, keep it going. But looking at what we have here in our standings, so now we have a couple of Syndra towards the top. We still have Lori and Nihus on Dash IE. Played that game to a draw against Bino Nulting on Marlin in last draft. Then there's Daniel Hammer out there as well. One of our 4 Florians also lurking in the top 8 right now, which is still an incredible number of Florians. But we're going to be focusing on Draft Pod 2, where we have in the CC portion of this, there is Hanno Lunser on Verdance. And then we have Lucas Macarano on our guy Gravy Bones. Sebastian Kleiner, I believe that's a Slippy.
That is correct.
Slippy.
It's just in the stealth.
Yes, that's right. It's stealthing. Ilias Carmanis on Vincent in there. Another Gravy and Maximilian Klein, who we saw as our featured drafter in the last draft rounds, and then Nika Roth on Azalea, one of the ones that we did talk about. Robin Wagner, Aracilio. Everybody root for Aracilio. And then Christopher Bizau, who we saw earlier on Gravy Bones as well, rounding out the second draft pod of the day. If you look, there is a whole lot of people in striking distance. We have a couple of Dories with Christian Hauk and Kirill Antropov, but we and then almost a ton of Gravy Bones still up there in the top 24. So in those first three draft pods, we should see a lot of shakeout with this one. Now, whoever comes out with the 3-0 and the top 2 draft pods is really going to be in a prime seat to make a top 8 run, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing what we can kind of glean out as our first couple of spots that are pseudo locked for a top 8 berth. It's looking like there could be a Syndra. It's looking like it could be a Verdance. I mean, it could even be a Slippy. Who knows?
Yeah, as I'm looking at these, the first thing that jumped out to me is we have just one undefeated player left in the entire field, largely because of the draws that we saw in the first draft. This is a limited format where you really have to be mindful of the cards left in your deck as well as the time. Gravy Bone mirrors, for example, because of a lot of bookkeeping, digging, attacking with allies, cleaning up allies. You do run that risk of just running out of time to finish the round, but you do also have several ways, and not just amongst Gravy Bones, mind you, but amongst many of the heroes. You have several ways where you can end up in a situation where neither player is capable of throwing damage anymore. And in fact, we saw that with our last game of the last round with Lauren and Bino facing off against each other. Both players just ran out of steam and were forced into a draw. The number of draws that we have potentially going into this final draft round will potentially shake up the positioning. As a reminder, tomorrow it does start with 3 more rounds of Swiss for Classic Constructed before the cut to top 8. Every point counts today because you really want to be in the best position possible when you go to those 3 rounds of CC.
Absolutely. And those last 3 rounds of, coming out of the draft at a record of 7 points or better is crucial to being in a great position to make a top 8 run with a 2-1 record in CC tomorrow, which is kind of the ideal, right? Having to run off 3 in a row is difficult. That's why winning these draft pods and at least making sure you have a positive record in the draft pods is crucial to making those runs and coming out with 7 points. So you're looking at like your Robin Wagner's and your Christopher Bezows at the bottom of that second draft pod. They're the ones that really do need the 3-0.
Yeah, they would certainly benefit the most from it simply because they are kind of playing from behind at this stage of the event, but there is still a lot of games to be played. We are officially only halfway through the total Swiss rounds. We have 3 more draft, 3 more CC tomorrow. I will say what I love, with the exception of Gravy Bones, and no surprise there because it was the most popular hero at the event today, but with the exception of Gravy Bones, what jumps out to me about this top 24 is the diversity. We have a lot of different heroes represented. The top 16, for example, we've got a really deep dive outside of Gravy Bones. I'm looking at it, and unless I'm just miscounting here, it's just the 2 Syndras near the top and then the Gravy Bones, and everything else is not a repeat in that top 16 as it stands.
There are 2 Verdants that are in the top 24, but in the top 16, no. It's just the Gravies and the Syndras, and everything else is a one of in the top 16. So we're definitely in a spot where this is going to get really interesting. And again, only 1 Guardian in the top 16, only 2 in the top 24. We thought the Guardian was unbanned with new ascending. I mean,
it is the case. That's why there's 2 instead of 0.
like, sure, I guess, yeah. Jarl's had some good runs out here and there, and really does a good job of punishing some of these more aggressive decks when they can tax their resources. So that'll be interesting to see, especially with a Dash Inventor in second place, and then first and third, bracketed in first and third by 2 Syndras right now. If that remains sort of your top echelon, then yeah, the Jarls will have a good path in CC as well, as long as they can stay towards the top. Same with that Prism lurking in 7th, because Prism does like to abuse those matchups as long as they don't brick on a hand, which we have seen happen. I think about Kevin Murphy in the quarterfinals of Pro Tour London against Aurora. Normally that's a good matchup for Prism, but sometimes you just draw the wrong half of your deck and that's it. So that can happen to the Prism players, but right now, also staring at the Prism players is there's that Jarl again, and that's a problem because, and even that Vince sitting in 12th is also just a huge issue.
I was just about to say, I think if I was Prism, I don't want some of these players that are in pod 2 to secure a good standing for tomorrow, because not only is the Vin set potentially a nightmare, but also I think that the Ocilio, because of the split damage, and specifically, we talked about it earlier, Ocilio's arcane damage goes tall at the end of it. I think that could also be a bit of a problem for Prism if it gets off to a hot start. Could start pressuring them into playing some of their allies defensively, and then also with the ability to kind of go over the top, would still be able to blow up those wards and leak damage through, which is not what Prism wants at all in those matchups. So we'll keep an eye out for that tomorrow. But today, after we saw what we did in the first draft pod, what are you expecting for this second go round? In our first draft pod, if you're just joining us, or if you were watching it but you just don't remember, we had a pod that had 4 Gravy Bones and then 2 Marlin, 2 Puffins. Scurv did not make an appearance. Do we think that that's roughly the standard, or a bit more even across the heroes this time around?
Normally I would look for a 3-3-2 split, not a 4-2-2 split. And that's going to be interesting to see if that holds true. I feel like some of that first pod might have been some people trying to force Gravy Bones, which again, that is something you can do, or a misread signal. I mean, anything can happen, honestly. A lurking Scurv can always make it a 2-2-3-1 pod, which is super awkward. But I think that what I'm looking for is pace of play. I think these players have gotten a taste now of how slow this can go. And yeah, we're in that spot. And speaking of which, we just got our matchup for the next round. Maximilian Klein is back and we've had him on camera a couple of times. But the reason we're bringing him back is because Maximilian Klein found the Scurv. So here we go. Maximilian Klein on Scurv versus Hanno Lunzer on Marlin. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm going to be very excited for this. It's funny, I was just about to point out that I think this pod had the potential to also be heavy gravy bones, just because, again, as we look at the heroes that they brought to Classic Constructed, this is a pod that has 3 players that opted to bring gravy bones as their primary hero. So usually that means they're comfortable with that hero. I would have expected maybe, you know, that to sway things, but now that we're actually getting to see the pod to where folks were sitting, we have a completely different
one gravy. Oh no.
Wow. This is not what I was expecting.
One gravy, triple Marlin, triple Puffin, Scurv. And this is what I was talking about earlier with how draft pods can get thrown completely off by the presence of a Scurv. Because the traditional read becomes really difficult in both directions with a Scurv in play. So I'm going to guess that one of those, either Puffins or Marlin, I'm going to guess the Puffin was a pivot. And that left a singleton gravy bones in the pod. That's incredible. That's some feasting.
The other thing that's really just surprising to me is that we have 3 Marlins and 3 Puffins. So I don't know if perhaps these packs were just really juiced as far as the mechanologist cards go, or if you're fighting for scraps and you're just picking up some of the more generic pirate cards, what does that then mean for Maximilian? I am just looking at this and wondering how we ended up here. These packs must have been absolutely wild while they were being passed around the table.
No, these had to be crazy. And again, this is just the indicative of this is a Scurv throwing off an entire pod by merely existing, because signals are no longer signals. And that, that gets a little touchy. So you see a signal, hard signal for Marley and Puffin, and it's like, okay, so I'm going to try to send the one or the other. You send the other, the hard signal gets accepted, and then there's still an ally in the pack, and that probably happened multiple times. And so you have a gravy bones just feasting and going, okay, don't mind if I do, I guess. And by the time you have pit pack 2, it's harder to pivot. And here we go. So I cannot wait to see. This is going to be some intriguing gameplay. I can't wait.
I am so excited that not only do we get to see Scurv, but that also means that we get to see his faithful companion, Sticky Fingers, as well.
One, beautiful name. 2, I usually don't love when there's a pun involved, but an octopus named Sticky Fingers is got me good. Like, that one's pretty good. The other thing is, a card that nobody picks when they see it is Not So Fast, the Scurv specialization. And that's also just a rare. So that also could have been floating around too.
You're not wrong. That definitely has the possibility to have popped up on more than one occasion. We've certainly seen cards that don't often appear in bundles, appear in bundles of decks so far. In that first pod, for example, we had multiple battalions. We had the quadruple tipple that popped up. So it would not surprise me if Not So Fast did make an appearance in this Scurv deck for Maximilian. I'm very excited to see what the offense looks like, because, I mentioned the Sticky Fingers, but also I can't help but go back to what we were talking about earlier, which is both pace of play and the ability for games to end in a scenario where both players are unable to defeat the opponent. The timing or the use of Sticky Fingers, I think, is going to be really important for Maximilian at certain points, because I don't think that you want to put Sticky Fingers in danger too early, unless you just know that you have a lot of gas in your deck, right? If you've drafted a lot of, say, like the big red boats and you know that you can go tall, maybe it's worth the risk early just to get them a little bit lower, get them blocking, put the pressure on. But I'm going to be very interested in how and when Sticky Fingers does end up getting utilized.
I mean, sometimes just send the Sticky Fingers into the red zone, first chance you get. Hopefully it eats an attack. And that's it. You get 5 value out of a Sticky Fingers, you feel pretty good about it. So we'll have to see how that works out. There are a couple of things that can pop an ally that is still perched, so that will also be interesting to see if those come up, because they are odd interactions at that. And, stupid sexy Scurv, here we go. Just sitting there waiting to plunder your hold, as it were. Seems like we should I think we're getting ready to head down to the players shortly. Looking at the pod right now, we could see Maximilian and Christopher meeting up in, I believe, the second round of this pod. Is that correct? Or would it be the finals of this pod?
Assuming the bracket is just strictly left to right here, then yes, it could potentially be Christopher and Maximilian if they both win their respective round ones. But I am not 100% sure if that is the way the pairings are going to go. The other interesting bit as I'm looking at this is the middle of this pod is 2 mirror matches just because of the way the seedings went. Now, that makes sense because the players typically, if somebody's directly across from you, it's safe to be drafting the same hero as them because it's likely that your cards will wheel a little bit longer when you're taking those signals from your left and your right. But that also does mean that the Puffins and the Marlins are going to kind of thin themselves down naturally one way or the other.
Yep, they definitely will. And right now, because you have 3 of each, there's you look at Hans, Lucas, Sebastian, and Robin on that side of the table. They were all at some point in time getting hard cut by the person next to them, whereas Nika and Elias weren't. And so they potentially, we could have the right side of the bracket with just weaker decks in general, or the right side of the table pairings here, just generally weaker than the left side, just due to proximity, if nothing else.
Yeah, it really does feel like there's the potential for a lot of cannibalization there. However, I will say this, the Marlins are potentially tricky because yes, we've got a couple that are seated next to each other and there are 3 in the pod, but we have also talked about how you can build Marlin a couple of different ways. We have already seen both Red Spine Manta today as well as the cannon version of Marlin. Very interested to see what Hanno has brought after this draft. And Maximilian here taking a quick drink. Gotta fuel up. Gotta take that real life Gold Kiss rum before you start making them as Scurv.
We don't really know that that's not rum. So we're not there. And I feel like it'd be great if somebody were offering some rum right now. But Hanno Lunzer is on Marlin against a Scurv. Here we go. I see the Sticky Fingers. I'm just excited. That's all I want out of life, is to see our octopus come in.
Well, I mean, what's not to love? It's an octopus. It's a faithful companion. It's got it's wearing a bandana, but it's draped in a way that makes me feel like that's also supposed to be an eye patch for the other side, which is just for, maximum theme, which I can certainly appreciate.
We do love being on theme, if nothing else.
We appreciate commit to the bit.
Of course, you got to commit to the bit. So Maximilian Klein and Hanno Runzer getting shuffled up here.
Unless those are judges, and it's entirely possible they were. There was a little bit of a grouping around the table there for a moment, so perhaps word has gotten out that somebody has drafted a Scurv. Might get a bit of an audience.
It is entirely possible. But it is entirely possible. I think they're judges, though, because I think the stream room is kind of separated out. Dice roll here for even odd. Looks like we have 3 pieces of equipment for the Scurv and a full suite for the Marlin. So all the clothes on one side with the Jarl Vitradi sleeves even. And then the classic Batman sleeves on the left side for Maximilian Klein for the equipment. Because why wouldn't you put, why wouldn't you? Utility belt equipment. It makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I will say I appreciate that Hanno has the Jarl sleeves and then is also bringing the Canon version of Marlin. Canon is typically a bit more Guardian-esque. You're trying to go tall. So perhaps that was one of the things that was attractive for drafting this version of Marlin. Very surprised to see the full suite of equipment just because there was 3 Marlins at the table, but Maximilian here with 3 equipment pieces as well, I think made out pretty well considering you are limited. You can't take some of the other equipment pieces when presented. So this
just a generic and pirate.
Yeah, this looks like it went pretty well, based on the limited information we have for both players.
Yeah, and that makes sense kind of for where they were at, but we'll have to see how this all kind of pans out. He's like, oh, yeah, all right. Decks are presented, getting a cut. Flip some equipment, will be well on our way. I see that we have our Treasure Island macro represented, oriented directly towards us. How nice.
Yeah, it's very kind. You'll love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, if we were able to read, we would tell you what that does.
We know what it does.
Do we?
All right. If you're watching at home and you're not familiar with Treasure Island, that's the macro that is used in the limited play for High Seas, and it simply states the first time a player attacks each turn, you put a gold counter on Treasure Island, and then when a player takes damage, you remove that many gold counters from Treasure Island and create that many gold tokens in your possession. And that's really important because every hero in this set wants gold for one reason or another.
Yeah, no, accurate. They really, really do. Scurv, maybe the least.
I would not have had that take personally. I think making the Gold Kiss rum is very relevant. If for no other reason, then it also makes the resource, even on turns where the go again isn't super relevant. Sure. We all know how powerful Tunic is, and we have on our first turn here a big attack that gets blocked out, so potentially a little hand filtering while keeping your health afloat on the side of Hanno.
Just rallying the Coast Guard. I see a cracked bauble in Maximilian Klein's hand.
Not surprised, to be honest. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
And that doesn't block, but
it is yellow.
That also makes me think that quite potentially that Scurv was a Pack 2 Scurv. But a boat, just boat.
Yeah, sometimes you just throw a boat. I believe that is the HMS Kraken.
That is the HMS Kraken. So. And so, 7 overpower.
Yes, there are
destroy an item.
2 blue cards in the pitch, which is the requirement for High Tide. So 7 overpower, trying to destroy an item, as you said.
No items in play for Maximilian, so sort of no big deal there. And Scurv is, Sticky Fingers, not an item. Offhand Ally, not an item.
That's right. You heard it here first. Scurv and Sticky Fingers are not an item.
Yeah, that's sad for one of them, and I can't determine which one. I think it's sadder for Scurv. That's just my thought process, though.
Maximilian looking to generate some pressure here.
Maybe with a boat? Do we have a boat? Can we boat them? Nope, we have a Scar for Scar, though.
That's a great way to start things off when you were forced to take damage the previous turn. You might as well take advantage of it with a nice 4 attack with Go Again.
4 Go Again is good. Put a counter on Treasure Island. Maybe convert that. Just have to see. Sticky Fingers has the action where they can attack and steal a gold token. So if we want the gold token, we can just attack with a Sticky Fingers.
Yeah, Sticky Fingers does not have Go Again naturally, though, which again is one of those benefits of making the Gold Kiss rum tokens. But we're okay. We're gonna follow that up with a Ravenous Rabble, and I'm pretty sure that's a red nimblism.
It's a red nimblism. So sometimes you just have it when it comes to that.
Yeah.
We are currently playing Briar, it turns out.
That Cracked Bobble is in there because they were drafting all of the 0 for 4 Go Agains.
Listen, I have won a lot of games of Flesh and Blood by playing 0 for 4 Go Agains. And here's just like, yep, 4 it is. Make a gold. It's like, oh, cool. Didn't think that was going to happen necessarily. So is this where you pop the gold and just draw the nimblism for next turn by pitching that Cracked Bobble? Or are we just going to play our attack? Yeah, let's just do this. We're going to steal a gold. Cool. And then I'm pretty sure we're either going to get in with Sticky Fingers and steal that last gold. Make a Gold Kiss rum off of Scurv. Get a resource.
So the resource...
Well, get a resource when he activates.
I was going to say, that happens when you activate the Gold Kiss, but the Bobble...
Draw the nimblism.
Does allow you to draw the nimblism. And now the Sticky Fingers goes, trying to take that single gold token. Gold.
That's kind of mean. Not gonna lie, kind of a mean turn from a Cracked Bobble. Confiscating Hano's gold. That's just 2. But as noted, this is Harpoon Marlin. So may not be a ton of Go Again. So the Sticky Fingers may just end up eating a turn.
Yeah, that's possible. I think it just depends on what was placed in the arsenal the turn before. If it's a large attack, I think it's pretty safe to say that it would go at Maximilian. You wouldn't want to waste a large attack on just the 2 health. I suspect that we're not going to see Sticky Fingers targeted this time around. Yeah, I was going to say, because Hano decided to just take the damage, it was clearly keeping the cards that were available to set something up. So this is going to be a big boat, I believe, with High Tide active as well, because we have
this is a Barracuda.
2 blue cards in the pitch.
An on-hit, destroy an ally they control. So we're going to just massacre Sticky Fingers the old-fashioned way by sending 7 overpower. Not blocking that one out, most likely. There are methods to make sure this doesn't hit, but I don't know that Maximilian has any of them, and we may just be seeing a clean, take some damage, lose our fingers, cry a little bit. Well, there is a Rally the Coast Guard in his hand.
Yeah.
And a Sunken Treasure.
And there are defense reactions that do exist, and there is a card in Arsenal as well. There's also equipment available.
A Sticky Fingers. Yeah, we can protect a Sticky Fingers here. That's interesting.
And you could do so while taking no damage. And even if you have not many actions left on your turn, again, activating Sticky Fingers might just be fine.
No gold to steal, more than likely. But just attacking for 2 is attacking for 2.
Also worth noting, even outside of the defense reactions, there are just block cards which work very well against Overpower as well. So cards like On the Horizon. Not that they are...
Or in this case, Sunken Treasure.
Yeah.
We're going to bin a yellow, make a gold. Pretty successful block overall. Sticky Fingers lives to see another day. That's the second time we see Sunken Treasure have an immediate impact.
Treasure is good. Whether it's sunken, on land, in your coffers, treasure is treasure.
Treasure is treasure. We're going to eat a rum, get a resource. Do we eat a rum? Or do we just drink a rum? I think we drink a rum.
Yeah, we drink the rum. And not only does that provide the resource, but it is also going to give this Sticky Fingers go again as well.
Go again on the fingers. Can't get any dirtier than that.
Yeah, if you're not familiar, the Gold Kiss Rum just naturally says your next action this turn gets go again. So in this case, it's the action of attacking with Sticky Fingers, but there's a lot of really neat things that you can do with Gold Kiss Rum. If you have like non-attack actions that don't naturally have go again, for example, if you somehow have Gold Kiss Rum and you're playing Gravy Bones, some of those allies that don't naturally have go again, you can use it to fuel them. Scurv, of course, gets that additional benefit of generating a resource when it's used as well. And unless I'm missing something, was the resource used, or are they just not indicating that that resource is floating?
I'm not indicating the floating resource, okay. I believe is where we're at here. Noteworthy that it is not, I believe, a trigger that is missable, so that resource just exists. It's just not being indicated right now. We're just gonna take 2. Okay. Did we just not want the 2 off Treasure Island, or? And what are we sending behind it here?
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, I think that they were still waiting to just resolve the Treasure Island. So they did end up catching it. Tokens have now properly went over to the gold area.
And Sticky Fingers has been shot. I repeat, Sticky Fingers has been shot.
Well, shot, tippled, potato, potato.
I think a tipple is a shot. I guess I've never done a tipple. I've done lots of shots though.
See, it's a double entendre. I love it.
It's so many entendres.
All right. With that being said, I believe this is Sikkim shot, so just standard go again on the arrow.
Yep. Standard 1 for 4 go again. When you're at 16-6, this might be a consideration with a nimblism, lurking that on the horizon. Great block.
Yes, this is a fantastic block. And the follow-up is the guns, followed by a headshot.
The big guns and a headshot.
This is going to be both a of big them red. Attack. Yeah, both of them red.
That's a 9. Yep, I guess you can have them all.
Well, that tells me Maximilian really likes that hand, but also could just be comfortable when you have the health. Again, you kind of want to keep the tempo on your side. You come down to almost parity, but you kind of want to be, when you get to this around 5 health mark in these games, you want to be the person, I think, initiating the beatdown so that you're stripping cards from your opponent's hand, right? So Maximilian there, yes, took a bunch of damage, but still well within reason for navigating this turn. Began things with Scurv making a rum, and now we're going to finally see that Nimblism come out of Arsenal that was revealed earlier.
Jack be nimble, or is that Jack be quick? Either way, we went over a candlestick.
I'm so proud of you.
That I know, and I'm not. This is a Jack be quick.
Yes, that is in fact Jack be quick, and that's also a lot of blocks.
That's another Nimblism, a Nimby.
A Nimblism into a Nimby. So Maximilian on Scurv says this is actually...
I got Nimblisms for days.
Yeah, Nimblism.deck. And that's going to be really good because, as I was just saying before, when you get down to these health totals, you want to be the person who is applying the pressure, being the beatdown to strip cards from hand. And that's exactly what Maximilian Klein has done here. Hanno Lunzer is going to go into this turn where they essentially just have to pass and draw up. But that, I think, is a benefit to Maximilian because Maximilian now will also have that 4-card hand and the benefit of the card in Arsenal, whereas Hanno is still struggling to kind of catch up in that card economy.
Plus 3 gold and a rum.
Oh, so I do like this decision making here. Hanno kind of considering I could just go ahead and make a harpoon and Arsenal it, and that is the decision.
Not a bad one. It does give you an option later.
Yeah. And as I said before, right, it's one of those things where you're trying to catch back up in the card economy. And if you're going to be stuck blocking out quite a bit from here on out, being able to do this, even when you can't activate the cannon for the big power, if you can still just try to get some of that chip damage in where you're just sending 2 and 2 and it kind of replenishes itself if it does connect because of Treasure Island, you could still wear down an opponent.
It looks like we have Nimblism in hand, Nimblism in Arsenal, Nimby in hand. We've made Nimblism.deck. And we have Gold Kiss Rum to use. We have, I mean, might as well. There's our resource.
Have the resource plus the go again.
So we're going to go on a trip.
We are, in fact, going on a trip.
We're going to add the gold. This is an expedition to the Azaro Keys. So we're 4 go again due to the Gold Kiss Rum.
Yes.
And then again, Nimblism in hand, Nimblism in Arsenal, Nimby in hand.
I have a feeling that Hanno is not going to have much of a hand once again when this turn is over. Being at 6 health, you really can't afford to let a lot go through. Even if this is like a 1-card block where 1 gets through, and it does look like that's going to be the case. With all of these cards following it up, it's just going to slowly but surely drain them out.
Yes, it eventually will. And here's a Swindler's Grift.
Looks like a yellow. So this would be for 5 if that's the case?
Yes, this does appear to be a yellow. And a 2-card block, but we'll gain a life off of the Sirens.
All right, we are going to crack a gold here. And we did find the blue on the side of Hanno, which means that this is now a 6 overpower Goldfin Harpoon. What a rip off the top.
Feels pretty good if you can pull it off. That's a Sirens block. So going to take the damage, and then once that goes, we'll gain a life. Now, are we in Scar for a Scar in hand range?
If Maximilian was able to draft 2 Scar for a Scars and then also get the go again off of both, I would be absolutely shocked. because that would be a masterclass in both how to navigate the draft to end up with 2 Scar for Scars, but as well as how to navigate a game to where you can get the full advantage of both of them.
Yeah, I've clearly drafted too much WTR because that's basically all I ever think about.
Well, there's more than just the red ones in that set, and instead we are going to kick things off. Sorry, I'm trying to see the color.
I think it's red.
You think it's red? All right. So if that's red, that's a red walk the plank. So that should be for 7.
Big old 7 ball.
As long as it's not blue, it's going to require at least, something from hand. I think that's the most important piece here.
And I don't think it's blue. Yep. Time to math. Math has got to start mathing. It's got to start mathing now. Now, opponent is at 4. So it's not like you're out of this game by any stretch of the imagination.
No,
plenty of room to navigate.
I think Hano's actually in a pretty decent spot, all things considered. Though Hano's been playing from the back foot a bit, he's kind of put himself in a position where if he can block with 2 cards, but save his other 2 for sending an overpowered arrow, right? Because you can crack your gold, make the gold fin, and kind of like rinse and repeat. I think that Hano would be in a position where the overpower would get there. That's incredibly hard to block as we get down to the final stretch of this game.
Yeah, I agree. And that becomes vitally important.
I think perhaps the most difficult
thing here is you can't let this hit because of tapping Marlin down is, very antithetical to the game plan here. Oh, we're blocking with a big boy harpoon with a trigger for the discard. Nope, we took the damage.
All right.
Stole the gold, tap Marlin, and just draw back up. And then we're gonna send our own.
Yeah, I think that this is.
I can do it too.
Yeah, this is entirely fine when you're trying to pressure back. I believe that's another expedition to Horizon's Mantle, if I'm correct.
Yep.
So
just sending a 3 for 7.
Just sending a good old 3 for 7. This does, unless I missed something, and they haven't put it on, but this should put 2 counters on Treasure Island, 1 for the actual expedition and then 1 for Treasure Island itself.
It's a choice to put the second one on there. There are currently 2 counters on Treasure Island. So.
Oh, sorry, the die was blending in there for a moment.
Yeah, it is blending in a little bit. So
yeah,
you have to really peer in there to see the dice with the 2 pips on it.
It worked so well with the art.
It does. It really ties the art together, I think. It's going to take 2 cards no matter what. Not a good way to navigate this otherwise. And the goal is to be able to eat 2 cards from... Ooh, and a walk the plank, though. Go into 1. What are we sending back?
It's got to be something really good. Going to 1 is really risky when overpower is potentially on the table. And I think Maximilian knows that. You can see kind of the body language, right? The expression on the face, the rubbing of the hand on the head, thinking through, okay, what do I got to do to either strip cards or just make sure that whatever I'm sending means I can survive what comes back, right? Whatever I'm sending, will it prevent that overpower?
Okay, let's get a card. Apparently it was either real good or real bad. By the look on Maximilian's face.
Yeah, one of the things I'd be the most worried about if I was Maximilian would be leaving Hano with even just a couple of blues, because with 4 gold there ready to crack, Hano has the potential to turn that 2 blues hand into potentially 3 or 4 more cards while also loading an arrow. So we're going to see the Nimblism and then the Gold Kiss, which will provide a resource as well as Go Again on this. And then this is a Nimby, which is, again, super relevant.
3 Go Again, I believe. With the Nimblism being a blue Nimby, we're going to getting another Nimblism. And then just taking a look at what's left in deck. There's a Cracked Bubble and a bunch of other stuff. So the goal here is to avoid drawing the bobble off of this gold activation that's coming.
I think you are correct. So breaking the combat chain, gonna crack the gold. We wait with bated breath.
Gold Cracked Bobble. It is not a cracked bobble, appears.
Yeah, I didn't see the immediate sigh on the side of Maximilian, so I didn't think it was a cracked bobble. Not that a cracked bobble is the end of the world. It does essentially just cycle through with the gold tokens. As long as you have an abundance of gold, this is one of the sets where cracked bobble actually punishes you the least, but instead we are going to send, it looks like that is another big red attack.
Just another 7.
Just another
gates.
Well, that's a 6.
That's a 6.
Depending on top card of the deck, then would go up to 8. And it does look like that is the case. So kind of going down to 1 as well.
But if we have this and then into a harpoon, into a bunch of gold cracks, into the blues you need for overpower,
I think that's what you got to do. So there's the harpoon. Here's blue number 1. Load the arrow, fire. And
or
now,
6 overpower.
Does Maximilian have it? So we see the crack bobble in hand. Obviously, that's not good, but we know there are block cards in this set. I'm wondering out loud, how many of the attack reactions exist in this? I don't remember if there's any, right? So
nope.
Usually that's a go-to to help block against overpower as well.
Yes, and here is basically you would need yep, that's it. There it is. Yeah. Overpower gets the job done.
Overpower gets the job done. Congratulations, Hano. I was trying to think. There's the blocks, right? We've got like Fiddler's Green. As far as like the generic blocks go, we have the pirate blocks, but ultimately not there for Maximilian. Unfortunately, Scurv not getting a victory. I'm happy we at least got to see Scurv in action, though. This was a great game to watch. Went right down to the wire. I think it was navigated well by both players, but Hano just recognized what I was talking about, right? Yes, when you're on your back foot, it can feel bad, but if you can keep loading these harpoons, and especially when you have that abundance of gold, sometimes all it takes is just that 1 blue, and then you go for it, and it worked out in his favor.
It's like having a real weapon. And Rangers with real weapons is unfortunate for everybody else involved. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break between our next round. We should have that up shortly here. But please stay tuned because we'll have 2 more rounds of limited action from the 2025 German National Championship. Stick around. We'll be back shortly.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the German National Championships for Flesh and Blood. I am still Derek Oswalt, aka Charmer, still joined by Logan Peterson, and we are getting ready to dive into round 8 of our coverage today. Again, day 1, we have 9 rounds. We started the day with 3 rounds of Classic Constructed, then 3 rounds of Draft, and now we have done a second draft. We're entering round 8. Logan, what should we expect from this particular matchup as we have our players getting ready to start things off?
Apparently, you're expecting Hanno Linzer to steal my hat game, but beyond that, we're going to be looking. This is the classic Marlin Puffin matchup. We know that Hanno is on Big Gun Go Boom version of Marlin. The Puffin, I think, again, it really depends. If we see the blunderbuss, it's more of a sort of go wide, be able to make sure you can fire the blunderbuss every turn type of strategy. If we see the Spitfire, it's a lot of do lots of cogs, do lots of cog things. I've seen a lot of Puffin decks that aren't specifically hard into the mechanologist side of it, so we'll just have to see. But a lot of times, with a Clogworks blunderbuss, you play a lot of blues, you're able to attack with it at the end of the chain. If you have cogs, you're able to attack with the beginning of the chain, give it go again, alongside of a lot of your other stuff. So it'll be interesting to see what the Puffin player, Sebastian, has available to them in their suite. Both 6-1, both in a very good spot. A win here for either one of them puts them into that magical 7-win area that we talked about earlier, where they're in such a good spot heading back into the CC regardless. So it'll be very interesting. We'll know a lot about the Puffin once their equipment is revealed, and that'll give us a little bit more insight into what we think they're up to.
Yeah, as you said, we just got to see Hanno Linzer get a victory in the previous round here on the broadcast. Is on the canon version of Marlin, was able to find a victory through that overpower, getting that final damage in, leaking through. We also know Hanno has a full equipment suite. We see them placed out there, but again, we would have known that even before because we got to see him on the broadcast. One of the things that I'm looking for, as you said, is whether or not it's the blunderbuss. If it is, one of the things Sebastian could try to do is drag the game out, because that blunderbuss is, in this format, the only kind of guaranteed weapon over time. Gravy Bones, of course, has to rely on allies. Marlin does have to rely on arrows. The gold makes it a little bit easier to generate those harpoons, but the blunderbuss, even though it's not super cost efficient, right? You're paying 2 resources to get that attack for 2. It is still reliable when you're trying to drag the game out. I think the real key here for me is going to be, can Sebastian drag the game out while also not taking too much damage from overpower effects or from some of those big boat attacks we saw in the game before this as well?
It does look like we have a pretty heavy mechanologist hand over on Sebastian's side. We also notice that we only have a rust belt and a fish fingers, no unicycle, which is kind of painful for the Puffin deck. Unicycle being a big key part of their game plan in order to untap one of those cogs. Also, just battle worn. Battle worn equipment in limited has always been very, very good. So
yeah,
we'll have to see here how that works out.
I will point out, if you're just joining us or you didn't catch earlier, this is a story where this particular draft pod had 3 Puffins and 3 Marlins as well, which could be one of the reasons why Sebastian is a little short on equipment, because the players were kind of cannibalizing everything from each other. So this is going to be a start with a Goldwing Turbine to kick things off into the blunderbuss.
Turbine gun. With go again, just 5 go again. Nice consistent damage. Doing the thing. We've cranked once.
Of course, makes that cog, which allows the blunderbuss to get go again as an instant. You can have a cog you control be tapped. Give that blunderbuss's next attack go again. Going to get a 2-card block here.
We're just going to Arsenal and pass. Hope to draw up to some Galvanize for this cog to reset it. Gun on taps. There we go. Cog on taps. Not real relevant most of the time.
Now this is...
Yep, and we're just yeah, send it. Rally the Coast Guard. Yep. 7.
I was about to say, this is what we're used to. We're going to see a lot of the send 7, or if it's not that, send the overpower from Hano. I was also going to point out, Sebastian, the turn before, even though it was the turn 0, still did kind of come out ahead while damage wasn't leaked through, because again of the blunderbuss, was able to spend effectively 1 card to get 2 cards out of the hand of Hano. Long term, we're going to have to be paying attention to how many cards are left in the deck and whether or not those kind of 2-for-1s where the buffing of the gun and then swinging with it, you know, if it continues to eat cards like this, will that put Hano in a position where they are going to fatigue themselves? But right now, still waiting to resolve this attack for 7, and Sebastian might be considering it just a 3-card block. Might have a clunky hand.
Yeah, there's 2 counters on that treasure island too, and you know, Sebastian may be valuing that pretty highly as well, just to prevent the treasure island from, you know, those 2 gold from going over to Hano's side, because they are endgame tools for Hano, and that's important to navigating this matchup.
All right, so I think it's going to be the other way, not a 3-card block, but instead a 1-card block, deciding to keep those 3, happy with what they will be able to provide. So some damage does leak through. Hano will get those very important gold tokens because, as we said before, able to make the harpoons as well as filter through. Really important when you're playing, in my opinion anyway, this cannon version of Marlin, because you don't always have access to all of the pitch you want, but pitching a blue into those gold to load your arrow while also digging for more resources is often really good. And I believe this is just another turbine here.
A yellow turbine. Get our cog, crank our cog. That sounds dirtier than it should. Nice little +2. We can just fire the blunderbuss. And then, again, a very calm, measured approach. Just here's 4 go again.
So 4 go again, because of the breakpoint, likely trying to get hopefully 2 cards if you're on that fatigue game plan, but also might just be happy with stripping 1 or leaking the damage to bring health totals to parity. 2 floating resources and a card left for Sebastian means that this go again has the potential to be something we see a follow-up with. Gold token getting created from Treasure Island because of the connection.
Well, now you have a Marlin card draw available to you too by blowing up the gold and cranking.
I believe you mean Puffin card draw, but yes, you are correct.
Puffin, yes. You are correct. Puffin it is.
So we have the card draw, still have 2 resources floating, still have that card in the arsenal, and we have a boat.
We have a boat. Just a standard fare 6 go again boat. And ain't nothing wrong with that.
Turns out continuing to find go again is relevant. Even if we see no follow-up after this, it's entirely possible, for example, Sebastian just decides to arsenal this card. It is something that Hano will have to respect.
Potentially. There is room in Hano's hand to just say fine, depending on what that arsenal card is. But you can't drift too far behind because Puffin can present a lot of sources of damage. Well, like we saw in the previous Puffin matchup with against Marlin, the sources of damage get varied. Yeah. And yeah, there's no unicycle here or anything else, but
it's funny. I was just about to point out there is equipment available, and even if you aren't going to block the rest of it, we saw earlier in the broadcast situations where these gloves, for example, didn't get to utilize their battle worn before they were activated. So I like this, even with Hano deciding to keep the full hand. If the activation was part of the plan, you might as well chip away at the incoming damage, but Hano does drop down to 8, but has a full grip. So 4 cards plus the card in the arsenal, 2 gold tokens available. Let's see what kind of explosive turn we can get here, and we're going to start with a Sikkim Shot.
Yep, Sikkim Shot, good source, clean, go again arrow.
Now, I don't think that this one is super threatening. I believe that's a blue, unless my eyes are mistaking me there.
Yeah, blue is a simple 2-go again. There's a boat in Sebastian's hand. How do you feel about boat?
You know, that's a great question. On the one hand, when I play Flesh and Blood, I like having boats because they usually represent a large amount of damage. But on the other hand, I sometimes find myself rooting for the orcas.
Yeah. How do you feel about Lamp, though?
I love Lamp.
I love Lamp.
All right, Marlin.
It was indeed a blue Sikkim Shot for 2. Going out of 14.
Yeah, Marlin's activating to make the gold. Oh, so interesting. Going to make that Goldfin Harpoon, but then use that as the discard for the Golden Tipple here.
Yep, that is a pretty common move seen out of the Marlin decks when they're able to get the Tipples online.
Now the Harpoon.
And so we're on a... Yep, we're on a Marlin trigger.
Yeah, I was also about to say that Harpoon, while it is still in the discard pile, technically does not exist.
It does. It ceases to exist. It is an Harpoon.
Okay, we're gonna
call in the big guns.
Call in the big guns.
And we're gonna go blasting.
Just blasting. So this is gonna represent a rather large amount of damage because I believe that's Scouting Shot. So 11,
I believe.
Yes, because we have the cannon activation, the call in the big guns, and then the Scouting Shot itself, which is naturally the 0 for 4. So 11 total.
11's a big number when you're at 12.
It certainly is. I think Sebastian was
hoping it was
a little bit less.
Yeah, a little bit less. But I mean, it represents effectively it's just going to eat your entire hand. And you're looking at an arsenal, live to fight another day scenario. But you're hoping that you can fade in reality. But 3 gold tokens in play because it's extremely difficult.
Yeah, one way or the other, there's going to be a large block coming here because you cannot allow the Marlin player to get you low enough to fear the overpower, right? Even if it's on something as simple as a Goldfin Harpoon, you don't want to put yourself in a position where, 1 or 2 of those finish you off. So I would expect either a 4-card block or a 3-card block, and then you arsenal a card. I think it just depends on, how much you like that card that you would potentially arsenal. There is something to be said about just saying, okay, you got me this time. I'll give up my hand. Let's reset and then see where we go.
I think I like putting, 3 cards in front of marking a boat. I think that's pretty good. Looks like Sebastian may be in that same line of thinking. Nope, we're gonna block the boat.
Yeah, the battalion does jump out in the block.
3 cards, still took 4. Ouch. I assume this is just an arsenal pass.
You would be wrong. We're gonna send the gun, which I don't necessarily hate this. Again, if you don't like many of the cards that you're trying to arsenal in, you're still trying to maybe get back to that fatigue game plan with both players relatively low on health. You expect a lot of back and forth with the blocking. Get back to your pistol. Well, as much of a pistol as Blunderbuss actually is. It's
Blunderbuss might
safe.
not be a pistol. Blunderbuss is a gun.
No, it's just a gun, not a pistol. All right.
So we got to draw off of gold. Deciding what to do with it here. We're going to HMS Kraken. We're just going to go boating. And if you don't like it, go overboard. So this is going to be a 7, it looks like.
Yeah, as you take a look here, this is our HMS Kraken coming in, so should be with the 2 blue cards there. It's the 6, but it gets the +1 and overpower. So while it might not be a harpoon that's generating the overpower, still has a way to get there, bleed through some damage. And now we're in a position where Sebastian really either has to find some offense or hope that Hano has some clunky hands, because you are slowly falling behind, and that's not where you want to be to begin with. But also when your opponent has essentially access to 6 overpower from their weapon, the last thing you want to do is give them any sort of room to where they can send that over and over and over again. You want to strip cards from their hand. You want to make it hard. One of the things that is jumping out to me, just because we saw Hano use it to close out the last game, is 4 gold tokens sitting on the side of Hano. So even with a 1-card hand, has the potential to cycle those gold until you find enough blues to do your thing, if it's going to put you in a position to close out the game.
Yeah, there's something to be said for making sure that you don't go too low. But Sebastian's kind of already there. So it's time to represent as much damage as you can. Hano's at a good life total. I think if you're Hano, you're feeling really comfortable right now.
Well, we're going to see how comfortable Hano feels with this hand. If it's a good hand, it might be a situation where we see maybe a 1-card block and then the equipment. I think that's what's being mulled over. If I kind of peek and see the rest of that hand there, we've got at least 1 blue. Trying to see what those other 2 cards are.
Well, and no matter what, you still have the Glidewell Fin's load capabilities. You can still patch the hole to return the card from an arsenal to hand, to clear the arsenal if need be. You have, basically your options are all just on top of it and readily available.
And Hano's still trying to decide. So far, equipment, and it looks like a yellow salvage shot.
Clean 4 block.
I think you might be onto something as far as that patch the hole. I saw Hano kind of reach for that arsenal card a couple of times there. Might be thinking of changing something up, but this does come through and connect, which of course taps down Marlin. And there it is, the patch the hole. So good call, Logan. Good call.
Oh, we try.
And this is going to be a big headshot because it was loaded with the Glidewell and then pumped up because of the cannon. So no overpower, but still getting there. And yeah, I was going to say, I think Sebastian was just saying, wait, how'd that get to 11? And
Big
Hano
number.
saying, hey, this is how. Sebastian's like, wait, That shouldn't be possible. That's too much.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. 11's a lot. I don't know if you knew that.
It is. I will say, more so than what we saw last game, it really feels like the equipment gap is being felt this time around, because I feel like Hano has utilized his equipment suite to the best it could possibly be here. Got value out of all of the options, blocked properly before activating them to reduce the damage with Battle Worn, used it to set up big attacks. Really feeling where, again, especially in Limited, we know Flesh and Blood can be a game of inches, not miles, and we're just seeing Hano squeeze every last bit out of it here.
Yeah, this is damn near a foot. So, we're still deciding on our blocks here. How do we live? If we're on Sebastian's side of this feels pretty dire.
I don't know what your game plan really is here. You don't want to take this damage, but you also kind of don't want to be in a situation where you've went back-to-back turns, essentially giving up most of your hand or all of your hand. Might be considering another 3-card block here. You want to be able to send damage back. You want to be able to strip cards out of Hano's hand, but also if you go with a full 4-card block and that arsenal card doesn't do anything for you, what you're risking is allowing Hano to arsenal this card and then just come right back at you with a now 5-card hand. So you really do need to be able to send something back. I think the biggest issue is just timing of the tempo, because the 6 health on Hano's side means whatever Sebastian does keep has to likely threaten 6 or have a relevant on hit, or else Hano could be in a position where, if he likes his hand, could soak the damage, as you say, send me the bill, and then come back with either a big attack or, again, depending on what's in the hand, could just be setting up a big overpower. We see Sebastian down at 3 health, and meanwhile, Hano has 5 gold tokens, which is very easy to cycle through your deck if you're trying to find something like a pump to go in front of one of your gold fins, for example.
I'll say that's also 5 harpoons. So either way.
Either way, you are correct. All right, bit of a discussion.
Judge call, potentially.
Yeah, Sebastian is either calling a judge or just walked out and waved for backup to have somebody mug Hano. All right, it's a judge.
Yeah, what's the call here?
That is a fair question. Kind of seeing.
I think we have a life total discrepancy is where we're at here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was trying to see if I could read lips, but then I also remembered that I don't speak German, so that was no help.
No, it is not exactly helpful. I didn't see anything life total wise from our end that looked off.
The only other thing I can think of, I mean, one of the cards there is the Teeth of the Cog, right? Which has Galvanize as an option. So are they maybe having some sort of discrepancy about whether a Galvanize was used, and perhaps they went through discard piles, but you know, if it was a token that was used, it wouldn't be there. I don't know. I'm just grasping at straws here, trying to think about why the judge would be called. I do think you're correct. It does seem to be something related to life totals, but that's the only thing that really jumps out to me right now is the Galvanize on the teeth.
Maybe? So Teeth of the Cogs only, like, it does, the defense value on Teeth of the Cog doesn't change. It just creates a cog off galvanization. Galvanization? So he's suggesting that he missed the +1 power on the HMS Kraken.
Ah. That might be too far back for...
to recreate.
Yeah. This is going to be a tough judge call. I think that also makes sense because that would explain why Sebastian was picking certain things up. It might have been the life tracking saying, you know, hey, this wasn't here. Maybe Hana was trying to say, this doesn't say you may, so... I don't know. This is certainly not what you want.
No.
Yeah, this is certainly not what you want, simply because, again, we've said it. These games go down to the wire. We've seen several times where players are, you know, both down at 1. We know that one health, 1 damage can absolutely make the difference in games like this. So I'm glad that they did call a judge. Hopefully they're going to take their time to get it as right as they can. And I will just say I do not envy the judge in this situation.
No, it's very hard to... I mean, we don't have instant replay or anything to kind of dial back.
Not unless the judge wants to go and watch the stream back, but then you set a precedent because not every game has instant replay, so that creates unfair advantages.
Not great.
Not
no
great.
Real good solution. But it seems like we just have an instance where life totals weren't communicated properly. And then we have a wrench. We have...
Yeah, I think they're going back to try to determine what the blocks were at that time.
That's going to be difficult to do.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I do not envy the judge here. As we've said several times today on the broadcast, Flesh and Blood is hard.
Yes, it is.
And for our poor judge, it's even harder when you're not in the room when the thing happens.
Yeah, and life total discrepancies are as old as Dungeons and Dragons, I guess.
I was just going to say as old as you and I, and that's old enough to cover it.
Yeah, pretty much. Looks like our Sebastian's life has bounced back up to 5 prior to blocks. And
yeah, it does look like a little bit of a rewind to before the block situation. Still have the 3 cards, now the 4th card coming down.
So now we're blocking with 4 cards instead. And then draw pass.
And it might seem
and
like
we're back up and running.
Might seem like again, not that big of a deal if it's just 1 point or whatever, but these games really do come down to that. And when you're playing against a Marlin that is capable of generating so much overpower, you absolutely want as much cushion as possible.
Yep, looks like we do have a small time extension here for the game. That's a harpoon. That's overpowered. That's a lot.
Big boy harpoon. 10 overpower. We might be in a situation where it doesn't matter how much health Sebastian had, unless he's got some blocks in the hand there.
And they're gonna get to go fish if this hits, and it's pretty much gonna hit.
Yeah, but I'm just legitimately worried about lethal.
I don't know how to avoid lethal here.
Yeah, that's it.
Nope, so that's it.
1 tall arrow, 1 big boy harpoon gets the job done, and Hanno Lunser now has won 2 games back-to-back in this draft pod. You can see very happy with the performance thus far. I have to say I'm very happy with the play from Hanno. Has navigated both of these games incredibly well, both in terms of sequencing, utilizing resources, utilizing the equipment suite. You can very clearly see why he's on a tear so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and if you're sending an 11 ball, an 11 ball, a 10 ball, an 11 ball, and then 10 overpower, closing games becomes a little academic. And so those back-to-back-to-back turns out of Hanno were just incredible for the amount of damage presented. So hats off.
Yeah, normally this is where I would make a joke and say, actually, Logan, they're arrows,
his hat is on,
not balls. However, While it is a harpoon cannon, it is still a cannon, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say that these felt like cannonballs because they were just tearing the opponent apart. So again, well done to Hano, and that is it for round 8 for
one more, buddy.
Our coverage. We have one more left, and I'm really excited to see how things close out. Our limited games have been phenomenal so far today.
Absolutely. It was very funny. You know, we talked about when we were watching our classic constructed games that if you weren't sending over 20 in a turn, you know, at least once, what were you doing? It's starting to feel like if you're not sending over 10 a turn in limited, what are you doing? So yeah, again, kudos to Hano here. And I can't wait to see the last round that we have coming.
You know, the ratios are right. In both of those scenarios, it could be summed up as threaten half of their starting life total or don't bother.
Or don't try. Yeah. And if they're threatening less than half of yours, just tell them to send me the bill. Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't have time for this.
All right. Well, as I said before, we still have one more round of draft on our coverage of the day, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, round 9 of the German National Championship will be underway. Again, we look forward to seeing you then.
Welcome back to the 2025 German National Championships for Flesh and Blood. My name's Logan Peterson. With me is my tag team partner, Derek Oswald. Derek, that was a big harpoon.
Yeah. So if you're just joining us, our last round ended with a massive overpowered harpoon for 10 so that Hano could get the second victory on stream from this particular draft pod. We are going to follow Hano the whole way through. He's earned the right, King of the Hill as it is. And speaking of King of the Hill, we have some standings up to date at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and transition us over there so that we can take a look and see where our players lie so far after 8 rounds of play.
Look at Hano up there. Our Verdance player nestled in second place. That one of that crucial 7 points. We talked about that where with Hano being so locked in, getting to 7 points is the seat you want to be in going into day two in those last 3 rounds of CC for a good path to a top 8 lock. But he's going to have a battle here against somebody that we've also seen on stream already today in Robin Wagner, a 6-pointer, also looking to get to that magical 7-point barrier, playing some Puffin. And we've seen, I believe Robin was our Puffin player in the first draft pod as well that we saw on stream. So this will be a challenge again, because we've seen that Puffin can present some damage output that is rivaling those big harpoons at times. I'm ready. I think this will be interesting.
Yeah, some things that jump out to me. First, when we look at the standings here, we only have 2 players with 7 points. So that means, 1, no players left undefeated. We're 8 rounds in. We have 2 players that are sitting at 7-1. And then we have a lot of players with 6 wins, much like Robin here, which are trying to secure a good spot as we head into day 2, where we would still have 3 more rounds of Swiss, which would be classic constructed before the cut to top 8. Another thing that I just want to revisit, if we remember the statistics and the seeding and so forth for the way that this draft pod went, there was 1 Gravy Bones and 1 Scurv, and then 3 Marlin, 3 Puffin. And I'm honestly kind of surprised that we're not seeing the Gravy Bones facing off against Hano here, because when you have a single one in the pod, usually you can reap the rewards and gobble up a lot of stuff, but that was not the case.
No, not the case at all. And good on Robin for making this run to the basically the final boss, as Hano has been, of this draft pod, and getting in position to catch that crucial 7th win. And then we get this is a wizard off too. This is Ocilio versus Verdance for their CC choices.
Yeah, that is actually rather interesting. I'm kind of curious, because you are correct. We saw Robin earlier in the broadcast play Puffin during the first draft pod, and I kind of wonder why Robin gravitates towards Puffin being a wizard player. It is also possible that it was just the case of draft your seats, but knowing what we know about that pod, it doesn't seem like that was necessarily the case. I am really curious to see what the equipment suite is going to be here for Robin. We know that Hano has the full equipment seat. Yeah, I thought this would be the case, because of the 3 competing, only 2, but the unicycle is there.
And a rust belt. Rust belt is great.
Now taking a look. Yeah, I was going to say, taking a look on the side of Hano, trying to see the hand. We know from, having just watched Hano 2 times, big harpoons are part of the game plan, big boats are part of the game plan, and also making sure that overpower damage connects is potentially part of the plan as well. We've also seen Hano really utilize the gold tokens well, typically stacking them up until he has 4 or 5, and then just kind of churning through them, whether it's for resources or cards when needed in the endgame state. And I believe that turn 0 is just an Arsenal pass.
A heads up Arsenal pass from Hano. looks like we're going to start it off with the way that Puffin do and get in for a just clean 7.
Yeah, it looks like
Pull
we're
back the hammer.
drawing back the hammer. Yep, absolutely. Into a cloud skiff.
No cogs to amp this damage up on this blue cloud skiff, but 7 is 7.
7 is 7, and you will also likely just be arsenaling that card that's left for Robin. A little disappointing that this skiff appeared to be the blue one, because with the drawback being a +4 and this only being 7, it also says to me maybe Robin had a bit of a clunky start, and because Hano did the heads up arsenal pass on the turn 0, was not able to filter some of those cards out of his hand.
Yeah, I think that was expecting, you draw the hand, you kind of start planning your blocks, on turn 0. And Hano said, I'm comfortable just tossing an arrow down here and passing it up. And if it's something if it's a Sikkim shot that got thrown down there, that's perfect. You just fire it for go again and then still have a turn ahead of you. So we'll just have to see where we go from here. Looks like we're looking at a 2-card block, maybe with equipment, if we're wanting to get value out of our battle-worn equipment early.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see.
I almost wonder if perhaps we're going to see the fins get thrown in front, just because we've seen Hano utilize those rather quickly for loading in the early game when you don't have a lot of gold, and that is the case.
There it is. Yep, cover up the 7.
And he's kind of showing, again, like, I wish I could have played these boats, but...
Battle-worn equipment's pretty goated when it comes to the use cases in Limited and even in Classic Constructed, let's be honest here. But the ability to get that 1 extra block in, cover your breakpoint. We load the big guns out of Arsenal. Okay. So we're right back to doing headshots for 11. I guess this one's only for 10. My apologies. Just 10.
Well, there's a 9 on that die.
Is that a 9? I can't read. But 9 is still 9. So we had a pump and an attack out of Robin for 7, and Hano goes, "Oh, okay. Here's a pump and an attack for 9."
Yeah, and I mean that's still great when you're trying to set things up. If there's a downside to be had, I would say that Hano won't be able to end with an arsenal card at this point, but I think that's fine. We have seen Hano really want to get a hold of some of those gold tokens, and so hoping some of this leaks, start stacking those up early.
Is it bad that we see 9 out of Hano when we feel it's underwhelming?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not double digits, I thought we established that baseline. If you're not threatening half of your opponent's starting health total, like, what are you even doing here? But jokes aside, this is still a really impressive hand when you've blocked with 2 cards before. And I think if you're Hano, you are ecstatic that connected for the full 9 and you got the gold. Yes, you might be worried, okay, what is Robin going to be sending back with this essentially 5-card hand? But we know that Hano likes to have those gold and set up those late game plays with overpower.
I love me a copper cog.
Yeah, that is a solid start there. We have the copper cog. And into a sky skimmer. I believe that's a red.
We're just going to give it go again. And then looks like we have, I think, another drawback the hammer in hand.
Yeah, breaking the chain says drawback the hammer. Going to play that non-attack and then send 9. So this is why Hano's turn last time didn't feel so good. Like we said, if you're not sending more than 10 each turn, what are you even doing? And we saw that 4 go again into a 9 out of Robin.
So 13.
Hano says, all right, I will take this.
Yeah, the bills are being sent and received left and right.
Well, and I see why. I was just about to say we're going to see another one of those big attacks coming from Hano. So this, I believe, should be a send for 7, and then likely we'll see the other card arsenaled as we kind of do this back and forth exchange between both players.
Putting the extra counter on Treasure Island as well.
Correct, because that is the attack triggering Treasure Island itself, and then of course Expedition to Horizon's Mantle has the option when this attacks, you may put a gold counter on Treasure Island. As I said before, Hano really likes to stack those gold when you're trying to get to that end game state where you can build a bunch of resources and then use them to draw through your deck to find exactly what you're looking for. And now I know why. Yes, in that first game of this particular pod, we saw him just win with a regular Goldfin Harpoon, but now that we know that one of the big harpoons is there, putting yourself in a position where you can just use as many blues as possible to dig until you find exactly what you need and send it is a great game plan for this particular set when you're talking about draft or sealed.
Yeah, and it looks like we have, again, we've talked about this before. We have an On the Horizon looking to block, and at least one of the 3 blocks. We can do this plus equipment and cover up the 7 clean. Just kind of depends on how the next turn is navigable for Robin. It looks like Robin wants the blue in hand. There's the unicycle, 2 3 blocks, covering up 7.
Yep, and that is one of the benefits to Mechanologist. Again, a lot of 3 blocks there. Some of the other classes have a little bit more 2s. Gravy Bones, definitely some 0s. But Robin, I think rightfully identifying, I don't want to give Hano a bunch of gold. Got to scoop up 2 last time. Saw him choose purposefully to add that second counter. That's kind of a signal, a tell to Robin saying, I value these and I'm hoping to get some. And so Robin denies it. But now you have this 2-card hand to navigate, no card in Arsenal. So we might just see, I was just about to say, a gold activation to see what we can find. We do also have the cog for a Spitfire here if needed.
Yeah, Robin knew the top of his deck off of the On the Horizon, so knew what he was drawing. Looks like we have a Skiff in hand. Yes. That is a Sky Skimmer. Red one for 4 with a cog up. And that's where the thought has to come in here. Cog is up. And so we're blocking with the Call in the Big Guns. Looks like we're blocking 5 on this. Which, again, smart block. Because if you... unless that's a blue on the horizon, I can't tell if that's blue or yellow.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see here, but either way, it's going to cover it. But the Go Again does allow this follow-up. Hello.
Draw back the hammer, untap the cog, shoot the Spitfire. Here's 6. Would you like to give me both of your cards, or would you like me to have treasures?
Yeah, because Treasure Island is in fact up to 3 counters now. And Hano's, I think, seriously considering it. We got both cards in that right hand. Thought for a moment might be pushing them forward just to say, okay, let's do this and reset. I don't necessarily hate that plan if you don't love what's in your hand, simply because you still have an arsenal. At the end of this turn, Robin's not likely to have one. So if you're just kind of resetting, you could be banking on Robin drawing an inferior hand, and then you just kind of play the numbers game. But if you like what's in your hand on the side of Hano, there is also the opportunity where you maybe block with 1 card and keep the other card as like pitch for whatever's in your arsenal.
I think that's the thought process right now for Hano. You could also, again, play the patch the whole game and bounce your arsenal card. if it's something that isn't necessarily as good, or if you wanted the ability to blow one of your gold tokens in order to see if you can find something better off the top of the deck. He does know it's on top of his deck from the New Horizon, or on the Horizon block. So if that's the plan, we will certainly know it. So I want to keep this. And so it looks like we may just be blocking with a card. Kind of a vital decision at this point.
Really got Hano second guessing. And I think if you're Robin, you love that. You don't like it when your opponent has like the fast, easy answers, right? If they're just like windmill slamming whatever the response is, it's probably not a good time for you. In this particular situation, the kind of hemming and hawing says, okay, one way or the other, they might not be happy with what their decision is, and perhaps I can exploit that. Maybe that represents a window of opportunity depending on what the follow-up turns are.
Yeah, when I'm playing and I see an opponent doing this, I think that they're asking themselves if it's time to gamble or not. And I think that that's what Hano's doing. Is this the time to gamble?
Could be a gamble in terms of do I just take damage and feel confident in my throwback? Could be a gamble in terms of yes, we know what the top card is, but we have 2 gold tokens, so maybe Hano's thought is I'm going to crack that first gold, and I already know I'm going to have to crack the second, and so what is the second, right?
Yeah.
Kind of hard to tell at this point, but there's very clearly some dismay on the side of Hano, and I feel like a decision has to be coming soon. Not that they're in jeopardy of running out of round time, but there has been a lot of time spent on this turn, and there we go. We have the 1 card block. And
that's going to take... Yep.
Yeah.
Preserve a little bit of life, and the bigger problem here is the creation of the gold tokens.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think that the real issue is not only that Robin got it, but it's also less that Hano could potentially earn. And as I said, he's really utilized those gold tokens well while piloting Marlin. I think that Hano wanted to get a piece of that pie. Games 1 and 2 of this particular pod sat comfortably around 4 or 5 gold until it was time to really pop off. And we do have some offense going.
So this is just a fairly casual crash down the gates, I believe. No, this is a Swindler's Grift, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Swindler's Grift. I was trying to see if it's a red. I feel like from the pips there it's a red, so this should be for 6.
No card to discard, so we're just sending 6.
Yeah, and that also might be why Hano was considering keeping the other card, perhaps just really wanting that activation. You draw a card and create a gold token, as we've said kind of ad nauseum at this point. We know Hano loves those gold tokens, but also perhaps the additional draw would have helped the hand further. I think Hano probably made the right call in preserving the life total. You don't want to get too low if this is the only amount of offense that you're sending back this turn.
Looking at blocking with a Nimblism here, which is an interesting thought process. Usually those are worth more offensively than defensively if they're reds. What do we have here? We do have a Sirens, I believe, which, if that's the case, you will gain life after blocks, which isn't a bad thing. I don't know how much you're considering this 1 gold token being important, but I mean, a 6 is a 6 is a 6, though, right? And it's again threatening half the life total. If you're playing the Sirens of Safe Harbor block, you're effectively going to gain a life.
Oh, I think I see what the issue is now, is even with the equipment, because it's the Siren, while it
doesn't cover it, right?
Yeah. The net health should be the same, unless I missed something.
No, the net health would be the same if you blocked with sirens, but they'd get the gold token.
Right, but I'm also seeing that Hano is not creating it, so
Hano did not hit. We did block 6.
okay.
And here we have, because the sirens in the pitch zone now, so we didn't block with the sirens. And instead, we're just going to crash in. We're going to make a cog off of Puffin, and then crash in for 6 with a cog up to make it 7, if need be. So threatening lethal, demanding cards, the things that we want to do. And, potentially stealing another gold off Treasure Island.
Yeah, this has to demand at least 1 card, because as you said, with the cog, has the potential to go up to 7. I think Hano wishes that this 2 card would be totally clean and not allow the 1 to leak through, both from a gold and a health standpoint.
Yeah, we're low enough now that, everything is on the table as far as consideration of what you can and can't let through.
We're also just in a position that Hano hasn't been from the first 2 games that we watched from this pod. Hano being a little bit behind in terms of tempo means he can't kind of take that damage to his life total to set up the big overpower play. That's been the key to victory the last 2 times, and right now we're kind of seeing a reverse. So Hano has been playing very, very clean so far. I would expect if there's somebody who can kind of pull this back, it might be him. And I think just really wanting to preserve both the health and the life, we're going to see a 3 card block here. And
which is,
I don't hate this. I'm looking at it and it looks like that's a fair amount of blues, not a lot of offensive power there. So if you're already kind of resigned to not having a super impactful turn, I think why not let it go? And also, I think at this point, just trying to peel cards out of the hand of Robin. So we're seeing this Sikkim shot come out. 2 resources floating, and this is going to have the go again. So if you still want to put something in the arsenal, we could see a gold crack on the back of this. I think it's going to depend on whether or not the gold is taken from Treasure Island, right? If you create more tokens, then you're more confident in doing so.
Yep, I think that's exactly right here. So Robin's contemplating a single card block for 3, let 1 counter come off Treasure Island, and that does give Hano the luxury of popping a gold token to either with Marlin to create a harpoon, or to just pop a gold token to draw and still have another one back. So I think that's why we're looking at a 2 card block here.
And that is the case. And I think that's a heads up play from
Galvanize. So we had to keep our cog. Twice.
Just having some fun. Get rid of the cog, make the cog, get rid of the cog, make the cog.
And cranking them both so that you get your draw off Puffin.
Yes. So that is actually a really good call out, and I'm glad that you did, because you don't get the action points on your opponent's turn, but you just need to crank. You don't actually have to do anything else. So the draw on the Puffin was real. Surprised that the play here was instead just create the gold fin and then used the glidewell fins to load it and fire. I think Hano just really wants to peel cards out of the hand of Robin at this point.
Here's another block and galvanize, and so we still keep a cog.
Yeah, that is
1 gold, no arsenal. A 2 card hand on the side of Robin. Counter comes off. You can just Spitfire. You do have golds that you can crack, and you still have a rust belt.
Yeah, I think the plan from Hano here was hoping that Robin just didn't have great cards back, kind of hoping for maybe a one attack Arsenal pass kind of turn, allowing Hano to maybe set up a position to get back to being vertical, right? Sending those big tall attacks. That does not appear to be the case right now, though. I would expect a 2-card block, both because of the health, but also you just don't want them to get those tokens off of Treasure Island at this point.
No, Treasure Island has now become a focal point of this game. So now we're going to send 7.
And this
with a Rally the Coast Guard.
This is what Hano needs, in large part just because it's an awkward break point. You want to start trying to get some of that gold because, again, we've seen it time and time from Hano where you get kind of a mass of gold and then you start with a blue and you kind of chain through until you can make something work from nothing or from a low card hand. And if you're playing from behind and you're trying to fight back into position, I think that ultimately might be what you need to do. You're going to be likely spending 2 to 3 cards blocking each turn, so you're going to have to set up these plays where, you know, a pile of gold plus maybe a blue gets you there. I think the other thing to point out, however, is we're pretty deep in this game from a cards played standpoint. Like you can see the discard pile there on the side of Hano is vastly larger than cards left in deck. So I'm not sure that there's enough time to set that up at this point. This might come down to fatigue.
Yeah, this may come down to Robin recognizing that if we can limit the gold output of Treasure Island to Hano and keep Hano off of having harpoons, you know, free harpoons, you could just probably win this game through fatigue. It is distinctly possible.
Wow.
Instead, Robin just said no blocks. Like, okay, take it all.
All right, so this is something that we've talked about. This is both the blessing and the curse. When this happens, you're like, okay, I'm happy I got the 7 damage in. I'm happy I got all the gold, but also, what is Robin sitting on? We have a 4-card hand. We have a card in Arsenal. We have those gold tokens. We're going to start by making a cog. I feel like Hano is about to be staring down a very explosive turn. We're going to kick things off here with a card that is capable of go again.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that start getting asked right about now if you're Hano. It's like, uh-oh. Yep, take
right.
one.
So we have the 3 block, and I assume this cog is going to provide the go again, and we see it there. And now Hano counting cards left in deck, kind of eyeing the same thing that I was a moment ago.
About the same, it looks like, as Robin.
Yeah, but Robin does at least have the thing going in favor where right now some of these attacks, if they go tall enough, would demand, you know, 2-for-1 card value. I think this was the right time for Robin to start asking, and we draw back and then send another big attack. So 9 is a great way to peel cards if you're looking for, you know, that card-to-card value and trying to fatigue someone.
And is that a Cogworks Dovetail? On hit, untap all the cogs you control.
Yeah, and that's super relevant.
We can tap for go again. And then untap the cog and still have a Spitfire? Unless
this gets fully blocked out. And so if Hano doesn't have exactly 3/3 blocks here, could be not in a great place. But the other thing to consider as well is there's still that card in Arsenal. So even if they don't get to untap the cog, if that's a, you know, 0 for 3, 0 for 4, just plain old attack, that would still put Hano pretty far behind. And we do see the 3-card block come out.
One of those is a 2, though. And so we're just going to make it 10. And unicycle to untap the cog.
To make it
and then
11.
Make it 11.
That's right, because the dovetail, I believe, is the thrice. It's the majestic that can go up to 3 times.
Yep.
And that's exactly what we're going to see. Oh, no, 2 times and then they go again and then send it.
There it is.
Did have the lethal.
Wow, just had it.
Oh, and there's the harpoon on the top.
There's my harpoon. 2 cards down, or 3 cards down. Trying to get back at it and had a nimbleism coming back up. Wow, so well played by Robin to move to that critical 7 win point. Well played, Robin Wagner, to get in there with a perfectly executed turn for lethal. You've seen some really high level limited play, partner. It's been really good.
We've also just seen a lot of explosive turns, whether it's classic constructed or limited. I know we've joked about it, but if you're not sending half of their starting health as damage, then are you even playing the game? In that turn, we saw an attack that was for more than half of the starting health. We saw an 11 with go again, right? The amount of damage presented in that last turn alone was monumental. So I go back to when Hano had that 7 damage go through. Man, you love to see it, but you're also saying, what does my opponent have? What could possibly, possess them to take that much damage? And now we see why. What a huge turn from Robin.
If you just kill your opponent, then just do that, right?
Yeah,
it seems like a good way to do it. So we still have a bunch of tables that are still live, even though that round, our round, was almost a 30-minute match. There's still a bunch of matches still going on. That is our last round for the day. However, we will be back as soon as round 9 wraps up to go over the standings after 9 rounds to see who's in the mix going into the classic constructed rounds tomorrow to potentially make the top 8 of our German national championship. So please stick around. We'll be back shortly.
Wir gehen hier. Ja. So, dann gehe ich mal davor. Mal gucken, was passt. Also, das werden jetzt keine komplizierten Fragen. Einfach super spannendes Spiel. Was für euch ist das Event? Bitte den Vergleichsresümieren, wie ist das für euch? Sowas okay? Oder ich könnte auch mal jetzt was anderes vorschlagen. Coole Spieler habt ihr zusammengespielt?
Ja, deswegen. War spannend von Anfang bis Ende.
Ja, genau. Okay.
Aber auf Deutsch.
Wissen die beiden Bescheid?
Oder?
English.
Ja.
Okay, hi. Well, we've got the competitors of our last match here for today, and I can just say that was an amazing match. It was very tense from start to beginning, I would say, especially because you both were on such a tear, and you were on 2 matches in stream already, so people were very acquainted with your playstyle and everything. So it was really a great match from our point of view. And what are your thoughts on the match?
So I was pretty happy when I saw him block turn 1, I think it was, with like the 2 HMS boats, because I knew like, okay, he won't have a third one. And from that point on, I knew I could drop a bit lower and play to that huge turn I got with the Majestic, the dovetail. And he got me sweating in between there, like heavily, but it was really good.
Yeah, I also got a big Majestic, the King Kraken Harpoon, but yeah, in the bottom of the deck, so I didn't get to fire it like the stream match before. So my strategy was to block a bit more, so I lived long enough to fire it again. But yeah, the start was a bit unlucky. I had both my HMS boats in the hand and 1 blue, not 2 blues. So I couldn't get an overpower attack in the first round, which would have been a great start, getting a gold and leaking 4 damage probably. Yeah. But I have to shout out Simon Nielsen and his fantastic guide on the FabTG website. It was a great help to get a good result here in this draft.
Yeah, shoutouts are always welcome. Right? If you have to,
and
you want to shout out.
Another fun fact: I'm 7-2, and both my losses were against him.
Oh, really?
and no draft.
Okay, so you meet again. So you've had 2 drafts today. Did you have a strategy going into the draft? Could you train much beforehand? Also, with regard to the availability of the product, and did you change your drafting strategy between the 2 rounds of draft, or did you just go into it and see what popped up?
So the first draft, I tried to stay open till as long as I could, and worked out really well. I had 2 class cards after pack 1, and the second draft, it was a bit awkward. I didn't know what to draft. I picked Ranger first, but then the good cards stopped coming, and I was kind of forced into Puffin, I guess. For the drafting, we practiced online on the Runaways Discord, and I practiced with the guys from my LGS from Sapphire Cards, like Max Klein, Sebastian Falk, Tim Sofsky. We practiced online a bit, and it worked out really good, I would say. I think the first draft could have been better, but I made some errors in playing, not in drafting. But you learn from the mistakes.
Yep.
I think I was also trying to say. I was trying to stay open in the beginning, and so I was automatically drawn to Marlin and Gravy. The first draft, I drafted Gravy, and also which sweet spot deck. Not too many allies, big boats, good blocks, and that worked out nicely. And now in the second draft, I think Marlin does the fatigue endgame even better than Gravy with big allies. I had Swarby, 2 Swarbies, Rigor Mortis in the first one, so like insurance against fatigue. And I think these 2 are the most consistent. They don't need as many synergies as his deck with Spitfire. So I was leaning a bit more to the safe towards the safe side, and was wanting to draft Marlin and Gravy.
Okay. So for tomorrow, are you happy we are going back to CC after 2 full rounds of draft? Is it? What are your thoughts on those days with 2 rounds of draft?
So honestly, I've practiced way more draft than CC, but CC worked out 3-0 for me. I'm playing Auxilio with a list from a guy.
Auxilio player.
Yeah, from Discord YouTube. He made a really good list with good sideboard guides and everything. Really helped out. I'm stoked. I like playing him. Just after these long days, it's really taxing. So I'm glad we got to draft today. Play that. I don't know. I love to make top 8. Last year I started 0-3 in CC and went 5-1 in draft, and I know bubbled out at like 40 or something. And I'm just really glad that I could redeem myself and play this good games and get up there with huge names. yeah, who have been succeeding in Germany. So I'm happy.
Yeah. Great.
I'm playing Verdens.
Yeah.
So I was also between Osilio and Verdens. I'm like a wizard gamer. I like the elemental wizards. But in the end, I decided to play Verdens. But I'm happy to lose against Osilio. I really like Osilio. And on the Purple Discord, the Osilio community is just the best. So shout out there as well. And yeah, also to my team, the Value Vampires. I team killed 3 of them today. So sorry. Yeah, and the draft format is just amazing.
Okay.
ICs is like the best by far they released, and yeah, I would happily draft more than instead of going back to CC.
So I believe we are looking forward to day 2 together then for tomorrow.
Yeah, 2 more wins for both of us, and then 2 more wins.
Yeah,
is what we need. So
that's right. 2 more wins. That's the topic. And until you win 1, then it's just 1 more win. But I'm pretty confident you will have great matches again tomorrow. I guess we all need a cold shower. We are really nice and warm here. But it's been a great day, and I believe tomorrow will be nonetheless the same. So thank you, everybody. We will soon head out and end this day. But before we do that, we will go to the standings one more time. That one will be commented on by Charmer and by Derek and Logan. Charmer. And yeah, well, that's it for today. Thank everybody for watching for today. See you again tomorrow, and you too as well. And I guess we will see you back on stream too. So, well, thanks everybody for watching from our end. See you tomorrow. And Logan, Charmer, just go on as long as you want. You did a bonkers job today. 1,000 thanks for doing this, for staying through your night and through our day, and just having the stamina and the perseverance to do this casting. It's been amazing. So yeah, we will just repeat this tomorrow, right? It's gonna be easy. So take it away, guys. Thank you very much. See you.
Bye bye.
All right, well, that was some very kind words from Heiner.
Yeah, and you heard the man. We got to run it back.
We will absolutely be doing this again tomorrow. I am just riding on sheer adrenaline at the moment, and I imagine that tomorrow will be no different, because we will be into top 8 action. We're going to revisit Classic Constructed for the beginning of the day with 3 rounds of Swiss, and then when we do the top 8, we will be absolutely ecstatic to see how things roll out. And so with that in mind, I believe our standings are ready, and we can kind of get a preview of potentially who is looking to get into that top 8, who's in a good spot to position themselves. It does look like we are cycling through them now, but as we look at this top 24, these are the folks in striking distance. Lauren, who we saw on the stream earlier in the day, is our only player with 8 wins after 9 rounds.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible performance by Laura Nihus so far. There's our friend Hanno Lunzer right there too with 7 points. Bino Nolting with 7 points. Sebastian Kleiner with 7 points. We've seen a lot of these players already. Robin Wagner. Christian Hauck is a name that a lot of people know. He's a former German national champion in Flesh and Blood, I believe in Magic as well. And so a very familiar name to a lot of people. The 7-pointers going all the way down to 10th place. So again, that 7-point threshold, very, very important. But Charmer, I just want to point out to you again. Look at the variety.
Yeah,
look at it.
I was waiting for you to bring that up, because you said, hey, 7 points cuts off at 10, but you know what else cuts off at 10? That's how deep you have to go before you have a hero repeat. That's right. Our current top 10 in the standings, when we return to Classic Constructed, are all on different heroes. That is absolutely phenomenal. It's what you want to see in a metagame, and I am so excited to see how tomorrow plays out.
Yeah, let's count it down here. Dash.io, Verdance, Syndra, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, Florian, Azalea, Acilio, Dorinthia Ironsong, Levia, and Gravy Bones. All 10 different heroes rounding out the top 10.
But wait, there's more. So then we have our first repeat with Syndra, but then we're right back to more variety with a Mario, right? Arachne Marionette. Then we get our first repeat of Gravy Bones there at 13, but then we're to another different hero with Vincent. After that, another different hero with Jarl. So the variety is there. And then even as we go a little bit deeper, so again, these are players still technically within striking distance. They will likely have to go 3-0 tomorrow to have a shot, but even further outside of the top 16, as we look at that top 24, we still have a Kano in the mix, a Prism, we've got a Kasai. There is, again, a lot of variety here, and I love it. I'm so excited for what we're seeing.
I'm so here for it. And partner, we get to run it back. We get to do this all again tomorrow, all CC, and we get to crown the 2025 German national champion. I'm stoked.
Well, with that being said, I think you and I should probably take off here soon. We should get some rest. We're gonna have to be
That's probably a good idea.
Early in the AM for us, again, because we're over in the States, and this is going to be starting early morning Germany time. So if it's anything like today, we'll be starting around 1 or 2 a.m.
We're about 13 hours into our day so far of streaming Flesh and Blood and such for the masses. I couldn't be happier to do it. I'm so happy that Heiner asked us to do this, and I'm excited for tomorrow, partner. But yeah, let's get that rest.
All right, so that's going to be all from us today. Again, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining us on this journey. We will be back tomorrow with the final 3 rounds of Swiss for the German National Championship of Flesh and Blood. And then after those 3 rounds of Swiss, we'll be cutting to top 8 and eventually crowning our national champion. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.